So, dude, welcome.
Let's
Thank
do
you
this.
so much for fucking doing this. I really, really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. This is
Dude,
awesome. I'm
yeah,
excited.
like yeah, dude. I've been wanting to do stuff like this for a while, and yeah, like there's a lot of people that I've been wanting to do this with, and of course you were one of the first people that I was like, dude, I gotta get Destro on. I gotta get the homie on. I gotta ask him about everything because I wanna know about you and what what's up. So like, let's
Yeah.
let's start. So where did you how did you get started playing music? Was it playing guitar? Was it playing something else? Like how did you get started in music?
So I have like all these little flashbacks that I think like attribute to all of this as well, right? And I think us as musicians, that's probably something you can always reflect on, whether it be like some toy when you're like a kid or like just even like a particular song that got repeated a lot. I remember a couple moments, like I remember having like this toy guitar that had like plastic strings on it, and I remember always flipping it upside down, which was really weird. And I was like, why is this toy backwards? I was probably like 4 or 5, maybe even, yeah, about 4 or 5. Like, so that's like a weird like flashback that I have that kind of like I think molded things. I remember opening up my dad's box of vinyls when I was like in first grade as well. And the first record I pulled out of his giant ass case was Iron Maiden's Power Slave. And that image, I was just like, what in the fuck is this? And hearing like, Rob Halford do all these crazy ass, like high pitched screams, like when I was younger, and like this stuff sounded so evil. My parents were, dude, they'd let me watch like rated R movies that you wouldn't let, like, I wouldn't let any of my kids watch the shit that they let me watch. Like, I'm
Same.
watching like Child's Play, Halloween, like all the classics, Nightmare on Elm Street, shit that like 5-year-olds, 4-year-olds shouldn't watch. And I just like attributed as a kid, you don't really know how to like take all that in, so you kind of tie strings together that have no relation. And I just like everything, like horror and metal, just everything like went together. Not that I'm like sadistic or anything, but it was just like this weird fascination. I think like I remember loving Eddie, and like that was a real. I just loved what music did. And there was just like a lot of songs I remember when I was younger in the 90s living in Washington. Actually, your state. That's like where I have a lot of my like early music, getting into music memories, to be honest. Like
What part?
Offspring.
What part of Washington am I can't ask?
I was living in Wenatchee, East
That's
and
right.
West
Yeah,
Wenatchee. Yeah.
that's awesome. That's
hmm
funny.
It was so beautiful there.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Yeah,
So
it
beautiful
is.
there. Me and my mom we used to go like bike riding around the Columbia River. There used to be like all these cool bike trails that you just cross over a bunch of bridges and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, it was nice. My dad worked up in Leavenworth. That was a really cool, like old school kind of like German town. Like I don't know if it's still that way or if there's a
Oh
part
yeah.
of it that still is. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
it's
really cool.
that's
That
it. Leavenworth is like the place where everyone around here goes to, like in the winter time. They do all these things, like they get
that's
all the fancy lights. Like they go out.
yeah,
They visit. They have fun.
the giant Oktoberfest kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah,
city.
that's what they do. I'm trying to think which holiday
Yeah,
it
I
was. That's
really
what it
do
was.
remember that too. And it was like, yeah, it's just like a lot of memories with that, listening to music, like going to my dad's work like in the summer and like commuting and him like listening to all these bands. And I
Did
think
anyone in your family play music?
no, well,
So
so my
it
dad and
kind
my
of manifested it within yourself.
yeah, but so like my dad and my grandpa did, but like they didn't. I wouldn't say like they pursued it in the same fashion where they ever had like anything recorded. They weren't like in bands. They just
It was a hobby.
yeah, exactly. Like my dad didn't have any guitars or anything like that. My grandpa actually still has this beautiful like it's like a 1958 or 62 or so. It's like super old hollow body Gibson electric acoustic. It's gnarly. It's really really cool. He's kind of hasn't done much with it, so it's a little out of shape, but it would be cool to have that one day. But yeah, no one really was into music. I don't really know what made me want to like start into like being in a band. That kind of just came with, I think, just trying to make it happen. Like, I think I remember being in like fourth and fifth grade, having some friends, and this is when I wanted to play drums. So the first thing that I actually did want to play was drums. I'm a very like twitchy person. I'm just always like just feet moving. I'd always get in trouble for fucking doing stupid shit with my hands on the desk, and just stupid shit like that. And so I just wanted to play drums. It was not going to happen. We lived in an apartment complex. It's me and my mom, and it's just there was no way. So they're like, "You're getting a guitar." I was like, "Okay."
That's the route a lot of people go, for sure.
Yeah. I really wish I could have played drums. It would have been it would have been fun, but I think a guitar is just more fitting for me too, though. Now that I think about it, and like,
so what age was it that you actually got a guitar and started guitar then?
So I got my guitar. I want to say it was 2002. It was sixth grade Christmas. Sixth grade Christmas. I got it was just a Squire Sunburst Stratocaster. Max, what's going on? Mosher, how you guys doing? I see you guys in there.
Oh, dude, everyone's coming through. Everyone's coming through.
Yeah.
Thank you guys for hanging out. We really appreciate it.
But yeah, that was my first guitar was in sixth grade. I didn't really have any idea what I was doing. I remember like not even having a pick at first. And I was just like using one finger for so many things for a while. I was like, it took me so long to like get into stuff. The first full song that I ever learned was "For Whom the Bell Tolls" by Metallica.
Self-taught?
Just looking up tabs. I didn't do it by ear or anything. That didn't really come till I feel like my ear knowledge has kind of come like now. Like I'll say, like, our band in high school, when we would cover Pantera, we had no idea it was like in a different hertz tuning then. And like now I'm like, oh, it's so obvious. It's just so weird how it's like you let your ears kind of get adapted to things over like a decade, and you just can totally hear these things differently.
Oh, for sure. It takes time sometimes.
Yeah. And plus, I mean, when we're in high school, we're just like, you're so stuck on like a certain genre too. I was so metal, man. I had black jeans every day, black metal shirt, some Iron Maiden, Metallica. It's like now I listen to less metal. I listen to the most metal on stream, actually, which is kind of funny.
Okay, so all right. So if you started playing guitar at about like 12, or is that about sixth grade, about 12, somewhere around there?
Yeah,
you kind of had interest
11,
before.
12.
You just kind of, it was in the mind of like, maybe I want to play an instrument. You didn't.
Yeah.
No one ever got you an instrument. You didn't really pursue it, like as in, like, you can't really afford it as a child, so like you could only do so much. So it took some time to manifest it to actually end up who got you your first guitar? Did like your dad?
Yeah, so my mom and dad both pitched in on it for my Christmas birthday. Okay. My birthday's 5 days before Christmas, so it's kind of like
that's the worst
fucking thing. Yeah,
that's the worst.
Hey, we got you this gift for both.
My sister's is the week after, Christmas. So I get it.
Yeah,
I get it.
Yeah,
but I mean, hey, so you started then. That's great. And then so what styles of music were you listening to before, like before high school, when you were in all the metal bands and all that? What were you listening to? Like before I listened to metal in like my high school days, I was listening to things like Alice in Chains and things like that. But a little bit of Metallica too, or a lot of Metallica, but like not as heavy stuff. So was it the same for you? Did it like kind of grow into like heavier and heavier?
Yeah, definitely grew more into the heavier. So it took me the longest time to get into like screaming metal, actually. I didn't get into it until like high school.
Yeah.
But I would say the biggest influence was my dad. He was just always listening to anything, like anything and everything. Like, and my mom, like, it's not like they had these whack ass backwards, like, I'm a little bit country, I'm a little bit, it's not like that shit. They were both like into classic rock and I mean, my dad was more into metal, like that was more of his thing. But I mean, yeah, it's just like, dude, listening to Boston, Scorpions, my first concert being Kiss when I was 7 years old,
Ooh.
at the Tacoma Dome, actually.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dude, they lit it on fire. They had to halt the show for 45 minutes to put the fire out.
Oh my god. Oh, that's awesome.
It was pretty amazing.
That is awesome. Wow. So Kiss was your first concert. That
Yeah.
probably, I mean, that had to have sparked a little bit of wanting you to play guitar then too.
Absolutely.
You saw that,
And
you're like, holy shit, like.
yeah, and I'd say that and Maiden. Maiden was just like always one that I think that my dad took me to see. That was my second concert at age 10, was Maiden, right when Bruce Dickinson came back. And that was definitely, I think, the real like time when like my dad also kind of realized that I wanted to do something with it, is because one, I had been starting to kind of talk about it, but we went and saw, God, that was probably like 11. This is probably 10 or 11. This is not too long after the Maiden concert. We went and saw ZZ Top and Leonard Skinner. And I remember they've obviously closed with Freebird, and like I was so young, I was standing on my chair just air guitaring that solo, and that was how they knew to get me a left-handed guitar, because I was air guitar, and my dad noticed I was air guitaring like left-handed, and so yeah, I really wonder, like, had he not seen that, what, like, would I have gotten a right-handed guitar, and would I have just tried to figure that out? I don't know. I would have gotten way cooler guitars though.
I mean, that's awesome. I love that. That's awesome. That's cool. They're like, wait a minute, that's backwards.
Yeah.
That's not normal.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
Yeah, that was such, man, ZZ Top was so good too.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Ugh.
Well, as you see, I'm trying to go along kind of like a timeline, you know. I'm trying to, so like we've
and so yeah, you mentioned Alice in Chains too, so it's like, yeah, that was like a big thing. Like, so it's kind of funny, it's like I really remember, you know, Enter Sandman, as much as like now that's probably like one of my least favorite Metallica songs, because it's just, you know, you hear it so much. But when I was like a kid, I remember that being like one of the first songs I really like latched onto, because maybe it was because it was on the radio every time we would drive or something like that. Another one was like Painkiller. And I kind of just moved into whatever my dad would always listen. He's like, check this out. And I literally became that guy too, where I could have gone to school with a trench coat filled with burned CDs. Like, yo, kids, you want some burned CDs? I got some bands you've never heard of. Like, I was that guy. I was always getting my friends into stuff. And I'd be writing like in Sharpie each song name down. Like, they need to know. I'm like, I don't want them to just listen to it. I want them to get engulfed in it. I want them to like understand why this is so sick.
Hey, that's what it takes. I was the exact opposite, where I was one of the people that I didn't see. I'm still to this day, I'm not one to really actively seek out music. I don't know why.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm rather lazy about it, but like
I am too.
People are able to like, you know, they're the people when you're younger, you need. I was watching a podcast. Shout out to Cali Death Podcast. They were talking about this the other day, where when you're a younger musician, you need older people to influence you as a musician, but then you need those older people to give you music to be influenced by, you know, whether you like it or not. They need, they pass on their music to you. So, I mean, that's great. I mean, that's how most people are, is that they get their music mostly from their parents when they're young and they enjoy it. And that's, you know, sports teams, music,
yep,
all those things. So that's great.
Yeah, I'm definitely like on my dad's sports teams and stuff like that for the most part.
Yeah, that's
all
awesome.
That stuff. But yeah, I don't know. You know, I kind of think I just kind of kept going through that. I think when I got a guitar, you know, like Metallica was really the main reason I wanted to, like, Master of Puppets was like really the main, that was like my goal. Like when I got a guitar, I was like, I need to learn this song. The whole interlude, the whole melodic interlude thing was like what I wanted to learn.
Favorite band when you were younger? It was from
Metallica. 100%.
Same,
yeah,
same.
Easily.
Yeah.
I had a really big Offspring phase for a while, where I was like very obsessed with Offspring, like between like Smash and Americana. But yeah, I'd say Metallica by far.
Hell yeah.
When I discovered Iced Earth and was like, had been able to play, I've been playing for a couple of years and was like trying to play something a little bit, I guess, harder. I mean, I should have gone down a lead route. I just never did. I don't know if that's because I don't really know. I've always been more of like a rhythm player. And that's really what I was like just back in, my younger days and in my bands in high school and stuff. But yeah, when I discovered Iced Earth, I think that was also a big turning point. That those gallops, I just like was the first time I heard. I'll never forget. There's a song that they have called "Angels Holocaust," and it does this break where it does like these crazy gallops for a second, and like that type of thing really had. Now it's done all the time, but it's like that type of thing really hadn't been done. And I specifically remember the first time I heard that, I was like cleaning my room, and I turned around to the boombox in like astonishment. I was like, what the fuck is this riff? Like, because it just, I'd never heard anything that fast. Like Maiden does gallops, but it's like, I don't want to say old man gallops, but they're like, compared to like Iced Earth or like, something like nowadays, like a Silosis would be like to me, they're the equivalent of like today's Iced Earth, where they just are galloping all these crazy picks in between that are just these patterns that are nuts. So that was definitely me getting into more aggressive stuff. I always loved like Maiden with the storytelling, so Iced Earth kind of grabbed at that with me too, because they were very like, same kind of vibe with their lyrics and stuff like that. Like I said, I didn't get into screaming metal until like high school. My dad got me into In Flames off the oh my god, I'm blanking on the name of it. The Showdown in Tokyo live album, which I think they dropped right after Reroute to Remain, and that was like. It took me a bit to get into it. Like I remember friends trying to get me into like, some of the early like As Lay Dying and Kill Switch stuff originally, and I was just like, it took me a while to get into it, but then I really got into that like intensely.
So, when did you start going to a lot of like there every musician like you and I probably has a good span where we end up going to a lot of concerts at least consistently. Were you when you were younger, is that when you started kind of like start going to shows? Were you going to local shows at all? Were you just going to big shows? When did that kind of start? Maybe before doing any bands, were you doing like the local shows or just going to whatever gigs? What about that?
Yeah, so yeah, that's actually never really thought about that question, but yeah, actually, 100%. So I would say like most of the time, it was, younger days, early ends of high school, like you don't have a job, so it's like I'm relying on my parents to, help me go to a show or something like that, or whatever. But yeah, I would say like it was just mostly big concerts up until right about high school. When I moved towns right before freshman year started. Moved about an hour and a half away from my like all my bandmates and like all that stuff. And we actually hadn't had the band yet. So I just moved away from all what would be my bandmates. And one of the first things I ever did in this new town is we moved out there because of family, friends, or whatever the hell.
Which
I don't
town
know.
is this?
This was in Temecula, California.
Okay.
I lived in Orange County, South Orange County, before. So kind of just like if anyone knows that area, it's pretty much just over this giant mountain called Ortega Highway, which is a super dangerous, windy road. Actually, very much like the road up to Leavenworth that I remember, like very reminiscent of that kind of like, edge of a cliff, like drive, 2-lane highway kind of thing. But yeah, moved over there. One of the first things we ever did when my mom was like, "Oh, we might be moving out here," blah, blah, blah. She brought me over and I met with like the younger family friend that was there, I guess, that I would go to high school with. They took me to their work, which they worked at like a local show place. And there was bands playing. And I think she was dating one of the guys in the band. Guy named Brennan. This is crazy. He actually just moved to Nashville like 2 months ago. I've known this guy forever. This guy was one of the very first people I ever met when I moved to Temecula. He's a guitar player. guitar player. He's an excellent guitar player. He was with a band called Dark Haven, which was like a metal band that we used to do a lot of shows with. And I used to go and like check them out with their early like band before they became Dark Haven. They were a different, I think they were Radio Silence. They're a completely different style of music too. It was more like, I don't know, it's more like pop punk back in like what would be like 2004, not the pop punk of today where it's very electronicized. But it was kind of like that. And then they like changed up, made this metal band that was like very Children of Bodom, In Flames, Cradle of Filth kind of like stuff. And they played a show in my fucking house, which was fucking epic. I remember so that was like our first show. Our first show was in my living room. We invited a fuck ton of friends and like family and all this stuff.
So this is your first band?
Yeah, this is my first band. Yeah.
What band is? I don't know how many.
This is Annihilation.
Annihilation. Okay.
Yeah, you can call us Anal Nation if you want. We got that a lot. Or if you can't read, it's Annihilation, because people just love to pronounce it that way all the time. Dude, our band name got spelled incorrectly so many times. Anal Nation. Yeah, that was nice. Very nice. That was the. Yeah. So yeah, our first show was fucking in my living room,
as it should be.
And yeah, it was not a big living room, and I invited them to come over, and I'm like, yo, do you guys want to play afterwards? They're like, yeah. They brought all their gear and fucking loaded it in. Dude, my house got thrashed like after we were like mosh pitting up on the second story, and I don't know how someone didn't fall over the edge of this shit, dude. Yes, dude. Jedi knows, dude. House shows, dude. There were some good house parties back in the day that they played at that were super sick, and we just played a lot of shows together, man. Those guys were like so supportive, and like, I mean, we didn't really do much, unfortunately. I've kind of always just been that musician that's just always kind of been doing things here and there, but just nothing ever comes of it. But yeah, man, we used to play what?
Preaching in the choir.
Yeah. But man, yeah, dude, I'd say that was like the most local shows, just kind of always playing shows with them and just going to see them whenever they played, because they had such a following at high school that like their shows were always packed. They did put out a couple like EPs and albums. They're not around anymore, but man, I don't know how no one picked up on them, because they were fucking fantastic.
I feel like I've heard that band before, or heard of them.
Yeah,
I feel
maybe.
Like I don't know.
They got stuff on Spotify. I wouldn't be surprised if some shit pops into some weird playlist. It's been on there long enough, but
yeah. Okay, so you lived in Washington for a while, and then you ended up moving to California, and that's where you started your first band.
Mm-hmm.
Anal Nation. Annihilation.
Yep, Anal Nation. Yeah.
And so did you guys like just did like some random shows? Did you guys do any major like any touring of any sort, any recordings, like just kind of
so we were around for about 2.5 years. We were in high school still, so like obviously no touring, because we were just like our parents were like, what are you, crazy?
Unsigned hangout.
Yeah,
band,
we're gonna do it, Mom. Can you pay for it?
We're gonna get signed, man. You just wait till we get signed.
I mean, dude, I don't know. Kind of sucks, because like we had a really big show. Like our falling out was the worst. And it even still bugs some of us. We fucking bring it up sometime. We're like, just like that motherfucking place, dude.
I mean, you can share, but you can.
I definitely get to it. Yeah, I'm kind of just leading into that. But yeah, we were around for about 2.5 years. We played a fuck ton of shows, like locally. And what was kind of cool, but was also stressful, was like, I lived in Temecula. The rest of the band lived about, like I said, about an hour and a half away in Orange County. So what was cool is like, we'd get shows like in a broader area. Like we'd go play a lot of like Riverside County stuff, as well as like Orange County stuff. But like us not even being able to drive, or like one person in the band being able to drive and having to rely on like some parents to drag gear around and shit like that. It became pretty cumbersome for some of some of us and whatnot. But yeah, we recorded a 4-song EP. Sorry, a 4-song EP. Things were like going really well. We felt really comfortable with like how many songs we had like made and how many shows we had played, and we got on this fucking story. We got on the opening bill for Dragon Force's very first US tour, the Inhuman Rampage tour. We were going to open up for them, and this was at the Whiskey A Go Go in Hollywood.
Okay.
They got us on. There was only one other local band. We started selling tickets, and they're like, "Hey, do you guys know another band that we need another opener like local?" We're like, Dark Haven, because we, like I said, we played with them a lot. They had played there before, so Dark Haven got on the show. We were fucking both selling tickets. We sold 185 tickets to that show, and I sold a ticket to someone in Washington because they weren't going to Washington. This guy was driving down to come see the show. 3 weeks before the show, the Whiskey calls us and tells us they need to remove a local band and that they're going to remove us because we're the youngest. Even after we got another band on there that they purposely asked us to yeah. I was the only one that went to the show. The rest of my band did not want to go. They're like, fuck that shit. They didn't want to set foot in that place again. Yeah.
Oh, that's rough.
Dude, we had a really good set too. We've been practicing that set for a fucking minute.
And you guys sold all the tickets.
Oh yeah, sold all those tickets, dude.
Was there okay, so like was there
anything?
How was the money for that? You guys just had to give all the money for the, like, you guys weren't owed any?
Oh yeah, they were like 100 back then. It was like 100%.
Oh,
they you didn't take like any. You maybe made something after the show, but you had to play the show. Yeah, you know what's funny is I was actually in Herman Lee's channel one time and brought that up. I don't think he read it. He was like jamming on something, but one of the mods was like, she was like, what? They were like, oh, this was during the Inhuman Rampage. And they're like, oh yeah, the Whiskey was owned by some really sketch people back then. I guess it's not owned. I guess they got out a couple years later, but
man, that is rough.
Yeah, it kind of shot our morale. We didn't do anything after that.
That was the end of the band.
That was, yeah.
The band ended on, hey, you guys aren't playing what would have been the best show of your guys' fucking musical career at the time.
Yeah, because my guitarist was really, really good at tennis, and he just was like, all right, I'm going to go.
He's like, I'm going to go pro.
Yeah, he got a scholarship to Sacramento for tennis, actually. He's a really good tennis player. Yeah, until he fucked up his shoulder.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah.
Man.
God, dude, these in-ears fucking, sorry. I'm like fidgeting with them all day. Sorry, side story. I hadn't done any mixing with them, and I found out I had the left and rights backwards for the longest time. So like they're molded to like the opposite ear. So they like want to separate, and I haven't been able to get them to like conform to the new ears yet, and it's just so annoying. So annoying.
Oh, that sucks. That's kind of funny though. Oh man. Okay, so that was the end of that project, and so how old were you then? Like,
so I think
still.
Yeah, I think I was like 16. I was probably that was like junior year, I think.
Okay.
We split.
Okay, so before we move on to the next band, how many bands have you been in total? Like
3.
3? So there's Annihilation, and then there's Silverchord. Who's this in-between band then?
Yeah, so after high school, all 5 of the same guys from Annihilation, we all got back together. And we decided we were going a new direction, so we went with a new name.
Including tennis player.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah. This is even more sad story.
Oh God, here we go.
it's not as impactful as that one, but yeah, we were second band was called Beyond the Ashes. which I don't know. We always hated thinking of band names, man. It's always like something.
I mean, that almost makes sense because it was a band for after a band. It's kind of a Phoenix
That was.
thing, you know. I
Hey, you
totally,
fucking
I
wow! You
got it.
got
I
it.
got it. Nailed it, dude. I know.
Nailed it.
Well,
Dude, everyone
yeah.
was like, "Are you a Christian band?" Like, no, we're not a Christian
No,
band.
we were a band, and then we died, and then we became a band
Yeah.
again. So we rise
Yep.
from the ashes like a phoenix. Come on, use your head, guys.
I love you, dude. This is this is why we should do a fucking collab together. We would fucking crush something.
We will. We will. The people are already saying, "Are you guys going to be jamming afterwards?" I'm like, we would if we could, but the sound.
Yeah, I don't know
know.
how, because like it only has my mic brought into this, so I don't know how I would even bring my guitar in.
Yeah,
But
I think what happens when you bring your guitar in, when you start playing and I start playing, one takes over in like the audio.
I did actually catch a little snippet of another stream that was doing the guest thing, and yeah, I kind of noticed what you were talking about when they were talking over each other. It kind of like suppresses
Yep.
other sounds. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think it's really built for like this, for like one at a time. Then
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's not built for.
Wait, you don't?
Two
I'm not
guys
supposed to talk
jamming.
over you while you're talking at
Wait,
the same time?
No, yeah. I was talking about this the other day. This will be a thing in the future, if not sooner, in the next 5-10 years. I guarantee you they will figure out the technology to where we'll be doing exactly what we're doing, a guest star thing, and the sound will be flawless. There'll be no
That'd be
latency.
sick.
We could like jam it. I guarantee you that will be a thing. They already have.
We probably
apps for
have
that.
to. We probably have to have the memory chip put into our head though for that. It gets rid of the ping. No.
No, we won't need that. We won't. Need that. We won't need that.
What is that? Gamer? You see that movie with Gerard Butler? That movie's amazing.
I have not seen that movie.
Oh, that's a great movie. You should check that movie out.
There's too many movies I gotta check out.
That's true. Yeah, the Neuralink. Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
All right. So I'm going through my questions here. We've covered. I had a lot of questions around kind of similar things, and so we've answered some and not answered some others. So like, okay, you said your first guitar was like a Fender, right?
Yeah, it was a Squire, just a basic like beginner guitar. Or was it a Rogue? No, it was a Squire. It wasn't a Rogue.
Okay,
Rogue's
so
like
kind of as
ran
we've
underneath
gone
that.
through, like we're going through kind of the bands a little bit. Let's get back to the band Rise. What is it? Rise of Ashes.
Beyond the Ashes.
Or Beyond the Ashes. Okay.
Yeah.
So
we recorded a 5-song EP before we did anything. We thought it'd be cool to have that like right off the bat. Played one show, did nothing.
That's it. That's the band. That's the story of the band. I mean, I love it.
So the reason on that is because partly is after that show, Blake found out he got that scholarship for tennis and had to fucking book it up to Sacramento, basically.
See. Well, hey,
and
that's
after
more
that,
than some other bands do.
Yeah, and like it's just weird. It's just like I wish that we could have like gotten somebody else in, but like me and Blake is my other guitarist. He actually lives out in Washington. He's actually out in Seattle right now, or near Seattle. And James he's my bassist. He lives in Texas. We're all over the place, unfortunately, right now. But those three guys, man, those were like initially the guys that I started a band with, and it's just like always been this. Playing with somebody else has always like felt weird. Like it's just we've always been on the same like writing page whenever we're doing stuff, and it's kind of been that way with like Silverchord too. Like those guys are also in Silverchord. They're the only two that are from bands back then. But yeah, I don't know. We tried to kind of keep going after Blake left, but James and I just weren't. I don't know. We weren't vibing on it the same way, I guess. And Blake had a lot heavy say in the writing back then too. So it was like, I don't know. It just didn't feel right. So I guess we just kind of all.
What's
the
instruments? Blake played guitar. You said the other guitar.
Yeah, Blake plays guitar. James was our bassist, or is our bassist. But yeah.
Okay. All right. So that band recorded. You guys played one show. Called it good.
Yep. Yep. That was it. That was that.
And
Close
then
that book.
so
Hey, Dragon Girl, what's going on? How you doing?
we'll get into guitars here in a minute, but so we'll keep going with the band thing. So
Yeah.
that was like, what year was that around? What year was that?
That was around. We recorded our demo in 2008. Yeah, that was like 2008.
Okay. Wait. So how old were you around then?
I was 18, 19.
Okay. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
not too
18, about to
far
turn 19.
after the first band.
Yeah, not too. Yeah, no, pretty much like right after high school was like, oh man, not everyone went to college like right away. So it was like kind of had a summer and some time to get things going and all that stuff. But
Okay.
yeah,
So when did Silverchord form then? When did it start?
Silvercore. Oh, man, this is kind of crazy actually. Silvercore's formed in 2016.
Okay.
But we've been sitting on this shit for way too long. I hate talking about it because it's just like the more I talk about it, I'm just like, dude, what are we doing, kind of thing. Um,
Hey,
oh,
that's sometimes bands crank them out. Sometimes bands go one album
well,
every
that's
10 years, and there's
yeah,
as wrong as that sounds or whatever. It is what it is. You can't beat yourself up about it. So
yeah. The annoying part is like it's all been ready. Like we have had 13 songs for an album ready for the past 5 years. And we're just self-produced. I'm self-producing it, and it's just always been. I make these excuses that it's just always one thing after another. Like moving from California to Tennessee. Having my son. Also, my other guitarist having his son at the same time. Other people moving. Job changes, just all sorts of things. It's just always. I don't ever want to self-produce again. I'll just say that, like, because I know what the potential is, so I have like this standard that I set it to. So I'm always like, I don't
as
know.
every
I'm like,
great artist has, like,
yeah,
here's the thing: is like you can't beat yourself up about something that you're working hard on when other things in life get in the way, like, and important things. If these weren't important, having a kid and moving and things like that, those aren't
yeah,
like little things. Those are important things. So you have to focus on that. You have to, like, the
absolutely,
band the band has to take the back burner to that, and that's more than fair. Everyone, like, people understand that, and that, so can't beat
yeah,
yourself up about it. So it's like,
yeah. No, I
it's
know.
better. It's better late than never.
I,
So I know. I
of
know that
course.
you told me before that you guys are going to be finishing up some stuff here like next month or something like that, I believe.
Yeah. So actually, we got James, our bassist, and Cameron, our vocalist, coming out next month. They're actually going to be here literally a month from like today.
Dude, let's
And
go.
getting all the bass stuff because we still have bass to track and like some overdubs on lead guitar, and that's like it. Everything else is just like plugging in the mixes together and getting it going. But yeah, we're getting all that done, and I want to say I don't want to like say any timeline because I feel like you always put yourself in a trap when you do that,
That's
especially if you
just
have no
that's
idea.
unwanted pressure. Yes.
But yeah, I would say by summer we're gonna have like a 4-song EP out or so. So
This
we just kind
year,
of,
just say this
yeah,
year.
yeah,
This
this
year,
year. Oh, just
2013
say
or
this year. Yeah.
2023.
I mean, we always. Do you want to go back to how many posts say album dropping in 2017,
You have
2018?
to write big things coming though. Did you write big things coming?
That no, I
Big
didn't.
things coming. Every band has to write that. Big things coming.
Man.
No,
Yeah.
but
So Max, we are gonna try and get Cameron and James hooked up to where we're gonna have like us all playing on stream in like a month. So hopefully that'll be sick.
dude, let's go. People will want to
Yeah.
see that. People
Yeah.
will definitely want to see that.
So I'm excited. Like we you
And
know
so
we
this,
have like
okay, hold up a sec. This is going to be the
yeah.
first thing you guys have like recorded and really put out for the band, or
No,
is there
we
some old demos like?
We actually have some singles out from 2021. We were completely absent last year. We didn't do fuck anything. But yeah, we got 3 singles that came out in 2021. There's some demos. There are like 2 demos from like way back, like maybe 2018 or something like that. Um, but
See,
yeah,
then
I
you're
think
all good. You can't beat yourself up about not having this new stuff out because you got some old stuff out still.
yeah, that's true. It's not like we have nothing, but it's just kind
Yeah,
of it's
exactly.
like you know how the social like world is now. It's like you always have to have like content.
Oh, I know.
And it's like none of us are like social media like experts. Like we all suck at like I'm talking about I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me and my band. Like none of them like none of us are consistent. Like I'm trying to do that on my Destro like channel and be consistent with posts, and it's like I'm finally getting like comfortable with it. But like for a band, it's like almost different because it's like we don't have any music videos. We don't have like an official photo shoot. There's nothing that I can really present other than I'm just gonna keep doing playthroughs, I guess, of my own stuff. I like so it's a matter of kind of trying to get more content out, and then I guess all of us attempting that, like Cameron and James, we are gonna start trying to get the social medias going again. It's very hard to do so with life getting in the way, and like when you're not used to doing it consistently, especially like the other guys aren't. It's not something that they're used to, and yeah, I don't know. I think we've always envisioned that we're just going to drop this. We have this 13 song album that we love the order of everything. The song flow is just like perfect in our opinion, and instead of waiting on that and just dropping like a single, I think we want to give like a little bit more and drop like an EP for everyone to kind of like get something to chew on for a little bit longer while we finish up the rest of it, and then drop everything as a whole. So
Yeah.
that's the game plan.
Well, that's key is to have a game plan.
Yeah.
But you definitely hit something there where you as a band these days, in this year you have to be constantly posting constantly.
Yeah.
And as a band member, as the full band, everything, and it has to
Mm-hmm.
be a lot. I just had a conversation. The person I do merch with, he's in a band, and they're about to release a new song, and he's really the only one that does everything. The band does the band stuff, as in plays the music, shows up, this and that, blah blah.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the one that does the promoting and the merch and the this and that. And it's a lot of work. And he's like, I'm just trying to get the band to like share some posts. Like all you got to do is hop on your phone and share a post. Like it takes a lot.
Wow,
to
I
even
can
get people
relate to
that.
this.
Well, no, but that's like not everyone is there though. Not everyone gets it. As in, there's a lot of people that have a more older mentality that they think they need to go put a flyer up on near a grocery store when you just need to be constantly posting now online. And once you're able to understand that, and those are the bands that are definitely doing stuff and being more successful these days, and at least in my eyes, is the bands that are constantly in everyone's face online. Like that's how people go out to the shows, is because like, man, I've been staring at these guys on my computer, on my phone for months. I'm finally gonna go check them out or whatever. So
yeah, like one example I remember recently is like Spirit Box, like all those YouTube videos that they had of Courtney just like fucking crushing it in the studio, and it worked. Like they got so huge off of. I mean, they were already kind of big, but I feel like that helped them a lot.
Big time. Yeah, so you gotta put yourself out there, and so that's why I think it's killer, like what you're doing on stream. Like, yeah, you're mostly pushing yourself, and it's like, hey, I'll come play music for you, but like it's gonna be great here later on this year when you got more of your tunes to put out, and you can people are gonna want to hear your band. I had my last band that I just left, we had one song out, and people were constantly bothering me to play it. They still bother me to play it. And so once you have that out, people are going to want it, they're going to crave it. So like that, that's something to definitely look forward to and have drive for, and I'm looking forward to it.
Definitely. I think too, like putting out some of the stuff that we put out has been good too for stream. And I know like I really like that like a lot of the community requests it, and we'll play the songs like that. I'll even play the ones that aren't released, like the demo mode, just to kind of like I guess it's like a plug essentially, like just to play it because just
Yeah.
to see like just to gauge reaction too, that's also gonna help. But I think it's the one thing that does kind of suck too is like I do know that the rest of the band it kind of feels like at times, should I maybe take away less time from streaming to work on just getting this shit done? Obviously, we still need to track some stuff too, but things could have been progressed further previously. And I definitely agree with that. I know that's not like they're not wrong in saying that, but the one thing I do like love about what the stream has done is get so many of my viewers like into our stuff. Like I feel like when we do drop it, it's going to have a bigger impact because of the stream and the audience that I've been able to get into our stuff. So I'm hoping, it's kind of like that scene in fucking Wayne's World. It's like, you know how this goes. They tell two friends and they tell two friends and so on and so on.
Dude, I agree with you 1,000,000% because I was doing the same thing with my last band. Like I was pushing my band online, and we had no traction other than what we had online. Like yeah, we had our local friends that like were interested in hearing our tunes, but honestly, the people that I was showing online on Twitch were way more interested than anyone locally. So I mean,
Yeah,
definitely you pushing the band on your stream is going to be definitely very impactful and very positive for the
100%.
whole band. Like,
And what's cool too is like, think of like what this community has been insane. Like dude, if I would have told my younger self in high school driving faster than the speed limit in a residential, doing California stops at the stop sign while blaring Atreyu, if I had my older self like sitting next to me saying like, yo, in like 10 years you're gonna be backstage hanging out with them eating pizza because you met Porter on Twitch, I it's just like it's crazy. It's fucking nuts. Like some of the musicians been able to meet and have the opportunity to engage interaction with that I never expected at all to ever meet. And so even gaining like some of those, like trying to get some of those networks, I mean, when it hopefully when it's out, can use that to our advantage. And like having Austin Dayaman, we haven't even mentioned that in the stream, like having Austin Dayaman from Bleed the Sky, Chimera, ex Devil Driver, like in our band, being the brother of our singer Cameron, it's just like so lucky to have somebody who knows what he's fucking doing on drums. But even cooler to see him go out of his element and play a genre he never tracked anything for. So it's just like a completely different vibe for him. And I mean, he's got his networks and all that stuff too. So he's definitely been one that's kind of been on. We got to get this shit out, and like it's been on my end that's just been like kind of fucking it up. But hopefully this is the year, man. Like COVID, dude. I remember 2020. We were like 2020 is the year, and then
dude, I think everyone had that same. Everyone
yeah.
felt that 2020 was their year.
Yeah,
I think
there was something about it,
I
man.
felt
It's
that
just
like January. I was like, I'm gonna take over the world.
yeah.
And then everyone got shit on. Like, oh, stay home.
Yep. Yeah.
So it changed everyone's shit for sure for a while. So you definitely can't kick yourself in the ass for the world being on pause.
It's true.
To
Yeah.
hold up your band. But I mean, I won't say I think. I know what you're doing with Twitch is definitely having a big impact on what you're going to be doing with your band in the near future and hopefully on the continued future. All the networking that you're doing is vital, very vital. So like I say keep at it, but definitely keep getting those songs going and done and out there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, I can't wait to get them out there because I think they're I don't know. There's songs that maybe, I guess, hopefully the lyrics are timeless, but man, there is some songs that, that was kind of the thing about Silverchord that happened was just like that group formed off of one of our friends passing away and taking their own life. And that was just like, I don't know, it's just really weird how that kind of came about. Me and Cameron were kind of already jamming on some stuff, and then that happened, and we had Cameron had specifically done music with our friend that had happened to, and he was in they were a hip hop duo of all things. I'm not gonna lie, if any of you guys are curious, my singer can spit bars. He'll act like he cannot, and he's the biggest fucking liar in the world. He can fucking ad lib off the top of his head like no one, dude. It's so stupid. He'll claim his old age or something stupid now, but every time you get him in some weird, just do it, dude, and he starts doing it, he'll just never shuts up. But dude, he used to be doing hip hop like way when we were younger, and they had some really, really good stuff. And yeah, he kind of never thought he'd do music again, and I kind of just forced him into just like, I kind of just sent him some shit of how I was feeling, and he was, we both felt like shit, obviously, and that we just, him and I mean, I hate to say it, like the other guys have, a valuable purpose in the band and what they're doing and everything, but him and I wrote all 13 of these songs like as a result of Ethan's passing, and this album is just something that we need to get out to try and prevent that shit from happening to anybody else, and that's our goal. And like, if people can latch onto these lyrics and it takes them off a ledge, I mean, that's as heavy as a subject as that sounds. And it's like, it's crazy because it's like back then we used to do so much metal where it's just like so aggressive and stuff, and it's like now all of our stuff's like very Alice in Chains, Incubus, Goo Goo Dolls, like 90s influence, but it's got like, it's, there's a lot of classic rock influence, as well as like we joke around that we're subtly metal because we do throw in some metal stuff every once in a while that's just not over the top, I guess. Very, very laid back, I guess. But
Well,
yeah, man, I just want to
makes
get it
sense.
out.
It's emotional music, and
Yeah.
emotions. It's everything. You're happy, you're sad, you're angry, you're indifferent. It has it all. So like, for what sounds like, what I wanted to ask, and for you to like tell people that are watching this, like what style would you call Silverchord? What would be the genres, that you would describe it
I'd
as?
say alternative hard rock. I mean, I guess occasionally you could probably just say alternative rock. Because there is like, I mean, dude, this album is very roller coastery. It's very like,
As a lot of alternative rock.
yeah, it's very like, like kind of slow, kind of then into a more aggression song, and for a couple songs, and then back down to where some heavy subject, and it kind of tones down, and then it's just all over the place. And I think everything's really, I think everything's really relatable. I think it's kind of hard not to fanboy over what Cameron's written lyrically, just because it's, I don't know, man. Like, it sounds stupid because nobody's really heard it, or maybe if you have, then you understand it on my stream. But if it connects to you in that way, then that's awesome. But like, to me, there are like very few vocalists in our music history that have like lyrics that just seem like they're on another level. Like Chester Bennington from Linkin Park, Lane Staley from Alice in Chains, Chris Cornell. Like there's a couple lyricists that just always are on like such a kind of different level with how they connect with their lyrics. And I swear to God, man, I never expected somebody to paint the picture of like the guitar chords that I felt into words that like became therapy to like my own self, which is just like, I don't know. I don't know how many people's bands do that to themselves, if it's just some weird thing that I feel because of the situation of where it stemmed from. But yeah, I don't know, man. Every time I'm listening to this, to like our stuff, if I'm just like listening to him, like, God damn it, dude, Cameron, what he's writing right there, this is the melody. I'm just like, how the fuck how am I this lucky to have this guy like in this group?
Dude,
Not to mention Austin doing ridiculous shit on the drums.
that's beautiful, man. That's, I mean, I would think that's what every band would aspire for out of any of their musicians in their band, you know, whether it's their vocalist or their drummer or whomever, you know, like to have
Yeah.
that feeling of just be in awe of like, wow, I am making art with this individual that has all this talent and this emotion that they can put into their art that has so much meaning that, you know, it impacts me so much. Hopefully it impacts others like it doesn't impact me. That's truly fucking beautiful, dude. I love it, dude. I love it.
Yeah.
That's what a
It's
band like
definitely
that should be doing, you know. If that's what it rose from, you know, that's it should have a more of an impact,
I
you
keep
know.
I
That's
keep
awesome.
fucking telling him like, dude, just move to Tennessee, dude. Just like get out of Cali, bro. Him and I just need to get back to like, dude. I mean, being in Cali, we used to always go down to the beach, Newport Beach, or Dana Point, or Costa Mesa, or something like that. Just always go around the bonfire and just fucking, let's just see what we fucking write. Or Joshua Tree, dude. I don't know if you've been ever out to Joshua Tree, man. We got a cabin out there, and God, dude, we've written some of the stuff we've written has come from there, and it's just like when you can kind of seclude yourself to like this barren place where there's no like you. Dude, the first time I went to Joshua Tree and was like, holy fuck, this is how many stars there are, because like you're so far away from all the light, the city lights and all that stuff. It's just like you kind of get into this weird perspective, and man, like just that was a perfect place to have like gone. And like it's cool to like have, I guess, best, what do they call it? I guess it'd be like a writing, like what's the word? Fucking Colton Crawford just used this word the other day on his stream. A writing retreat. That's what he used. That's the wording he used. But like to just get away and just like go on a writing session is exactly like what I want like to do. And I think that's like what this band like kind of would thrive off of too, is just like the way our writing styles are. It's like it's different. I feel like it's different with like metal music, where like metal music you can kind of get into the room and like someone just riffs a riff, and like you just start kind of jamming and feeding off that riff and then doing these variations of it and stuff like that. But it's like when you're kind of writing, like, so all of our songs started from acoustic. Every single piece was full acoustic. It actually was only acoustic with like clean lead guitar. Then we had Austin track drums, and we're like, yo, this needs like distortion. And like it morphed. So Austin's drumming morphed everything into our sound to like really give it more aggression. Like, yo, maybe this is like kind of go towards like a more like some of the relaxed songs on Black Album, or like maybe like 90s Metallica like kind of vibe on some stuff. And we kind of just started going with that route, and it kind of changed a lot of things. So that's also been a process, I guess, of why it's taken so long to get some things out, because the demos of all our stuff were like so much more stripped down, which is cool because like we can play our stuff very unplugged. But yeah, there's just something about like kind of jamming on acoustic that's just different than being in a room, with your guitar amp at full volume kind of thing.
1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. Yeah, so I mean, it was you and Cameron, you said, that wrote like all the music pretty much for this album.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we have so much stuff like waiting. We haven't touched. There's so much like extra material that we just like are like, we're not touching this until this shit's done. But yeah, and the other stuff has like everybody, like we got so much stuff from all the guys like that we're gonna be blending together and seeing what fits. And it's really weird how we write songs, man. It's like it's kind of weird because like I don't really remember writing songs like this when I was in high school in this format, but like we will just like piece random things together, and if they're like in the same scale, we'll kind of test them out, and then if it doesn't work, then we'll throw that out. Or literally some of the first songs we did, Cameron would just spell words. He'd be like, hey, play cafe. I'd play a C, then I'd play an F, or I'm sorry, I play a C and then an A and then an F and an E. And like we wrote like 6 songs that are like all spelling. They're like Def, Cafe G, D Gaff was another one. God, what was it? We were joking. We were like, dude, let's make our first EP called Spell Words Write Hits. Because we just kept fucking around with these random chord progressions that made no sense, and they did make sense. It's just the dumbest shit ever.
I mean, I'd put money on the fact that you guys probably weren't the only band to do that. Like that's pretty genius. Like it's pretty like why don't we just take Shark? Here we go.
Yeah.
Or okay, there's an A in there. We gotta play an A somewhere. Okay, what other words do we got? Yeah, no, that works.
Yep, that was fun, but yeah, we're just I don't know, we're fucking weird the way we write stuff sometimes.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, well let's break out of the band stuff a little bit. Let's talk a little bit about like gear and all that. So like, I'm gonna ask after what's some of your favorite gear, but I want to go along like where your gear, like where your guitars have like progressed, as in like you started with a Fender, you think you remember?
Yeah.
What was your like your net, like have you owned like a ton of guitars? Have you only owned like a handful of this and that?
Say a handful.
Just a handful, so you can name them all in like a list?
Yeah.
All right, so what was your second guitar then?
So my second guitar, so the fact that I played left-handed, right? I didn't really get a lot of options.
Yeah.
So my second guitar was just an Ibanez. It was just like the
RG?
Basic.
Ibanez.
Yeah, it was
RG?
it was like one of the RGs. Yeah, exactly. It's one of the basic, just basically in a Stratocaster body, just all black. That was my second guitar.
Not a bad guitar.
Yeah, I liked it actually. It had a tremolo on it, and it was good. I do think it had the 3 pickups though, which I hate the pickup in the middle.
Yeah.
My pick always gets. I think that one did have that. My second guitar, or I'm sorry, my third guitar was a BC Rich Warlock. So that's actually kind of the reason why I got that. Because it was kind of like nostalgic to me. I had an all black left-handed BC Rich Warlock with that one has a reverse headstock.
Is that a BC
really
Rich
like.
there? I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that one's a BC Rich Warlock right there.
It's shaped like a BC Rich.
Yeah. And I had like the pronged, the pronged like fucking headstock that they always have. It had that and everything. I had a coffin case for it because I was such a metal badass.
Oh
dude.
yeah, you gotta have the coffin.
So
case.
metal, bro. Fucking check out my black shirt. That's fucking my black jeans every day. Bro, I lived in a fucking Riverside County where it was hot as balls. Why was I wearing that?
Because
shit?
you had to look
Such
cool. You had to look the part.
So stupid.
Had to look
Smack
the part.
myself, dude.
You gotta look the part.
Go back in time and smack myself.
It's punk rock, dude. It's punk rock.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I had the BC Rich Warlock. I loved that guitar. That guitar had a Floyd Rose. That was my first like Floyd Rose. I put EMG pickups into that. I remember, I was like obsessed with James Hetfield. It was like EMG 81, 85s. Had to have like whatever Hetfield had, pretty much thing. If I could have had like a left-handed Explorer, oh my God, you better believe I would have had an Explorer.
Yes. Yes.
That was what I wanted so bad, dude. I idolized that guitar my entire like childhood. Still do. If I still could get a left-handed Explorer, I would.
Have you ever looked for one?
I have to customize it. I have to custom make it. Yeah. And I've just never, I don't know. It's a very rhythm guitar though. I know that I know they're heavy, and it's like if I'm going to be playing, I think they're only 22 fret guitars actually. I don't even think they make maybe they make Explorers at 24s now, but yeah, I and then I played with that. I had those 3 guitars for the longest time. I did have a 12-string acoustic actually at one point. I kind of wish I still had that.
Those are fun.
Yeah, those are pretty cool. And then I traded like a bunch of gear in actually to get my Schecter Hellraiser, which is the red one that I'm always always rocking. That was like my first. That's probably that's my oldest guitar that I still have. Everything else is gone. But that's my first Schecter. I got that in like 2009. So I've had that one for quite a bit. I had like a crate, I had a crate full stack back in the day. So stupid. Oh my God, dude.
Ew.
Bro, we could.
Ew.
So before 2009 in high school, I had that. So, dude, but this is all that we could afford, man. My mom was the one buying all my gear.
Yeah.
So it's just like, I wasn't gonna get like a PV and like a fucking tube, amp, because that would have been just so much more. I mean, my mom was, she was a single mom. Fucking, I can't believe she even got the gear that dude, my mom supported me so much in high school. Like, if it wasn't for her, I would have never been able to play the shows and have the gear that I had to be able to play shows. But the silly thing about that is, like, we initially, both me and my guitarist, had the same amps, and we both had the crate half stacks, and our dumbasses were like, let's get the full stacks for no reason, just for stage awesomeness. So we got the full stacks, dude, and we made, like, our shows were sick because we both had full stacks.
Yeah, but they were crates.
You know what? We were like 14. No one cared back then, dude.
Oh man, that's hilarious.
They were so bad sounding though.
Oh,
so much treble, no bass at all, dude. It's just like, but yeah. But yeah, I actually traded in that crate half stack or full stack for the, like, part of it for the Schecter. And honestly though, I don't know, man. I've never really had major amps after that. I have a Fender Deluxe, which is not, it's not a metal amp or anything. It's more for like the Silverchord kind of style.
it's a great amp,
and then I have a Fishman acoustic amp, which is actually really good too. I really like that. I would love, obviously, the dream is to still get a PV and a 5150 head. I would definitely. But I just, like, everything is so VST nowadays. Like, I'm direct in on my sound on stream. All my tone is coming from that. I do have like my full pedal board, which has a fuck ton of stuff on it, but I can only really use half of it because just the way the effects chain works. Because I'm getting all mathy with it, but because I'm going into the computer, I can't use certain effects on distortion because it creates all this feedback and shit like that. But
I don't even understand how guitar players have their setups now. Like guys like Justin McKenney and Scott Carstairs, I've seen them live recently, and like looking at like their box that they have of all their, like,
all on the Quad Cortex, right?
Yeah, like
that Quad Cortex is fucking fire.
I don't even understand.
Kind of want to look into that more, to be honest.
Like Justin, he didn't even have like a cab at all. It's just literally just the box that has all his stuff in it. I'm like, what's all that stuff?
Yeah.
Like, that's badass, but I mean, my problem with that is then you're completely reliant on your house sound. Like, say you go to a shitty venue that has a shitty PA, you're gonna sound like shit. So I mean, that's the downfall in my eyes to that. And then you need solid monitors, unless you got a monitor for your drummer or whoever the fuck, or if you're all in ears. It's so psycho how people have set up now.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing too. Now is like everything's all in-ear based. It seems like and
how
yeah,
do you guys roll, or how are you guys going to be rolling? In ears or non in ears?
I assume we're going to be rolling in ears because now that Austin specifically, I mean, he's been there, obviously he's been in ears for the past decade plus. So
okay, so backing tracks then, or click track, or just for monitoring.
I've actually never asked him if it's just click in his, or if he's hearing something else in there also.
So you guys don't. I mean, I know he's backing tracks.
I don't know, how does that. See, I actually don't know. So I assume he's actually probably just rolling with a click and probably the synths, I think is what he said.
For live.
So then he's hearing So then he's hearing his bandmates in his monitors as well, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's fun. I can say this now because he's not in Devil Driver anymore. But and I think the other bassist isn't either. But he would always tell me, he's like, I have the bassist fucking way low because he always fucks notes up. Dude, he told me that I was rolling so hard. I was like, damn,
Oh,
it's just brutal.
hey, that's the nice thing about in-ear monitors that you can have your own mix. Like,
Yeah, that's pretty fucking awesome.
yeah. So
That's gotta be really weird to sing with, because you know how like when you have headphones in, like you just kind of hear yourself differently.
well, what I notice you see it all the time where when a singer has in-ears in, they go back and forth from
Well,
taking
they'll
one
take
ear
one
out
out.
and
Yeah,
then
that's true.
they're constantly fucking with one ear
Yeah,
so
that's
then they
true.
can like constantly like how's it sound, like I think that's exactly what's going on every time is
Yeah,
that they're messing with they're trying to check their sound, self monitor.
yeah, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that.
So I've asked you a bunch, and I still have.
Sorry, I've been talking a lot. I
No, dude,
apologize.
that's what we want. That's what I want. That's what this is about. I wanted to get to know you more. I wanted people to get to know you more. From your background to what you've done and what you like and all that. So I think we're doing a good job of getting to know Destro.
Yeah.
Now, so we were talking about guitars a little bit, like what guitars you. So let's see. I think we got up to what, the fourth guitar. I think you had that. The Schecter is
Oh yeah,
your
yeah,
oldest guitar. What other
yeah.
guitars do you have now?
So I get that Schecter, right, and Beyond the Ashes happens. We record that demo. We play one show and nothing. And I pretty much don't really play guitar. Like honestly, after that, a year later, my daughter, or 2 years later, 2 years later, my daughter was born. I want to say I honestly put the guitar down for probably 2 to 3 years.
Oh
And like
wow.
even when I picked it back up, I don't even like I really didn't do anything with it.
Were
Like
you pretty
so
rusty, or was it pretty natural to come
no.
back?
Yeah, it was pretty natural to come back. So it's God, I actually kind of took like quite a bit of time off. So yeah, Beyond the Ashes just kind of fell apart. That just kind of was the end of that. And I mean, I could have probably pursued trying to get into some other band, but just I don't know, man. I just wanted to play with my buds, and like the fact that I couldn't, like, I was just like, I don't want to play with anybody else. And and then life got, my daughter being born, that got serious pretty quick. Life kind of just hit me. I was 20. I was just turning 22. So, it's just like super young, and I was the first of all my friends to have a kid as well too. So it's just like that was another like thing that was just different. I was still wanting to like trying to not go out and party, kind of. You're trying to get out of that like phase. Um, but yeah, I mean, like I kind of I still listen to music. I went to school for music production during that time actually. I went to Full Sail University online, and I did 3 years of online schooling for music production. I learned Pro Tools and Logic on that. I never been an Apple guy, so I really didn't stick with it, any of the Apple stuff after that. So I mean, like all the stuff that we're using, I use Pro Tools. So like I love using Pro Tools for like live music, and when it comes to like electronic music, I try to force myself to use Ableton because I know it is more beneficial than FL Studio, but I love FL Studio. It's just like super easy for me. I don't know why.
FL Studio, that's Fruity Loops, right?
Fruity Loops,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, dude, I remember Fruity Loops like way back in the day. It's just like, yeah, when that program came out, man, I remember me and my friends made some weird ass shit on.
I think a lot of people did.
Yeah. But yeah, dude, I don't know, like 2010 kind of hit, and I was going to school for music production. I was still listening to metal, but at the same time, metal wasn't kind of like in the same spot as it was to like years prior. I really, really got in this EDM like dubstep phase, like hardcore. Like, I mean, I was like, I was going to like dubstep concerts. I've seen Zomboy a couple times. I've seen Knife Party. I've seen Nero. Like, I love like, I know everyone knows Skrillex. and they like, oh yeah, Skrillex. There's so many more technical dubstep artists than Skrillex, and to me, if you found some of those like early Zomboy and like Seven Lions and some like Dodge and Fusky stuff, like it's very metal written. I don't know how to describe it. Like it's like the metal of electronic music is how I found it. So to me, it was like my metal for a couple years because nothing was really doing it. And I remember Asking Alexandria came out, and when that like blend of like that like intense breakdown with like synth stuff kind of like, you know, like synth stuff's been in like, you know, there's been plenty of metal bands that have synth like players in their band, but like they took like an EDM aspect of it with the way they kind of threw it in there, and they kind of helped get my love back into metal, even though that's not really in my style of metal, Asking Alexandria stuff. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of got into it from there, and like from Asking Alexandria, I got into Era, and Era is like, I mean, Era's huge now, and like I'm an super old school Era fan. Like I and that kind of got my love back into metal, was kind of getting into some of those things. I was commuting for work a lot, and during this time when I kind of took guitar off and was in this, you know, electronic vibe, I was a land surveyor as well, doing construction for fucking 8 to 10 years. Maybe not 10 years, like 8 years. Fuck, it was a long time. But yeah, so I was commuting for a good chunk of that, where I was like on the road 3+ hours a day. And like I think when I was doing the commuting is really when I started to get into a production type mind. And I think going to school for music production really helped with that, because I started to kind of see things from like a different perspective, I guess, so to say, where you're not really listening to it to like, oh fuck, this guitar riff is so sick, but like what is the cymbal doing like in this spot here, or like where is there like a little hammer on that the bass is doing in the background, or is there like a different inflection in the voice like this time around on the chorus, like all these little things that like I don't know how many people really listen to. I really started finding myself like honing in on, like with a kid with a fucking magnifying glass on amps or something. Like it was just stupid. Like I would put the same, and I'm still that way. Like I will put the same album on loop until I kind of feel like I figured out all its secrets, kind of thing. I don't know how else to put it. It's just like I just have this weird thing where I do that, where if an album hits me that way, I'm just like, I want to know every little thing that's I didn't catch the first time, the second time, fuck, even the 100th time through. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, that dude, I didn't know that you were into that style of music. So that leads me to my next question, like what all styles of music are you into, and what really influences you, you know, with musically, you know?
Yeah, God, dude, I'm really, I'd say I'm pretty much into everything except like country and like new, what they call rap, I guess. Like I love like 90s hip hop, and I love like I love like old school, like I guess what they call, I guess it'd be outlaw country, right? You know, like Johnny Cash, stuff like that. Like that stuff's really good. But
You're pretty wide
dude,
open.
pretty wide open, man. Like I there's been times where I remember I didn't have anything on my mind that I wanted to listen to. I put on the World of Warcraft fucking game score soundtrack, or Batman Begins. Like listen to Hans Zimmerman, just fucking soundtracks, just score music. Like I love like all of that stuff, and like same with, I think, I know trance music gets like memed on a lot, and yeah, a lot of it is just like same fucking thing happening all the time. But there are a couple, you know, like Armin van Buuren and Tiesto, like there's like the cream of the crop of these like genres that know how to kind of change it up and do different things that is not just like the typical. And I think like I don't know, I don't I would, you know, like you said like earlier, like I don't really explore a lot of new music now. I think maybe when I was younger I was kind of more into that, exploring around kind of, you know, it just that was easy to do, I guess. Maybe Pandora helped. Like I will say Pandora nobody has ever still matched Pandora's algorithm. Nothing. I don't care what radio station you listen to or anything. Old school Pandora algorithm was always on fire. I got into so many bands. I found out about Angel Vivaldi through that. I found out about like Diecast, like so many. I found out all sorts of stuff. But yeah, man, I love it all, man. There's a lot of things that I'm like also at the same time I'm like, what is this utter garbage? But I would say like I pretty much give all genres a chance because I know that every genre is capable of bringing something to the table. Like we just did this 90s stream a couple weeks ago, and I think agreed. I still think to this day, like I don't think there's been a better decade of music than 90s, because when you really think about how many different genres had chart topping things, not just like one or two genres dominating, it was like new genres were even coming out in the 90s. And I think to have grown up though at my age in the 90s, I feel so blessed. I love to have grown up in like the 80s as well, and like there's so many good things about so many different genres. But man, I just think like the 90s, like just so good. There's so many good things.
Great argument there. Great, 90s definitely has some of the greatest songs that we've heard, like it's got a lot. What year were you born?
88.
88. Okay.
Yep.
That's right. Hence
88 in the yeah.
I should have picked up on that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you're 2 years older than me. I was born in 90. Oh.
Man, I don't say that. I feel old.
Nah. We're not that old. We're still young. So I mean, if you're around 35, you started playing at around 12, right? Around that time, you've been playing.
Yeah, it was about
how
about 20 years. About 2021, I think it's been now. Yeah, this year will be 21.
And so, okay, let's get into a little bit of this. So you've played guitar mostly your whole life. Yeah, I'm sure you play a little bit of bass too, because it's basically the same thing, right? Have you ever owned a bass? Do you own a bass now?
I do.
Yeah, you
actually.
do own a bass. That's right.
Yeah, the funny thing about that is though, is I never had before. Honestly, I had never.
What kind of bass is it?
Oh, it's just like.
Is it an LTD or?
It's nothing special. It's like a Rogue. I think Rogue is like the model below Squire.
Yeah. I mean, Fender.
It's something super cheap.
I had a Fender bass back in the day.
It sounds pretty good, to be honest.
Fender makes great bass. I mean, great
100%.
guitars too. But I mean, their basses. That's the next bass I'm going to buy.
Oh, the jazz basses are fucking great. They are one of the best for tracking.
I'm gonna get a Fender bass.
And this is like another conversation too, that like I got to the point where I was like even trying to like with production and stuff, you kind of like read about what instruments work for certain genres, and like ideally like we're not tracking with a jazz bass or a P bass on this fucking Silverchord stuff, but eventually it'd be nice too, because that tone on those basses would like fit so well for our stuff.
Mm-hmm. Totally. So so what is your favorite brand guitar then? What's your favorite brand?
I gotta say Schecter, I guess, since that's what I have the most of. I have two other Schecters other than the Hellraiser. I have a Silver Mountain, which I've had for about 3 years now, and then I have a 7-string. I have a Keith Murrow. I don't know, man. It's like I really like the Schecters, but at the same time, having one that was built from 2009 versus like how they're built now, I kind of miss the way that, I don't know what, changed in any type of production process, but I do like my Hellraiser is my beauty. Like that's my number one guitar. Out of all my guitars, if I have to like sacrifice them all and keep one, I'm still keeping that Hellraiser. It's so good. It's been a solid. I've never replaced anything in that guitar. And like I've had the Silver Mountain for a couple of years, and like it's starting to get some of the pieces starting to, I don't know. I don't feel like I sweat much, but I guess some of the pieces are getting more corroded from my like palm than like anything I've seen before, which kind of bugs me. But I haven't had
Wear
the
and tear.
luxury to really try much else though. Like it's kind of like I go into, you go into a shop. If you're left-handed, dude, you're playing a Fender or a Ibanez. That's pretty much it. Maybe a Yamaha acoustic, maybe.
Yeah.
So it's like I really want to try a Kiesel, but that's the problem. Is like I can't try a Kiesel. I have to.
You're gonna have to hook up with our friend Sciomancy. Our friend Sciomancy has at least one, if not a couple, and he's a left-handed player.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So Siamancy, were those custom made? So I assume he custom ordered those.
I don't. Yeah, I don't
I
know.
like I don't imagine I'd be disappointed, but it's just like I'm just like I'm so scared to like make that commitment that much on like a guitar that I've never tried.
Yeah, I
But
mean, I understand.
yeah, I see all these comments here.
That's right. Max plays Kiesel. Yeah. Hey, quick pause of big shout out to everyone who's here. I see Matt in the stream, Sciomancy, Max,
What's up,
Ian's
y'all?
been it. Dude, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys. Big Vapor Live's here. Dude, all the homies are here.
Much love, y'all. Thanks for
Dude,
hanging out.
yeah, seriously. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Oh, we got to talk about how many. I've seen Matt a bunch of times live, man. I've seen Matt play with Gary Hoey probably at least three times.
Really?
Oh
Man.
yeah, dude.
Dude.
I'd fucking every Gary Hoey, the ho ho hoey, the Christmas fucking the Christmas shows. So here's another reason why I got really into guitar too. It's funny because you just kind of go down tangents, then you kind of remember other things. There's always like so many influences, but you know, Yngwie Malmsteen, Joe Satriani, Steve Vai are all absolutely amazing guitarists. But for some reason, dude, my dad would always play so much Gary Hoey. I don't know if you know, like Endless Summer 2. He did the soundtrack to that. And he's always had these amazing Christmas albums that have been around since like 94. And it was just like always this like family thing where like I remember every holiday that coming on when we like decorate the house. And like it's become this tradition now. And like I the first time I saw Gary Hoey, I think I was maybe 9 or 10 at the Coach House. It was like a long, long, long time ago. I've seen him like 4 or 5 times. Um, and but yeah, dude, and so at that show we were like super close. So that was like my first experience of seeing like a guitarist close. And that kind of was like one of those like moments where you're like, I want to do this. Like, and always watching like videos of Metallica, like James Hetfield, like, oh, he always had like the badass pose, bro. Like, had had the one leg bent and then the other leg's like straight, and it's just like he's holding that Explorer. It's like that guy is the fucking most badass guy on the planet. He can say yeah all day he wants. I don't even care. My 10-year-old ass is like, this guy rules.
Dude, I fully agree with that. I was being a drummer. Dude, okay, so I loved Metallica, but I fully I liked Lars, but I think James was way more of an influence on me than Lars. Like James was just a badass, and I had the same sentiments, but I think I also had a little bit more of a like love for James and all that, just because he kind of looks like my dad. There's something about him and my dad look alike, so I'm like, dude, yeah,
dude,
that's my dad up there being a badass. That's how I felt when I was younger, and my
the
dad
older
loved
he's getting,
Metallica.
the older he's getting, he looks just like my grandpa in the face, dude. It's
Oh,
crazy.
that's funny.
It's crazy.
That's funny.
But all the shit Lars gets for his playing and stuff, and like recently on some of the newer stuff, the new singles they've had out, I've been kind of unfortunately getting on that bandwagon. He is a fucking great showman.
Oh,
He's an
dude.
excellent showman.
Yeah. No, Lars is one of the like as much shit as people can talk on Lars, like they can't, because he's still one of the, he's I don't think we can throw him in the GOAT category, but like we gotta
Yeah,
throw him in a category of like he has to have high respect, even though how much you gotta hate him for either
the
what he
Napster.
what yeah any of the stuff off the kit to what he does on the kit. You got to at least respect the guy for what he's at least done with Metallica and for Metallica and all that. You know, it's just it is what it is. It's one of those things.
Yeah.
But I digress. But we like Metallica. Okay, so we've touched on that. We touched on music styles that you like and dislike. We've touched a little bit on gear. Um and how long you've been playing. Okay, I got something here. What keeps you motivated as a musician?
Cool.
What like what what is it right now? Like obviously
It's a good question.
when you were younger, you definitely were influenced by a lot of things, by things you saw on TV, to the music that your parents introduced you to, and then you ended up joining a band, and then you were doing
Hmm.
it yourself. You knew, through that there was always the obvious like what kept you influenced. Now, as a streamer and trying to get your music out there, what now at this point in time keeps you motivated as a musician?
So I feel like it's a completely different game now. Um, I guess that's a That's a good question because I feel like the motivation changes based on what it is. Like now, it's like there's different motivation. Like I feel now that's like involved with streaming, than there even is with like music, with Silverchord. I mean, and yeah, I think unfortunately, like yeah, the move has kind of been rough in regards of the motivation for like Silverchord the past like year or so. And that's like why I say unfortunately, like last year we didn't do anything, didn't put anything out. We have stuff that's like I easily could get done, and it's just like there's just all these other things that are just I'm just letting take priority over, and that, like that's my fault. I got to get my priorities set on that to get that out. Um, but I mean, I guess the motivation, I kind of try and coincide it with like I do try to play as much of like Silvercord stuff on stream as I can to help with like gauging the reaction off of it, to be like getting motivated off of that. And like when I don't really listen to our stuff like on the side that much, and really I should be listening to it more, because when I get back into it, I get into like this zone where I'm like, all right, we gotta get this and this and this, and like correct anything that needs to happen in the mix and whatnot. And I don't know. I guess the stream does kind of get in the way to where I am kind of like also always motivated to, like add more songs. I'm always motivated to add more songs, but I'm also OCD to where like I hate playing songs like just trashy, and like I hate when I forget a song. Like if we have a song that hasn't been requested in a long time, I hate that like it's something I have to look back up and or kind of just half at. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm always motivated to learn more songs, and hoping that I can get my viewers into maybe bands they haven't heard. But I think also just motivated to get more people into the channel for when like the Silvercord stuff does release, because I don't know. Yeah,
So
just kind
here,
of
I want to counter something. Would you say let's put a scenario. Let's say you weren't streaming. Let's say there was no either there was no Twitch or you just weren't streaming at all.
yeah.
What would you still be like playing music all the time? You know what I mean?
I don't think so. I honestly
So
don't think so.
and
And
that
like
so
and not
that's
only
the
that,
argument I was gonna say is like I would think yeah, you may think that the stream might be getting in the way, but in all reality, I think the stream is what is keeping you motivated as a musician because you are still playing.
yeah.
That's like I'm in that boat. Like right now, I'm not in any active bands or anything. I'm not doing. And so like the stream of playing music live on the internet is keeping me motivated as a musician. And so I would think the
Mhm.
same as you, is that, you know, like, it is a big factor of what's keeping you motivated as a musician. So let's take let's take stream out of it. Let's take streaming out of it.
Mhm.
What is keeping you motivated as a guitar player and as a musician outside of that? Outside of a, yeah, like, I mean, you can include the band, you can exclude the
Yeah.
band, but outside of stream, what keeps you
So
motivated that way?
I would say, and so it's like it's kind of like you say to that point. The stream keeps it going, and I definitely think that's definitely what's going on there too. Um, but I do say like there are several streams where I will say that I appreciate every one of the people that show up to my stream because it if I wasn't doing that, I would not. I really do believe I would not be playing guitar outside of the stream. I rarely do. Like, and that's why like sometimes like I wish I could add a fuck ton of songs a week. Like I really do. Like I hate that. Like I love like that's the one thing I will say. Like I love Rocksmith streamers because that they can play whatever. You can put a song in and it's most likely there. And I hate when like there's something sick that someone drops. There's like this request. I'm like, oh, that's a fucking good song. I don't know it though, and I have to shut it down. But I think if I wasn't streaming, I definitely think there would be more of a focus on Silverchord, and maybe it would have been done sooner. But I think also the thing I got to think about too is like, it's just weird, right? Like I'm so proud, and I know we're always so proud of what we put out when we put out an EP or a single, just even a single or an album, whatever it may be. But I feel like there's something different about what this is compared to what I've done in the past, and kind of even what other genres are doing right now. That I I just don't want it to kind of be like you know how like we could have put this out like 2 years ago on Spotify, and I could not have this Twitch, and no one would know about it. Like it just it just get kind of like shoved under the rug, and I think maybe that's kind of a part of why maybe I'm holding on to it, is I'm hoping to just like meet like the right connections that where when this drops, it doesn't go unnoticed, because I do feel like the lyrical content, like I said, like to me, it's been therapy. And if it's therapy to me, like I just can only imagine what it could do to people listening to it. And like if it can change somebody's life, just one fucking song, and I mean, that's all I could ask for, honestly. Because I mean, it's literally started from us losing one of our best friends, and I just don't ever want to experience that again, or have anybody else like have to experience that.
For sure, man. No, man, it will get out there no matter what, for sure. I like That's why you got to keep pushing to get it out there, get it going, and it will.
Yeah.
I know people are stoked. I'm stoked. Like, it's going to be cool. Like, this year, right? You just got to say big things coming.
Yeah.
That's all you got to say. Big
I'm
things
just gonna
coming
put
this
that in
year.
every tag everything we post then.
Big things coming. And people will believe it. People will believe it. Okay, so along like the band lines and stuff, what have you ever done like a have you ever been on like a tour? Have you been on tour with anyone
No,
before? Never been on tour?
no,
Same.
nope. Never been on that luxury,
Okay, so
unfortunately.
what big shows? What are the biggest shows that you've ever done? Like, what are the like
It would have
some?
been that Dragon Force one.
Well, what is there any other show? Have you opened up for any other like big name acts before?
No, God, what was like the biggest show we did other than what would have been the Dragon Force one? I mean, we had played at the Whiskey a couple times, but it wasn't for
With like
like
local
anyone
bands?
major. Yeah, it was just like local shows. But I mean, this would still sell out. I don't remember how many the Whiskey holds actually. It's like maybe a couple hundred. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't even know.
Yeah, I've heard about the whiskey like for a long time, and then I saw it recently on Goat versus Fish's stream. He was streaming the
Okay.
show, and yeah, it had
It's
such a look.
tiny, dude.
It reminded me of local shows here in my town.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, this is a
It's
local
just
show
super
for me.
iconic. It's just like,
Yeah.
it's right on a corner spot, and you can totally tell when you walk in, you're like, this is a weird, like, corner room. Like, the stage is in the corner. And I mean, maybe it holds like 400 to 500, but because it does have like a second story and everything,
Yeah,
but
yeah. I've seen that
I don't,
second story.
yeah, but, yeah, I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, no, we just never really, that was like our start, like kind of into like what, sorry, what we were hoping was going to be like more bigger shows like that. But that just didn't come into fruition, unfortunately. But we used to play this place called Hoagie Bar Michael's in Newport Beach all the time. It was by John Wayne Airport, and that place held like 400, maybe three to 400 people. And I know first couple times we played there, it was like almost sold out. And man, that place was. It was always a pain in the ass to play there sometimes because they were just like weird with some shit, but it was always really fun. That was kind of like our like, I guess you'd say, like every band has like their local kind of like venue that they're like the most. That's like where they play the most. Like that was our place, and I remember one of the last times we played there. They always tried to cut our set, dude, all the time. And they tried to cut our set, and we were supposed to have like 20 more minutes, bro, something ridiculous. And we're like, what? They're like, well, the other band went over, blah blah blah. We're like, fuck that shit. So like, can we play one? They were like gonna cut us right then and there, like no more. Like, can we just play one more? It's just a short one, just one short song. And they're like, okay, one short one. And we played Eister's Dante's Inferno, which is a 16-minute and 32-second song. We had been rehearsing it for a while, so we were like, yo, let's just fucking play. This is a big fuck you. Dude, they let it play the whole time. They didn't cut it off. It was it was so good.
Guys, we only got one more song. All right, you guys ready? You guys know what song we're playing. Oh, we know what song we're playing. Man. That 16-minute song.
Dude, we used to have CD recordings of these because you could always pay the mixer like $10 to record the live set.
Yeah.
I have no idea where. I don't know if one of the other guys ended up having them or what, man. They just vanished. I wish I had them, dude. But we had that one recorded, and like the whole thing is on the recording. You can hear the singer arguing with like the like bouncer guy or whatever the fuck. And so we probably rushed it to like 15 minutes. But God, dude, that was one of the last times we played there.
That's incredible. That's great. I absolutely love it. I love it. Oh my god. Okay, so now I got a few questions here. Let me see which one.
Shoot.
Okay, so how did you get into streaming on Twitch?
Oh, that's a good question too.
Is that where you started in streaming? Is Twitch?
Yes. Yeah, I didn't even know. I didn't even really know. Like, so I found out more about Twitch before I actually kind of picked up the guitar again. I remember finding out about, so actually next month is going to be our 3-year anniversary. So 2020 is when we got started. So right at COVID is like when I started. I tried to get started a whole year like before that, actually. I have an audio interface, so my audio kind of runs like slightly different than like say a USB, like just a basic audio interface. So the way that I have to, because I'm not using a DAW when I'm not loading up Pro Tools or like Reaper or anything like that when I'm like streaming guitar. And I guess I could probably use Reaper and make things easier, and I just never did. I'm just a Pro Tools guy. I'm not trying to learn another DAW, to be honest. But it took me like a year to figure out how to get the Audio to work. The audio, it's just, for those of you who don't know, it's just a different like scale of audio. It's ASIO, and it just like works on a different degree, I guess. I guess is the best way to say it. And when I'm using my guitar program, I couldn't use OBS at the same time. It would like click and pop. And it was because like OBS needs to use like its own audio card, and then like my guitar program needs to use its own audio card. Well, they were both using like the same interface, so it caused like the pops because they're both fighting each other essentially. So I had to get a second audio card. So I have the Go XLR as well, and they both feed into each other. So I'm using 2 audio cards in my entire setup, and like it took me like a year to figure out that I needed a second audio card to make it work. I guess I could have figured out some other solution, but I wasn't like trying to get rid of my interface, like, and buy a different interface and use 2 and have to switch cables whenever I wanted to stream. Like I'm a very set it and forget it type of person. Like if I like when I open up stream on my stream deck, I have one button. It launches like 12 fucking programs at once, moves them all where it needs to be, and moves audio stuff all in its own, and I just fucking walk away and I'm like ready to go. So, do you need me to help you with that? Do you want something like that?
Yeah, damn.
Do you have you have a stream deck, right?
Yeah, I haven't set it up yet. I just got to set it up.
Okay. Yeah, dude, let me know. I'll help you out with that.
Yeah.
I just have a stream launch button, and it just fucking
That's
just
awesome.
It's so easy. It's so nice. But cool. Yeah, so it took me a while to really get going on streaming.
Were you watching Twitch for a while beforehand?
I was, and I was initially, when I first discovered it, was watching gaming actually. And I remember, it's funny, some of me and like my high school gaming buddies, we were just like, bro, if this shit was around when we were in high school, we'd be these guys that have all these viewers making all this money like playing. Because back when I was hardcore gamer, yeah, it would be like I was in World of Warcraft, Wrath of the Lich King. I was fucking server first on a 10-man Ulduar hard mode. If anybody knows anything about that shit, then that was not an easy fucking achievement. Used to have to take that. Yeah, nerd, exactly. 300 wipes on fucking Mimron. No, thank you. But anyways, it's just funny because it's like if we would have streamed that then and did what all these people do, it's like we could have had an edge on it. But then afterwards we had kids, and I'm not playing. I barely play any games now. I never have time for video games, which sucks because I'm such a gamer nerd. I could if I was paid to play video games, they would consume my life over music. I hate to say.
I thinking about it, you don't do any gaming streams, really, do you?
I don't, and
you ever?
No, we did. I know.
Right?
I have, and it was mainly kind of because I injured myself or something, and like I couldn't play guitar. But I don't know. It's just like it's hard to grow the channel like sometimes on Twitch, and I feel like the biggest your biggest uphill battle is consistency. And I think when you kind of dive into changing up the rhythm of things, as rewarding as maybe it could be, most of the time when I've tried it, it's just it's not really the same. And I get it. Like I think with my stream, it's you're kind of there for the energy, I guess. And like when I'm gaming, I'm just chatting way too much, like right now, and just doing some weird nerd thing that maybe you have no idea about. And I don't know how to really make somebody interested in maybe a game that they're not interested in. So I feel like music's a little different because you can connect in different ways, where like if you hear a song and maybe you've never heard before, I mean, you can definitely do this with games, obviously, but I just feel like it's harder, especially if you're used to watching that person do music.
Yeah,
I don't know. I honestly, I'd love to do more music stream or game streams. Like that would be fun. But I just, I don't know. I don't know why I'm trying to chase like the partner thing, because it's like there's not even a revenue difference. I mean, you get more emotes. I guess that's really the goal I'm trying to get, is to get more emote slots. But I don't know. I feel like that partner climb is like a struggle in its own, though. So
Oh, I understand. I understand. Like, I'm not really pushing for it,
yeah, I'm
myself.
not really either. I'm just really more worried about. I just want to keep the community growing, and I just want to keep like people interested, and sometimes I worry we play the same songs like too much, but at the same time, like then my viewers request those same songs, so I'm just like, I mean they're on the list, and um yeah, Stalin, I actually have okay, so there's a possibility there might be an emote revamp coming up, and Stalin is already hinting towards what that may be.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, remember I sent you this in Discord?
Oh, yes, yes. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
looking to get more similar to that with different like reactions.
Yeah. Well, no, I think that's good. I think it's good to want to push yourself and to want more, Especially with streaming and music and all those things. Definitely. 1,000,000%. Um
Yeah.
so what before we get back into some music things real quick, are there, I know there's at least one partnership you have. What
Yeah.
sponsors or partnerships do you currently have with yourself and or the band? And also, further, like, does Austin, like, what members have associations with things like, are there partnerships that the band members have, things like that?
Yeah. So yeah, Austin's got a lot of partnerships. Fuck, he's all over the place. I used to remember all of them too, because I made his like logos when he was streaming. He was actually streaming like God, it's been like a year and a half now, I guess, but
Mm-hmm.
he was streaming a while back, and he got a new job, and that's kind of just taking the forefront of things. That's actually also his job, is why he left Devil Driver too. But no one else has gotten any partnerships, any gear stuff like that. We're all we all bow down to Austin in the band. Like the fact that we kiss his feet, the fact that he's like even looking our way, like it's like I mean, it's his brother, so it's like it makes sense. But at the same time, it's like, what?
It's all a
Like
bunch of blue
how?
collar dudes hanging out with a
Yeah,
guy that
yeah,
has a reputation and some
yeah. It's just
partnerships.
played Ozfest, It's
Yeah.
fucking no big deal. Yeah, so it's fucking awesome having him in the group and being a part of it and wanting to be involved in it. And we got our partnership with One Shot Energy for the stream. That's it, unfortunately, right now. I am working on seeing if my work will actually partner us. Me and my wife work for a company called OC Celebrity Marketing, that we work with like all sorts of signed celebrity memorabilia and get a bunch of cool shit that's like signed by all sorts of people. Yeah,
Stuff
you
like
got, yeah,
this.
exactly.
Stuff
Yes,
like that.
exactly. That is, I have one too. I had to get myself one too, dude. It was like,
So
you kidding
awesome.
me? So sick. But yeah, we just gave away a Val Kilmer signed Batman Forever Pop on the 90s stream.
Yeah, I was
And we
there
got
for it.
a
That's awesome.
Yeah, we got a Star Wars stream coming up too. We got Tamira Morrison from Book of Boba Fett. He plays Boba Fett. It's gonna be, we'll get something from him, and I'm trying to see what else we can get. I don't want to promise any other ones because they have some things are harder to, like there's no way I'd be able to give away anything Johnny Depp. Like they get stuff from Johnny Depp too, and it's like that stuff sells for like so much that it's like there's no way I'd be able to get that lucky to give the Val. I was surprised I was able to get the Val Kilmer. I thought that was super badass, to be honest. I
That's
was like,
pretty
what?
big. That's pretty
Yeah.
big.
Yeah, yeah, he's been in so many. Tombstone, Top
Yeah.
Gun. I mean, come on,
Yeah.
that's super cool.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I hope it becomes like a normal thing. Like I think it's cool to have incentives, and like we just had finally gotten merch going at like the start of the year or the end of last year, like in December, and that was like the biggest like mountain to kind of climb too, because my OCD is like also the death of me at times, where I'm like I'm so picky about concepts and certain things sometimes, and I just couldn't come up with like the right ideas I wanted for merch. And so it kind of just took me a while, and kind of stepped back, and there was so many Twitch artists that I had just met, and I guess I took some time to kind of like really see all their work and see what I liked, and came across a couple that I thought worked really well for what I wanted to do. Got Eric Webb, who did the Godzilla guitar design, who I found through Colton. He did some artwork, some crawdad playing a banjo artwork for Colton, which was super cool. And I was like, dude, this guy, it's just like, I don't know, his art is a little different. So I just really like the style. And I don't know if you guys know Countess Hungara from, Friends with Ebron. She's a great artist as well. She's always drawing like night elves and orcs and stuff like that from like Warcraft. And I have the orc warlock, or I have the warlock guitar. So I was like, well, what better thing to do than have a fucking orc warlock shred in a warlock, considering that my Destro name, a lot of people think it comes from like G.I. Joe, which it doesn't. My nerd ass has played Destruction Warlock in World of Warcraft for like years. And like, it's just always been called shortened like Destro Lock. And it's actually the first time I used the Destro tag was when I was making electronic music for when I was in school for music production, when I wasn't in any band. So like in 2008, 2010, there's a couple songs on Spotify under the Destro like tag that I like put out way back then.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was actually going to be. I mean, I knew that, but that was going to be another question that I had, is where Destro came from. But yeah, and so it's from World of Warcraft. For those that didn't know.
Yeah, but I don't know why. It's just like I was like, I need to put a title on this. Dude, my wife made that logo years ago. I don't know how she made. Yeah, bro.
Wow.
I don't know how. Dude, she is like a hidden, really good graphic design artist, but she has not put her skills back to the test in quite some time.
Wow.
But dude, I never could have created that logo the way, like, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I'm sure like maybe eventually we should change it, but it's still, I love it still so much that it's like, you know what it is? It's the Indiana Jones font. Did you notice that?
Oh, there it is. There it is. I love it. I mean, it works. It works for you. Works very well.
God, those movies are great. Harrison Ford's a national treasure, dude.
New one coming out. Have you seen the trailer?
It looks great, actually.
It does. It does look great.
I didn't mind the last one. There was parts of it that were a little but the new one looks good. And I mean, it's got Mads Mikkelsen. You know it's going to be good.
It's going to be great. I'm trying to think. There's a lot of questions here that I've already gone through, and I know there's a couple things else in here that I'm trying to find that we haven't talked about yet. Okay. So musical education background. Like, have you ever had lessons? Were you in school? Were you in band class in school at all? Anything of that nature?
So it's here. We'll go as far back as my first band class. So when I was in 6th grade, before I actually got my guitar, I joined band because I was going to play drums. I was 100%. I'm going to play drums no matter what happens. So I'm like, dude, if I'm in band and in drums, my parents will be forced to get me a drum set. Like, that was my thinking of this. I swear to God, I feel like my parents
can logic.
Like, dude, I feel like my parents like talked to the teacher and made up this bullshit. So first semester, I was in percussion, no issues, learning how to play drums, playing drums for the band. Second semester, you, in order to stay in percussion, you had to have drum lessons outside of the school. Yeah. And my mom was like, I'll not get you drum lessons. So I did not. Yeah, dude. I could not stay in percussion section the second semester.
What kind of weasel people way out of their instrument BS is that?
I don't know. I thought it was complete BS too. I was like, what the fuck?
That
so
sounds like BS to me.
Dude, yeah. So my is yeah. So
who made that claim? Your parents or the teacher?
No, the teacher. That was a rule of the class, allegedly. In 6th grade.
Why?
I don't know. I thought it was really dumb then. So I'm glad I'm not the only one.
No.
So it's just me. That was just an Orange County thing. Okay, that's cool.
Well, so what about everyone else though that played all their other instruments?
Just percussion.
Yeah. Why?
Just percussion. I don't know.
That
teacher wanted you out. Right, Lori?
Dude, that's
exactly, what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's why I'm saying. I think my parents made up this bullshit rule.
They're like, we're not buying him a drum set, so will you tell him that he has to have lessons in order? Yeah, no.
Dude, that's had to be what happened. I'm gonna ask my mom this next time I see her.
You probably should.
I'm like, you
get some closure.
Son of a bitch. What?
You conspired against me to become a drummer.
I know you did. I could have been the best drummer that no one knew about.
Well, let's bring up a story. So this is a perfect lead off to the next story. So I've heard this story before. So you have you dabbled in the drums, really? Have you ever, like, I'm sure you've sat down on a drum set and played.
Yes.
Have you ever had like an opportunity to like continually kind of dabble on the drums?
No, I wouldn't say it was like always like just play at practice. Just like get on in between songs and fuck around.
Yep.
Like me and my bassist James, we'd always fucking do that. James was the master of the fucking Paradise City beat. God damn it, dude! I swear to God, I can envision it now. Every time he just, but it's the first thing he'd hit. I'm like, God damn it, James. But I don't know. No, I just like, as much as I feel like I can air drum really good, I just never really had like, when it comes to fills and things like that, I just never had like good. I obviously with practice, I'd assume if I was sitting down doing it more daily, day in and day out, hours, it would eventually turn into something. But I always had fast feet. And I remember like the first thing that like one of the early riffs that we wrote, my drummer was like, he's like, you want double bass here? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, you can't play that? And he's like, no, I can't play that. And like he had to practice. There's this one section in this song called Death that we had that was just like insane double bass, and he had to practice it for a long fucking time to get it like up.
You hopped on the kit and you're like, dude, it's this fast, man.
Yeah. No, literally the first couple of times. Yeah. No, I'm not even kidding. I'm like,
understand.
he's like, how did you do that?
I understand. I've done that to guitar players. I'm like, no, dude, it's this
Austin,
fast.
Austin is insanely good at guitar, by the way. I don't know what it is about you drummers. You fucking play guitar weird, but you write some of the most gnarliest shit to us guitarists. I'm just gonna say that. I know it's not just a one-off thing. I know this is a drummer thing for sure.
Every band I've been in, I pick up their guitars and they're like, how are you so good at guitar? And it's like, I'm not good with the left hand. It's the right hand. It's the rhythm. Being a drummer, you have the rhythm. So the right hand.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. No,
yeah.
I get it. So Austin's a great guitar player too. That's awesome.
He writes some
for writing.
Oh, we got something weird. Shit is gonna get really weird. If you guys like old school like Incubus, there's probably gonna be some of that type of vibe, like science vibe and some things like going forward, because he writes some weird shit, dude. It's just like you just try to fathom, and it's obviously like in some weird timing too, because you guys like to be cute and stuff like that, but.
I've noticed it's straightforward 4/4, but it's like we'll do weird things with our picking hands that like a normal guitar player wouldn't.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. We'll carry something over or something weird.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, man, I always want, you know, like, and I'd always fuck around with the kid. But yeah, I wrote, like I said, I was like always fidgety, right? So I'd always get in trouble for like, you know, hitting the desk and just always have my feet moving and stuff like that. And I guess I didn't really realize how fast maybe I had, like, that I could have been at drums, like, until my drummer kept, like, back in Annihilation. This isn't Austin. This is our old drummer, Brandon. I don't know if you've ever heard of, in the past, Beto drum bags. You ever heard of Beto drum bags?
Maybe.
So Brandon Beto, that was his name. His dad was the owner of Beto drum bags. We had gone to NAMM show. He had like a booth, an entire booth set up. They used to have their product like in Musician's Friend magazine and stuff like. And I don't know if they were ever on Guitar Center or anything like that. But
I was gonna say it rings a bell.
yeah, I have honestly haven't kept in touch, so I have no idea if like that's still around. But yeah, so his dad had a booth. And his dad had like a whole warehouse. We'd always practice there and stuff. And yeah, he was just like, dude, my drummer was always like, dude, he was like always like wanting me to like mess around on the kit in between songs and stuff like that. He like motivated me. Like, I don't know why. It's like, wouldn't you want me to just write some cool guitar riff? But we went to NAMM show one year and his dad got us all passes, the whole band. And that was fucking awesome. I mean, we got to meet all sorts of people. We got to meet Joe Satriani, got to meet Dave Mustaine, Alexi Lejo, and God, it's a fucking bunch of others. When we were meeting Dave Mustaine, we were waiting in line at the ESP line to meet Dave Mustaine, and my other guitarist Blake had a Metallica shirt on, and me and James just kept trolling him the whole time. He's like, he ain't gonna look at you, bro, because you're wearing a Metallica shirt. And he kept getting in his head, and we're just young, so he was like, it was bothering him, dude. He was like doing this when he was, yeah.
He's like, hey, how's it going, man?
He was trying to cover it. He's like, can you sign this, dude? Sign this. So stupid, but yeah, man, that was a great day. And they had this section there that was like, I don't know if it might have been like a pedal company that they were like testing out pedals, but it was like they had like gauges just to see how many like hits you were doing and stuff like that. And my drummer was fucking around with it. He was of course, dude, he wanted to make it a competition thing. He's like, I want to see how many hits you can do. And I could, like, it became this thing. And I hate to say I kept beating him. So we were there like all day because he was like determined to like hit a number. And he talked to his dad, and his dad like talked to my mom and was like, you have to bring him back on Sunday. It was like 2 days later, because like NAMM show is like a 3-day music convention, just all sorts of stuff. If you guys don't know what NAMM show is, it's in Anaheim. It's just like a giant, think of a car show convention, but for every instrument possible, like every instrument possible, not just your basics like sax, like stringed instruments, like orchestra, all sorts of things, production equipment, all sorts of things. And he's like, you have to bring your son back in 2 days for this competition. There's a fastest hands and a fastest feet. And he's like, you have to enter him for the fastest feet. He's like, the fastest feet wins an entire Pearl drum set with Zildjian like cymbals or something like that. It was like a full on everything. And I mean, I did not get the drum set, you know, I didn't get a drum set when I wanted a drum set. My mom's like, you're giving it to your drummer. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, it's going to be I'm like, he has his own fucking drum set. I'm like, it's going to be my drum set if I win this. And she took me to it. We got into this competition. I entered in, standing in line with a bunch of other drummers, all talking about drummer stuff. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Like at all, they're like, what set do you play? What are your sticks? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I play guitar. Like, what do you mean? So a couple people were like kind of mad that I was like, they seemed mad that I was entering. They're like, like scoffed at it, like, what? Why are you in this competition? And I did not win first place. I got third place in the competition. I was 10 hits behind first place. First place was 888, second place was 880, and I was 878. I was
it's real. I've seen the picture. If I was professional, I'd be like, Jamie, can you pull up Google, pull up the picture, and it would pull up. I've seen the picture of he's
my hair is dyed black.
What did you win? A practice pad?
Oh my god. Yeah. Third place won a practice pad. Second place won a set of sticks.
And then first place won a set?
First place won an entire drum set. Bro, I don't even have
10 hits.
I don't even have sticks to use for the practice pad.
To bang your head against. You're banging your head against because you didn't win.
I mean, I got to take a picture with some cute girls. I mean, I guess that was a plus.
There you go. And you're like, hey, I'm a winner.
Yeah, but not. You're not first, you're last.
Third place.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. That's a hard flex, though. There's not a lot of drummers.
Hard,
There's
though,
not a lot of drummers that can say that they won any type of drum competition. For a guitar player to say, "Oh, I won like third place in fastest feet."
It was pretty cool, man. I'm not gonna lie, it was really fun. Like I do think, and I mean, I'd assume it would be easier for the drummers too. But like, I do think if it was like a full-on kit and I had like a hi-hat and snare to hit at the same time, I could have taken it. But because it's just your feet and it's just the chair. So yep. you literally become like fucking what's his face, where he's like, I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, what? You just what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, what year was this?
2006, 4. It's like Ricky Bobby. Yeah, like Ricky Bobby. Dude, because like, yeah, you're like grabbing onto the seat, like you don't know what to do, and you're just like.
That's probably what I would do. I'd probably
and you start to tense up more. Yeah, like it's just so weird because it's because when you get into like a beat, like it's just easier to like flow your feet when you're like. But when you don't know what to do with your hands, it's like, I don't know. It was weird, man. But yeah, I remember like trying not to grab the seat at first because I was like, I knew that was gonna make it more of an issue at the beginning if I did that, and then it became like towards like a minute takes. You don't realize how long a minute is until you're doing something like that, and
a minute and then towards forever.
Oh, bro, yeah. Yeah,
so if you hold your breath for a minute, like
year
30 seconds
this?
in, you're like, what? Yeah, I signed me up to one of those competitions. Where do I gotta go? I'd love
2005. That's when it was. I just Googled it.
Wow. So that means you were like 17 around that? You're pretty young.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yeah, first place was Matt Garrett. I feel like I've said this name before and somebody was like, "Oh, I know that guy." First place was Matt Garrett of Glendale, and then second place was Ramon Ocha.
Third place, some guitar player who doesn't even play drums.
That's what it says actually. Right
Just
there.
some guitar player.
Just some guitar player.
Dime a dozen. Not even drummer. He doesn't even own a pair of drumsticks.
Yes. So yes, Matt, it was. So even in 05, it was outside on the food court stage, 100%. I remember it being exactly where you're saying it is.
I thought I turned alerts off. I just turned that off. I
remember it being out there.
Now it's muted.
That's so funny. Yep, it's exactly where it was. That's funny. I look so cool with my dyed hair. My hair was like dyed black back then. So metal. See, that's how metal I was, man. Black hair, black shirt, black jeans.
So you used to have long hair.
Case.
You
I
just
did.
you just recently cut your hair.
I did.
Why did you cut your hair? What made you cut your hair?
Well, I was promised. Never mind. You don't need to talk about that. Um, uh, so yeah, because adulting. Yeah, no, I was. I don't know. Like, I really liked having the hair for stream, but outside of that, it was like that was like the longest I had had my hair. I had my hair pretty long in high school, like down to my shoulders, but I feel like we had it a little bit longer recently. Um, but I did that cosplay for Eddie Munson. I don't know if you watch Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
I did that Eddie Munson cosplay in October, and I legitimately cut those like really shitty 80s bangs that I rocked for an entire fucking month. I think I went outside twice. I didn't get seen in public like twice, like I only twice that month. And so I was not gonna like, I wasn't gonna wait for those to grow back in. I was just like, you know what? It's it's time to just cut it, I guess. I don't know. I'll just Jason Newsted it for a little bit, you know? Headbang with short hair.
Oh, that's ridiculous. That's
It feels
ridiculous.
nice though. I don't mind, you know, not getting hair in my ass crack anymore, you know. We all know about that.
Oh,
That ain't no hidden
experienced that.
secret. That's a lie.
No, I got to admit, I wish that I could rub the back of my head or the top of my head with no hair in the like that. I miss having short hair. I did have it for a short stint when I was young, and I remember it vividly. It was nice.
Hair's so long.
It's very long, and it gets
How
in the
long
way all
is
the
that? How
time.
many years is that then?
Well, I trim it all the time. I've had long hair.
See, and that was
long
my
time.
problem. My hair
Long
probably could have been longer. I didn't trim it once. So this is what ended up happening with mine. I was like, I let it grow right when COVID lockdown hit, and I was like, I'm not cutting it until life is normal. And then life went back to normal, and I kind of just kept it for a little bit. But no, I didn't trim it or do any of that shit. I should have, probably lots of times.
Yeah. Well, you're supposed to trim it for the split ends and all that.
How often do you trim it?
I mean, it's been a while. I actually trimmed it. The last trim was myself. I pulled a girl move and trimmed it myself just to get a little bit of the split ends. But I need to like trim off a few inches right now. You know, it's pretty long as you see, but it's just slowly.
Does it grow faster after you trim it? Is that a true thing?
I think it's a true thing, but my thing right now is my hair is thinning out. The more and more as the months go on, I like feel my hair, and it's like I'm like losing more and more. I'll end up probably having short hair someday.
Whoa, that'll be interesting to see.
That'll be sad.
But I mean, as long as my hair ain't turning gray, I guess I don't care what length it is really. But
yeah,
gray, I don't know.
Gray's distinguished.
Ah, yes.
Makes you look wise.
A smart gentleman.
Yeah, exactly. So you currently work for that company. You and your wife work for the company that does all the autographed memorabilia and things of that nature. What all jobs have you had in the past? You said you've worked construction for a long time. What was like your? Well, let's start at the beginning. What was your first like job?
First job, fucking like yeah, of course, man, dude, of course. First job was Carl's Jr., dude.
There you go.
And
yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, man, that job was fun as fuck, dude. Like I remember working with some of my friends there and like making some new friendships there and just creating mischief because it's just like in high school you just do that sort of thing still.
Fast food.
Oh, bro. I'll never, dude, this one manager that we had was one of the most hysterical characters I've ever met in my life. That literally, it was like he just gave no fucks about anything at any point in time. Me and another associate were grabbing like a bunch of product from like the freezer, and he just comes in there with like a bunch of fucking whipped cream and just starts fucking launching it like out of nowhere. And dude, all of this is on camera. Yeah, the manager.
He's just like, surprise!
Dude, it was the weirdest shit ever. It was always pranks like that. And like this whole thing got caught on camera and like he wasn't the owner of the store, right? So like, man, I'll never forget them bringing us into the office. They're like, what in the fuck is this? And then just like them showing us the footage and us just busting up laughing because it was one of the funniest things I'd ever seen. Like,
Your guys'
wow.
response was probably just like, "What? We're just goofing."
Stupid shit, dude. I remember.
Stupid.
Do you remember the trays? Do you remember the trays that you would like when you sit inside the restaurant? You'd go bring it to the customer, dude. We would play dodgeball with those, and we would chuck them full fucking speed like frisbees at each other across the restaurant at closing time. You want to know how many of those things we broke?
That's not a lawsuit or anything.
Well, obviously customers weren't in there, but
Fast food shenanigans for sure.
Oh,
I
yeah.
never worked fast food, but I know a lot of people that did.
that was the only fast food I ever worked. But yeah, we
So
definitely
you started with Carl's Jr.
started with Carl's Jr. Yeah. God, moved on to like just retail for a while.
Like
I
grocery
worked
stores or malls or
actually both. I worked at Albertsons for a while, a couple years, and then worked a lot of receiving actually. A lot of retail. I worked at like Office Depot, Bed Bath and Beyond, Bye Bye Baby, like a lot of receiving stuff.
that's a
So
solid job.
yeah, I actually like receiving. That's kind of like what I'm essentially doing with like my current job. It's like, taking in a new product, breaking it down and whatnot, which is essentially what you're doing in different types of receiving jobs.
Did you do like forklift work in the receiving?
No,
job at
never
all?
did forklift work. The most I'd say I did with like heavy stuff. So when I was working at Bye Bye Baby, I don't know if anyone knows what that is. It's basically like Babies R Us, but it's owned by Bed Bath and Beyond. They sell baby furniture, so like cribs, armoires, baby dressers, all sorts of shit. When I was working there, I initially was actually part of the delivery team. They didn't use a third party initially, which they should have done right off the bat. I attribute some of my back problems to that for sure, even though I had a fucking back brace on. But dude, they would have a 2-man crew deliver this shit. Just two of us, me and another guy who was younger than me. So, God, my daughter was maybe like 2 years old. So it's like 2012. So I'm like, I'm like 24, and the guy I'm working with is like maybe 20. And like, like I was more in shape then and whatnot. So is he. But like, some of these armoires are pre-built and they're like 300 pounds, and you're like trying to lift it up these stairways that are like these L stairways where they're not even L stairway. They just like U-turn like in the middle of the stairway, just fucking goes up the other way. And dude, that job was rough, dude. But I'd say that was like the heaviest like type of like equipment work that I'd ever worked with, was fucking furniture delivery.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That sucked. Construction was not as bad as that because my form of construction. So I don't know if anyone knows what land surveying is. Yeah, the pivot. Oh my god, dude. we used to quote that a lot. Pivot. So what land surveyors do is they basically kind of map out where construction happens. So it's kind of like all the like heavy lifting of things, and we're like mapping out on the ground where they're going to put things, exactly how far down they're going. And so that's what I did. So I didn't really have to do like a lot of like intense work with that. I actually really like that job. That's actually been my like family's like career for my dad and my grandpa. My grandpa started a surveying company when I was younger. And my dad was a manager there as well. And I did some contract work with them when I was like getting out of high school. But wasn't full time or anything like that. I didn't know what I wanted to do initially out of high school. I did some classes for a couple years for firefighting. Then I actually realized how hard it is to get into like the counties that I was in and looking to go to. Is just like, we had chief police or we had chief firemen that were teaching the class, literally saying like, oh yeah, over the next like 2 years, we'll maybe hire 2 people or 4 people. Just like, So like shooting down your like motivation right off the bat. So I kind of was like, okay, maybe I need to like change what I'm doing. And like music wasn't really doing anything. I did do like the music production thing as well, but then like even after that, kind of panned like out in a bad direction. Like, so the problem with like the online schooling for music production is just kind of like the coming of age of YouTube really getting into like tutorials and like everything becoming like super available like online and on YouTube. And so from like 2010 to 2013 is when I was like doing these classes. Maybe it was like 2009 and 2012, but I started learning more on my own than I was learning in the classes. So I actually bounced out of school before I was supposed to graduate because I was already like owing like so much. Because I don't want to go into the whole topic of what you guys think about like student loan debt and all that stuff, but I will say I was conned into like, dude, Full Sail. People can say maybe they had great experience at Full Sail, and maybe when you go to Full Sail physically, it is a great experience. But I will say I was fucking tricked as like a kid that was like tricked with some numbers, and yeah, I guess I signed off on it and didn't pay enough attention. But they made it seem like it was way less than it really was, and I bounced out of there because I would have owed more money. I was like, I'm not learning anything off this. I'm like, this profession isn't even a thing anymore. I was going to school to be a music producer, and now everyone produces at home. So it's like, what am I doing now? Like what I'm trying to do is like I have to know somebody, an intern for what? Forever to be in a studio that makes anything. I'm like, I got a child. There's no way I can intern. So it's just like, just kind of sucked. It was just like a shitty situation that I kind of backed out of to avoid making worse, I guess. But then kind of dove down like, okay, well, I guess, I'm not doing music. So I dove down, going to school for land surveying, and went and did that for 2 years, 3 years. I got 2 certificates in architectural, or I'm sorry, and engineering, drafting, graphical design on that, and also some other things that worked with like GPS coordinates and stuff like that. We use all sorts of things with surveying where you're using GPS coordinates and math like to like map out everything that's about to happen. If you put a number down wrong, you fuck up an entire project right from the get-go and cost millions of dollars. So it's like there's a lot of math involved in it, which I will say like sucked, to be honest, because it's like not easy math. But I don't know, I did that for like almost 10 years, and then just I don't know, it's just time for a change. It was just kind of like my company I was working for, even though it was my like family company. My grandpa was retired. It wasn't owned, but it wasn't run by him anymore. So things were kind of just going in a weird direction where they were wanting us to get all these extra qualifications, but not pay us more. And I don't know, I was just kind of over it and just kind of needed something different. So then I went down like tech for a while and did IT for a couple of years. And yeah, now I'm kind of where I am now.
Yeah,
just
so
doing cooler shit.
You've had a good wide range of jobs. It sounds like, from
Yeah,
heavy lifting to tech to a little bit of it all. Indoors, outdoors. You've
yeah.
had some good
Surveying
experience.
was always outdoors. Like that was the one cool thing I really loved about that job. You're like always in a new place, and like yeah, you fucking working in the hot ass summers, and like, dude, there were some jobs that are. I remember working 21 Palms on a fucking farm for a whole fucking week. That was 120 the entire fucking week. No trees in sight for shade. Me and my dad worked this job. We went through like an entire like, I don't know, what are they, 6 or 12 packs of the Gatorades, and then like a whole 12 pack of water each day. And it was just like, yeah, sometimes you're just like, why am I doing it? Like, what am I doing this job for again? But
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know. It's been interesting because my wife's kind of been the breadwinner the last couple of years, and I guess that's kind of been like weird to really accept because we moved out to Tennessee because of her company, which I now work for too. But yeah, man, I'm just kind of taking stream more seriously and allowing more time for that, and then just working with her company and just trying to make her job easier because their company is like skyrocketing right now.
That's
So
awesome. That's
I see we
good.
got a crazy raid. What's
Dude,
going on, Wolf
I know.
Lemon?
Let's say hi to the Raiders, dude. Wolf, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for bringing in the
Cheers,
friends.
everybody.
Welcome in. We're talking with our friend Destro down here. For anyone that's new, my name's Mike. I play drums and do other things here on Twitch. Down below, we have Destro. He plays guitar here on Twitch. He plays in bands. He plays guitar for you all. He's a great dude. We're talking to him tonight and learning all about him and his past of learning guitar and being in bands and all the good things. So welcome in, everyone. I really appreciate the raid. Big shout out to Wolf. But yeah, we're just kind of hanging out. We're kicking it. We're double kicking it. So welcome in, guys. I really appreciate the raid.
Hell yeah. Cheers, y'all.
Yeah, so so what we've touched on the jobs and all that. What do you think you could take from all the jobs that you've done in your life? What do you think you've taken from those jobs and implemented into either your stream and or your bands? Whether it's philosophies or just knowledge, what do you think you use the most out of any of those to put forth into streaming and music?
So I don't know if it's like necessarily what stemmed from jobs per se, but I will say when it comes to all these things, and I think when it comes to anything that you're wanting to do or have a mindset where you need that determination to get something done, is routine. I think it's all about routine. I feel like and especially like now, like I notice like when I get out of routine or like you just get set in these ways, and if you get into the routine of being productive, I think that's like what I've taken away from like the most is where like I've noticed where jobs where I get myself into a good routine based off the way the job makes me feel like inside of work and outside of work. Like if the job is fucking shit, like I feel like those shitty jobs that I've had really fuck with my routine, like and throw off like I guess the sense of balance of like your life. And honestly, I will say like the last job I just had a couple months back, I was working sales actually before I went to my wife's company, and man, that job was just I don't know, man. It was just taking some weird changes since I'd been there and going like the ship was about to hit the iceberg and I just fucking got out before I just it's just altering my life like too much. And like when a job is starting to do that, like I don't know, it's weird. I've been kind of having and I think maybe it's a part of like work from home. Like maybe that's a part of it is where like these things get like as great as work from home is, the jobs that I've had since COVID and work from home has kind of been a thing. It's been hit or miss, and it feels like sometimes these companies, like two companies that I've had since for work from home, one of them being where I was physically at, and then it completely transitioned. It just seems like sometimes they don't know how to manage like how you need to treat the company because you're not really face to face with them. So it's like you're now a number as opposed to a identity. So it's like I don't know. I kind of unfortunately dealt with like some micromanaging shit that just kind of threw off like my routine, and I think routine is like at least for me, like I just, you go about your day and you just have certain things. If you get on a rhythm of something, it becomes consistent. And that routine, if you're staying productive on it, you're going to have results, and you're going to be, whether it's putting out content, posting something every day, learning new songs, practicing the drums, practicing guitar. or even just other things like, maybe writing a new song, or mixing old songs, or even just spending time with the family. And like, it's easy to get distracted from that type of stuff too, because I don't know, we live in a very interesting connected world through social media now, but it's also can be our own downfall at times, where it's like maybe sometimes we get sucked into it too much. And like, it sucks too, because it's like I would absolutely love to be in so many more streams when I'm not streaming, but it's not always possible to be, interacted in everybody's stream and whatnot. And it sucks, because it's just such a good community that I always want to be like a part of. But it's just trying to find that balance and find that routine. And I'm really trying to like find a routine this year. Like this year, 2023 has been really good. I've been starting to like actually be active on like YouTube, and dropping some shorts, as well as like on Instagram. And I'm even finding more ways to make that workflow easier, and start hoping to pop them out even more. My goal is to eventually get to the point where it's like Monday through Friday is like a riff of the day kind of thing. But not exactly there now. I know it's going to get to a point where it's probably be easier to actually film it and edit it than it will be to actually choose a riff. But getting to that point where like, I played so many songs, like what else can I play that I haven't done already?
Yeah.
But no, man, I'm excited. It's just, it is different not going to work physically over the past couple of years. I will say, like, 2020, and it changed all of our lives, and like, it's slowly going back to normal for some people, and some people's jobs are still not like that. And whether that's good or bad, it's just different. And I think it's easier. And I think the thing for me too is like, I moved from like all my friends, so it's a little different. Like, I will say there are times where like I hate that I kind of feel isolated here in Tennessee. It's like, there's nobody. It's just me and my wife. You don't even got anybody to watch the kids. Like, it's hard to even get us to get a date night. But so like, this Twitch community is like, honestly, is my escape into like feel connected to people outside of my house. And like, I don't know what I'd be doing without the Twitch community, to be honest. Like, if I was just here isolated without this, I don't know, I'd be definitely very lonely, because my wife is working 70 hours a week, and I'm fucking tired of her being gone.
It's
Sad old Destro needs you guys. Come hang out. Just kidding.
it's no, it's good to be connecting. That's like, you've hit. Oh man, there's so many different things I could say to everything you just said there. For one, like, especially with jobs and working remotely, I think we all need to remember and realize, some jobs and things are definitely going to benefit from being able to work remotely, people be home and not have to,
Mm.
have to go to an office and whatever, for a million reasons why it's definitely beneficial. But it's also, you got to remember, there are those things. You got to look at it like going to the gym. There are some people
Yeah.
that they have all the gym equipment at home, but they're not motivated to work out at home for whatever reason. So sometimes it's better to show that face by getting in your car, going to the gym, and working out on someone
Bro,
else's
that is the
gear.
most accurate statement ever, dude. Anytime I've ever had my own like at home workout equipment, it's never been the same. Like, dude, I used to be like, when I was younger, I used to be at the gym all the time. Not like all that, like, not obsessive, but like consistent. And like I was going back into, like, it's routine. Like, when that's the routine, it's, like, how hard is it that first like month trying to get back into any type of fitness, like when you didn't do it for so long? And it's like, can sometimes be impossible.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's balance.
Yeah.
The thing you kept saying that resonates with everyone, I think, is routine. That's very, very important. The next word that we need to remember that follows in line with with routine is balance. It's
Yeah,
being able to
100%.
balance your routine within yourself, within your loved ones, your job, your passions. You got to find that balance of your routine to be able to be the most successful you can be. And it's that's what you want to be striving for. So it's good that you like recognize that and see that, and I feel like that, it seemingly to me, you know, you've worked really really hard on this band that you want to get out there, and I feel like you're giving yourself excuses by saying, "Oh, well, I'm just, streams getting in the way of the band and all that." In all reality, I don't think it is at all. I think it's keeping it alive, because if you were just focused on just being a dad and working hard and all that, then I don't, how motivated would you be to continue to try to do that? So I think the stream and your community and everything you're focusing on that is keeping that going for sure, and it's keeping you well, and it's keeping the knife sharp, it's keeping you
Yeah.
well in practice, so it's anything but a negative. It is completely a positive, from the keeping the knife sharp to all the networking you're doing to all the tech that you're improving on the skill, from everything that you have going on in your stream. Like, yeah, I see nothing but positives, man. So you just got to keep on keeping on in my eyes.
Thanks, dude. Yeah, I've been having a blast. Like honestly, and I kind of totally agree with that too. Like I don't I don't think my like yeah, I played really good when I was younger, but I don't think my chops have been like as as good as they are now. I think like the stream definitely keeps me up on that. There's a lot of skill check songs that we do, whether it's obviously it's not like Silverchord stuff, but no, I totally agree, and it's awesome to hear that like that and like all the design stuff that we do into it is appreciated and stuff like that. Because yeah, I mean it's dude, it's sometimes like I feel like I spend more time editing than I do streaming at times, because some of these things we take on, or like these themes that we do, I, I just like I love to go above and beyond, man. I
Well,
just
you
want
you probably do. You probably
I
do
just want
spend
an
more
awe
time.
factor.
It's a lot of hard work to do. I mean, for me, I just basically turn on and go. I don't have a lot of fancy stuff going on. Where like a streamer like you do have a lot of cool fancy stuff going on, from the lights to the alerts to this and that. So like there is a lot of work that you put in on the back end that no one sees and recognizes, unless they are a creator themselves that know the back end of things. So like
Mhm.
there's the people that know the hard work that you put in, and it's good that you are continually putting in the hard work to improve, to make your streams better, and it's kicking ass, dude.
Yeah, it's been fun, man. This year's been really fun. Yeah, it's just when you got a community that makes it fun, it's like hard not to have fun. So I absolutely love that it's just grown into what it has, and it just seems like it continues to grow. And I mean, that's all I can ask for. It's just like playing music, whether it be covers, originals, or whether it be some theme night that someone walks in. Like, I remember, like, because we like Christmas time, our whole month, we're like in a stupid ass Santa beard like the whole time. Like, I remember some viewers that have been with us so long that the first time they saw us was that. So when I finally took it off, they're like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" It was just like, but it's like we still have people that have been with us for like that long, and it's like, yeah, it's really cool, man. And I think that's what I love about like the Twitch community and all these other you guys, all these other streamers. Like, we're all so different. We all have different things to bring to the table. Like, I love how you open up Pokemon cards. I love how we got the Pokemon ball catch in the chat, and just like everything behind you. Like, everyone's got their like I mean, I maybe I like Godzilla. I don't know. But like there's just like everyone's got this little like niche or nerdism about it, and I fucking love it, because I just feel like it brings all of us together too, when we continue to see and like jump in each other's chats, and we all are loving the same stuff. Dude, I swear, man, I don't know if you're going to TwitchCon in Vegas this year, but I would
Aiming, aiming,
absolutely.
aiming. I'm at least aiming. I don't know if I'm aiming to like attend the actual like con, but
Or
I'm
just go to
aiming to
Vegas.
at least go to Vegas, because I know that there's going to be a ton of people I know
Yeah.
there's going to be a ton of people that meet up and want to, hang out.
I fuck man, that'd be a blast, dude. I already got my hotel, so I don't know if you'll need to look into that or what you'll end up doing, but you definitely let me know, man. I'd love to hang out for that.
What someone needs to coordinate is a rental of. We need to have a room rented, not like a hotel room, but a room rented.
Like an Airbnb.
Well, okay. Now we're on to something. Okay, to where it's an Airbnb. We bring in a computer, bring in a bunch of gear, and then a bunch of collab streams happen.
Oh my god, dude.
That'd be pretty fire, wouldn't it?
That would be fire.
Yeah. In a perfect world.
In a perfect world.
In a perfect world.
Well, or we just say fuck it and we perform at TwitchCon because we should.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. I mean, I'm sure they got a ton of people performing at that.
I know. We're not the preferred choice, I'm sure.
So, I got a couple other questions here that I haven't touched on that we could probably touch on. What are well, speaking of touching it, what are some of your favorite things to do, like on a guitar? Like, what's your favorite, like obviously some of your favorite styles to like play is like rock and metal, I would say, right? So what would be like every drummer, every guitar player has their thing. Like my favorite thing to do is double bassing. That's my thing.
Yeah.
And that's what people know me for. It's like think of like Herman Lee, he's known for like just badass solos, sweeping and all that shit, So like his favorite thing is probably whatever, something along the solo lines, but like what is your favorite like thing to do on guitar? If it's doing a solo, like if it's pinch harmonics?
Yeah, I'd say I love doing gallops. I think that's kind of like just one like facet to rhythm guitar I've always loved. Just like super fast gallops. I guess when it comes to like maybe my playing now and like writing process, it's kind of like about trying to find weird chords and chord variations, like on acoustic. But yeah, I really like all like the like metalcore riffs, dude. Metalcore riffs are just like always the cream of the crop, man. Just any type of like 5/7/9, just like then some hammer on to whatever slide or whatever.
Your favorite thing is basically riffing. You like to just
riff. Oh yeah, I'm a rhythm guitarist all the way, 100%.
I feel that. I mean I play guitar. I'm a drummer, but as a guitar player too, that's my favorite thing. You just riff around, just
yeah. I love harmonics and shit, but I fucking miss them sometimes. So not that pumped on them.
Do you not do many pinch harmonics?
I mean we do a lot. I mean we play a lot of Kill Switch, play a lot of Pantera and stuff like. Wait, why did my lights just go out?
That's kind of a cool effect. It looks cool.
I guess it's cool.
The lights behind are all lit up, and you're lit up. Looks.
I should just make it to where my chat can just control my lights during this thing if they went in my channel.
Dude, would that work?
I think I can turn that on. Yeah.
That'd be funny. Hey, thank you, Jester. What's going on? All right.
Jester with the resub.
Thank you, Steph, for the 4 months. Thank you, Jester, for the 11 months. Thank you, guys. I really, really appreciate it. All the mega guys. Thank you guys for tuning in and watching.
I love pick scrapes. That's actually one thing that's been pretty new last couple years. Oh, that's exactly who I think of. Yeah, those pick scrapes. Dude, the first time I heard that shit, I was just like, what in the fuck is this, dude? This is really cool.
Hell yeah. No, that's cool. That's definitely cool. Riffing around and pick scrapes. I dig it.
I like down picking too. I mean, if anybody knows Destro, I will down pick things that are not supposed to be down picked.
As a true James Hetfield fan.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that.
And you see anyone playing Metallica, you have to scream, "Down Picket! Down Picket!"
Dude, I made a mistake when I first got into Twitch actually, because I was like unfamiliar with like etiquette, I guess. And I remember going
What
into
etiquette?
I don't know, I guess just how you're supposed to come off like off the bat, like with how you initially type into chat. I don't know, or just like expectation.
Okay.
I guess I just didn't understand that. Like, so I was in Chain Range chat a long time ago, like when I was first like I don't even know if I had started. Maybe I just started streaming barely. And he was playing a Trivium song. I'm like, and he was alternate picking this riff that should be down picked. And I was like,
No.
are you gonna down pick that riff? And he and I didn't mean it like in a bad way. I was just like legitimately asking. I was just like, text can be like taken weirdly, right? Oh shit, Big Roach with the fucking 10 bomb. Yeah, let's go.
Dude, Big Roach, thank you so much for the
yeah.
support, dude. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Dude, wow. Thank you guys for the support. All the mega love to you. Thank you, Roach. Thank you, everyone. Wow. Are they changing your lights now?
No, I changed it, but they can if they want.
Oh, they can now?
Yeah.
They can change
it's all
the
set
lights.
Up. Let's go with that. There you go. But yeah, I was like, aren't you gonna downpick that riff? And I don't know, maybe he just was not having that comment. He was just like, so he was like, he's like, have you ever he's like, you downpick this riff. I'd like to see you downpick this riff. And like me being a total idiot, dude, a total idiot, recorded a whole guitar playthrough of the song and put in the beginning of the video. Yeah, I was like, this is our call. This is our response to our call out from Chain Brain. Let's go. And I fucking played. He actually liked it though.
Are you guys cool now?
Yeah, no, we're cool. It was just funny because it was just this weird thing at first, and I was just like, I mean, the guy was playing guitar for how many hours? I don't blame him for switching to like alternate picking it, but yeah, dude.
Oh, that's great. That is great.
Grant, what's going on, dude?
Dude, Grant's in here. Dude, mega loved you, Grant. Thank you so much for coming in. Dude, look at you. Look at you, beautiful souls. All right, I turned on the alerts for a minute since you guys started a hype train. Thank you guys. I really, dude, really
now they are
appreciate
changing my lights.
Thank you guys so much for coming in and hanging out with us while we talk. I hope you guys have been enjoying the conversation. I've been enjoying getting to know Destro. It's been fucking awesome. Dude,
it's been so much fun.
Man. You rule. Dude. Haven't you guys gotten to know so much more about Destro and his band and everything?
I'm not shutting up.
I love it. I love it. I feel like too this is going to be also more motivation for like, not just the stream and all that, but for the band and shit, Like I think people want to hear it. They want to
I'm so excited for the guys coming out this next like month. I've been making like a lot of progress too, like the past couple of weeks. On a lot of mixes. So yeah, we're really close. We're really close. It's just a matter of me just staying focused, staying motivated on keeping it on top of what it needs, on schedule essentially, I guess. Need to make a schedule and stay on that schedule.
Stay on it. I'll stay on you. Your community will stay on you. You guys better stay on him. Like we
let's go.
We gotta keep on this man, like I understand, like you gotta the motivation, is not only manifested within yourself, sometimes you need that. It's like working out when you're that guy lifting and you got those 10 other guys screaming in your face, you can do it. You kind of need those guys in your corner telling you can do it. So then you're motivated to lift up all the way. So like, yeah, you got plenty of people in your corner to, that ride and die to wait however long for you to get this material out, whether it's this year, next year, whatever. You can, it's all good, It's
And
gonna be
I think another part that's always been hard too is like trying to be like, like we were saying earlier, like this social media game is like very different for bands nowadays, where it's like almost at the same time, like, like I say, we're going to be dropping like a single like by summer, or I'm sorry, an EP by summer, but it's almost like you can't just drop an EP. Like you need to get some sort of music video going now. Like, and like I talk about all these things, and these things are on my mind, but like some of my bandmates, they just kind of want to just get the music out and then worry about it. But it's like, I think when you're on Twitch and you're kind of, like you and I are doing, where you're like learning how the social media game is, and you're witnessing how all these other bands are doing things, it's like you do need to be prepared as possible when you're like trying to drop these releases and like make things consistent and continue to stagger something that interests your viewers. Like you can't just drop an EP and be like, all right, well, peace, we'll be back in 6 months. like it's like that's what we've been doing essentially, and I can't stand it. And it's just like, yeah, we're not like an official, we unfortunately we've never, we've all been like in these separated spots where we've kind of just, we're really more of a project than a band, I guess is the best way to put it. But I don't know, hopefully it, I get you just hope to put it out there, and if it turns into something, we play some shows off of it or anything like that, then that's cool. If we don't, and people are just listening to it and those lyrics are doing something, or the music's changing somebody's life, then that's fine too. I have no problem with that. It just needs to get released.
yeah,
So
it just needs to get out there, and that's all.
yeah,
That's the important thing, and that's whether it's one person or a million people that grasp onto it, like someone will grasp onto it, and that's
oh, look who's in the chat. This is Mr. Cameron Weekly, the singer of Silverchord, in the chat right
Oh
now.
shit! What's up? Okay, so what are some of your goals for? What are your short term goals, and what are your long term goals as a musician?
Short-term goals as a musician, I would probably say that short-term goals is kind of more related on like the stream side of things right now. Um, where, I'm just kind of trying to be consistent in learning, I guess, the social media game, where it's not just a Twitch stream. Like I'm dropping like a guitar riff on like a riff of the day on Instagram or a YouTube short, and posting things on those. I actually just made a TikTok, which I honestly I fucking hate I fucking hate the program, but I
You hate
guess
spitting the words out of your mouth, don't you?
oh yeah, it sucks, dude. It's so stupid. I'm sorry. This fucking platform is trash. But I literally just made one because I don't know, like it's the few, I will say the Instagram version of me dropping my stuff really hasn't had any response. The YouTube shorts I've actually had people come in off of the YouTube that were like, yo, I found you off YouTube, blah, blah. I'm like, that's fucking awesome. So I guess I'm just trying to use that TikTok as like another form of that. I'm not trying to stream on TikTok. I'm not trying to pay attention to two chat. I can barely pay attention to the one chat I have. If anybody knows me, I get lost in music and I'm just doing my own. I'm in my own head half the time when I'm playing a song. So it's like, to try and pay attention to two chats, my brain would go into lockup mode like instantly. There's no way that's happening. But I think I just like the short term, I just want to be consistent. I want to start putting out like a Monday through Friday, like kind of reel, a short on YouTube or Instagram, whatever one. I'm gonna put them on both. But I guess just trying to like be consistent there and just keeping consistency with the stream. I feel like we've been doing really good with like goals that have been like worth trying to have the community want to get. And I feel like that can be really hard at times. Like streams can just be like, 1 month you can have a crazy month, and the other month it's just a little bit different. And I feel like that's also dependent on what type of content we're also giving to our viewers. Like, we're just doing the same old thing and kind of just playing the same maybe list. Like I'm always trying to add to my songs, but I hate when I'm letting a viewer down by not playing a song very well because I haven't played it in a while. So it is a bit of give and take. Um, but I think always trying to strive to add new songs is good for like bringing in everybody and keeping the viewers engaged. And I think doing these theme streams, I have so much fun with these theme streams. Like, yes, they're a lot of work, but dude, when we're like in the moment and like things are successfully happening on these commands and all these things, like I just get super happy. And like this Star Wars stream, I don't know if you ever, I think you popped in on them. Did you check out the Mortal Kombat stream we had?
Yes, that was sick.
So this Star Wars stream is like probably going to be to the equivalent of that. I'd say the Mortal Kombat was probably the most intensive stream I had to like put so many things together. Like there was just so much, and it wasn't even done. Like, so if we ever do the Mortal Kombat again, there's going to be more shit, which I don't know how you can imagine that, but I actually, so on the Mortal Kombat stream, I actually ran out of channel points. I didn't know Twitch has a cap. Did you know that you could only have so many channel point redemptions?
Oh.
I didn't know that, and it was like you can no longer make any channel point redemptions. I was like, oh, fuck.
Like the whole community?
Yeah, like you can't even add a new redemption. Like,
you mean
there's like a cap on like
okay, now
I don't know what it.
I
I don't remember how many it was.
I thought you meant like I miss I didn't understand.
Oh,
I thought you meant
how much they could earn.
No, I thought you meant how many times like chat could redeem, but no, now I see what
Oh,
you're saying. How many
no. It was
actual
like
things you can give for them to redeem? Yeah, okay.
Because I was trying to do like every character, and I think we ended up doing every character. I just couldn't do some other things that I wanted to do, but I was adding like every character, and like every time they type in the character or select that character, it would like they'd pop up on the screen, like the little sprite of them would pop up in the corner, and they'd be fighting somebody. What I really was actually wanting to do, I did the whole green screen thing and everything, so I just got to edit it for next time. But I recorded myself like in doing all the like, how they pose,
yeah,
and they're just like
their movements.
like, yeah. I recorded a whole session of this, and my hopes was to make it to where every time you popped up a name, I had like an 8-bit version of me, and like they would fight me. So like eventually, like that's the goal, is to like make something. It's like so dumb, right? But it's just like, I don't know. I just think you just kind of throw in things like, I mean, it's super out. It's like a lot of editing to do something like that, but I don't know. Shit like that to me, I guess that's maybe that's what it is. Like I've always tried to do something like, what would I want to see? Like if I'm on someone else's stream and I'm like, what's gonna make me go like, what the fuck is this? Like, so that's what I'm trying to do with like just all these theme streams. Like we last month was a Nickelodeon stream. I'm legitimately going to make getting slimed on a goal. And I'm not talking like a little bit, like a cup of slime. Like I'm gonna make like a couple buckets of slime. I found out.
Wait. You're gonna get slime during stream while playing guitar?
No, I'm not gonna have my guitar on. No.
All right.
But I mean, like,
it's gonna be like, oh, you're getting dunked.
Yes, but it's gonna be like a sub goal, like obviously. But so like if we hit the sub goal, I guess my wife would be pouring buckets of slime on my head.
Oh, we gotta get some type of system where your wife throws a baseball and it like hits something and then it all dumps on you. It's gotta be something.
I don't know if it'll be that. I mean, because it'll just be in the studio here. I'm gonna have to like tarp it down with the Dexter the room up.
You can't even like, oh man, you're gonna do it in that room? Oh man.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I think I don't think it's gonna be too bad, to be honest.
You don't have another room where you can just have like another camera, just cord the camera to another room where it
I
might be.
mean,
That might be the move, man. That might be
I
the
don't know
move.
because I can just like cover it. Like I'm gonna plan it out. It's gonna be planned out.
All
I'll
right.
bet.
Oh, there's the green.
Slime is impossible to get out of car. Actually, the based on the ingredients, it should actually come out pretty easy if that's the case.
Oh,
It's like oatmeal and like I guess the food coloring would be, but no, I mean, it's not gonna hit the carpet. That's definitely not gonna happen. No, that definitely not gonna happen.
so that's a current sub goal you have on the channel right now
How do
is
you
to get
pick it up
slime.
spilling off the tarp though? Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
That's why
Oh,
you get a big enough tarp to like you gotta like
then you
have you gotta have two people like both closing it
shop
together.
shop back of some sort to suck up a lot of the. I don't know. Yeah, this is a
Lots of
risky.
sponges.
This is a risky plan. This is a bold move,
It's
Cotton.
gonna work. It's gonna work. I promise. It's
All
gonna
right.
work.
We're here for it. We're here for it.
I've watched enough Dexter. I got this.
Shout out Michael C. Hall.
I fucking love that guy.
Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Okay, let me scroll up. Did I see did we get any good questions in the chat? Did we see
Oh yeah.
um let's see. I don't think I see. No one had any
No one cares.
questions? No one had any questions?
Went through all of it. I rambled so much.
I mean,
That
we've touched on a lot. I mean, there's a couple
trying to
things.
think of
Let's
what
see. I've like how old you were first started playing. So okay, wait a minute. I got one here that you kind of elaborated on, but not too entirely. You kind of said you weren't sure what you wanted to like do when you were younger. You know, as like I feel
Oh.
most people when they're young, they're somewhat lost to a degree. Like, what am I gonna do when I grow up? You know, so like,
Yeah.
was there like, what did you want to do when you were younger? Like, if outside of music, just what
I
did you
will.
want to do?
Oh man, I don't know.
And
So I will be honest. I don't know if it fell outside of musicianship. Like I think like when I kind of at a young age like discovered how badass James Hetfield was, it was like I just want to be like that.
that's all you wanted was music.
Like I mean, it was like that, or like I wasn't gonna be a Power Ranger, or I wasn't gonna be like like those are my other like idols, dude. It wasn't gonna, like
I'm not gonna be
I
a
wasn't-
superhero, so I guess I got to be a rock star.
dude. Yeah, if I'm not Spider Man or fucking a Power Ranger, like or Batman, like then I gotta be James Hetfield. Like I can try and play an instrument.
Fair.
No, I didn't really have like the firefighter like policeman like goal. Like I always wanted to go to space camp, but I think that's kind of like every kid did because there was always a fucking commercial for it. You knew your parents couldn't afford it. But like so I mean like that would have always been cool. But dude, my bitch ass could not handle space because I got motion sickness. So there's no way. But no, I mean, when I was in sports for a little bit, I was really into football for a while.
What did you play in football?
I played tight end, as well as running back. No, sorry, not running back. Wide receiver. I wanted to play running back initially, but they were like, "You're too tall to play running back." I was like, "What?" Okay. So, but yeah, I've played. I mean, I didn't really play a lot of football, but like that was just like a part of it too. I mean, I really got into skateboarding for a long time, but like that was never like wasn't gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be on the X Games, like nothing like that. But yeah, dude, there's no way I could have played a tight end now, Ian. Look how scrawny I am, dude. Skinny as fuck. Maybe the kicker. No, maybe the fucking kicker. Maybe.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Oh, we're like same height. Yeah. So you didn't really play any other sports, really? You just kind of stuck with
baseball was
music?
what I played the most of. I played about 12 seasons of baseball.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I played baseball for a long time. Baseball kind of got, I don't know, it was kind of watered down for me. Like I guess like so my parents split when I was like in 5th grade. And that was kind of like rough because my dad was, this happened while my dad was my baseball coach. So it's just like weird. And honestly, like after that whole thing kind of happened, I played a couple more years, but I was just not really about it anymore. I was just like,
Okay, so
fuck
I kind of
this.
gathered that earlier because, like, I mean, I didn't get that part of the story. It was that, like, yeah, so your parents split up at what you said, fifth grade, and you
Yeah.
said you moved to California then, so you went with mom then? And
No, so I was born in California. I was born in Newport Beach. Lived there until about age 5,
oh, and then you went to
4.
Washington.
I actually went to Idaho for 1 year. I lived in Boise, Idaho for kindergarten, and then moved to Wenatchee, and I was there for 3 years. I was there for first to third grade, and then we moved back to California for fourth grade. And then my parents split like a year later.
Okay. And then so it wasn't a big wide split, but I mean, so
No, no.
that means when that happened, your dad wasn't coaching you anymore,
Yeah,
and so that's
yeah,
you kind of lost interest. You're like,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah, 100%. Because it was just, yeah, of course, like, and
Understandable.
yeah, and it was cool too, because like he wasn't like he was actually really good at baseball. Like when he was younger, he was doing really good in college as a pitcher, and I guess he fucked up his arm or something. You know, our parents sometimes stretch stories, but who knows? But but I mean, like he was a great coach. I mean, we fucking our team like finished fucking in second place. We fucking lost to we lost to this team the very start of the season. Went won the rest of the season. Faced that team again in the finals and fucking lost again. But he was a great coach. He coached that year, and then he tried like it just the year after that is when everything like that's when the divorce happened, and I don't know if he just didn't. I don't know if it had to have been things, right? Like there's just things going on. He just like, dude, it was this weird moment, man. He stormed off he walked off in the middle of a game, and it was just like one of these. I don't know. This is pretty deep, right? I get, but it was just like one of these moments where it's just like I didn't know what to do. Like, what? Like I had to play this fucking game. Still, I just play like a couple more innings, and it was just like after that, I think I just like never wanted to play baseball again. It was just like I played it because my parents wanted me to play it for the next couple of years, and that was when I really got sucked into music. Like that, like, and this was in like this is like right when Hybrid Theory dropped out. This is why Linkin Park's Hybrid Theory to me is Chester's lyrics in that album are just like one of the cream of the crops. Like it helped me through so much at that point in like such a young kid's life that like, I mean, I guess it could have been a lot worse, you know. Yeah, I don't know, but you just find ways to try and get through it, and I think finding distractions, right? Like that's, we talk about routine and like in balance and like, but also finding, finding activities or finding ways to be occupied, I guess is also very important because you need to find distractions from like the shitty things that are continue to happen. Like when it seems like shit stacks up, it's like when you sit there and you're not doing something that you do enjoy, I think that's when it makes it a lot harder. When you do something that you do enjoy, it's able to take away from a little bit of that bullshit that you're dealing with from whatever it may be, whether it be work or whether it be like, at a young age, a separation from your parents or a breakup or just anything, it's just find a passion in what it is that you find yourself excelling at. And if you find that like niche that you're able to just like coast through it, just fucking keep grinding through it. And it I don't know. I just found music to be one of the most therapeutic things in my entire life. And I don't know what it's like everyone asks that question, would you rather be blind, deaf, or not be able to talk type thing? Like definitely do not take away my hearing. I will fucking, that is the one thing that I will take to the grave. I'd rather go blind or not be able to speak before that.
So, like, I mean, dude, that's no, a lot of that's yeah, really deep but good stuff, man. Like so like you could honestly or obviously definitely say that, you know, as it did would anyone, you know, my parents split at an age well before I could even remember. They split when I was like 3, something like that. They were never married, but they split. So I understand, you know, a lot of those feelings to a point, you know, because it happened much younger for me. But I mean, it you could. It's great to hear that it sounds like music was like a really, really big factor of like keeping you like going with that large impact on your life. You know, the negative impact. You're like you found something that you could have an outlet to and that you could understand and express yourself with yourself and with your friends and loved ones. And
Yeah, absolutely.
that's great that you had that and still do, you know.
And I think using that tool or that like passion that you have to, like you're saying right there, like hone in like your stresses, like you use that as energy towards that, like and I think that, you know, that doesn't necessarily, it's harder to maybe like transfer that over in certain fields depending on what it is that your passion is. But I feel like with music, it's one of the easiest ways to translate that energy, whether it be negative, positive, or whatever it is, into some sort of emotion that now not only are you just feeling, but other people can relate to as well, whether it be just be instrument or whether it be lyrical or poetic or, you know, anything like that. But yeah, man.
I I
Music, dude.
I find it so cool. I love hearing it because like for me, like I obviously can throw passion into my music, into my playing in one way or another, but like it's never been on that level. I feel like it's just I just do it to do it. And I hear all these stories that like yours, that music has been such a large factor of like not just like keeping you together but keeping you like going and growing, you know? Like
Yeah.
music is it's just so vital to life, and it teaches so much. And it like what you're touching on, energy, like I've been preaching the whole energy thing for the last few years now, of that, you know, you need to take you need to focus on the positive energies. And if you focus on the positive energies, more positive will come around. And
Mhm.
any of you know any of those negative energies you get, whether it's negative feelings or whatever, you can completely take those negative things and turn them into a positive, you know. And it's all
Yeah.
energy based. And it's great that like people can use music for that in so many different ways, you know, whether it's just sitting in a basement playing music for yourself, or like us getting in our rooms and playing for internet, or playing for the internet, or for people that tour the world, whether whatever it is, it's a great outlet. And you know, great
Absolutely.
great way to bring
And
everyone
I think
together.
that's another reason why I play so much metal. It's like, man, I mean, like, is there a better like just therapy than like listening to Slipknot's "People Equal Shit" after a fucking shitty day? Like, you know, like it's just like it's such a great genre that just ties into just, man, fuck today. Like, I need to listen to this, or you know, like, or it's great gym music. Like, it's always been like listening to metal in the gym is just like, it's just, yeah, it's, and I think that's, you know, like I say, like I don't really listen. I mean, I do listen to metal outside of stream, but I will say I listen to less metal off stream than I do on stream. But it's also like there are sometimes where it's like, man, I got to stream today, and like I'm exhausted, and you know, sometimes the workday has been rough. But you know, you hit that live button, and maybe beforehand you're kind of not into it, but then you start playing some metal, and it just kind of like starts to work its magic to where it just kind of, you know, it can soothe the soul in an interesting way. And you know, I remember having this conversation like with with an older person when I was younger. And it's funny too because like I said earlier, I used to not like screaming metal at all. Like it took me the longest time, and I then became finding myself like defending why metal was that way. Because like I know some people that like metal that don't really like any of the screaming stuff still. Just like, well, think of it as like, some of the bands that had like more melodic singing had simpler riffs that didn't have melody to them. Well, it's kind of like they flip-flop that. Think of it where like the screaming is not as melodic, but it's more emotional based, and the guitars are driving the melody. And like I remember having this conversation with somebody, and like they're like, and I was like describing like how the screaming just fits into more like some of the lyrical states of like how like emotional and how upset certain lyrics can be, or whatever it may be, that the screaming just kind of fits in. And they're like, oh, that kind of makes sense. It's just like, just kind of weird. You just kind of throw things into different perspectives, and it's just like, it's easy to be when you're younger and you don't know much about music to just shut things out. And I do love that, like over the years I've been able to like branch out to music as opposed to do the opposite. Like I say this all the time, one of my favorite bands ever is Goo Goo Dolls. Like I people could say what they will about the Goo Goo Dolls, absolutely, to me, one of the best bands that have in my lifetime. Like Johnny Resnick as a songwriter, those songs may not be technical, but like when you think about the hits and the way he does weird tunings, and in his words, he does these weird tunings because he sucks at guitar. And as a normal guitarist, I'm like, this is the most craziest tuning I've ever seen, and it seems more genius to me. So it's just weird that like, like I don't know. I absolutely love that band. I've seen that band live like 4 times.
Didn't you just see them in the last like year? Or
Yeah,
so?
yeah. Me and my wife are talking. They're coming around in August again. We're talking about going again.
Yeah, that's awesome.
They're so good. They're so good.
That's awesome.
They always play the hits. They always just have a great set list. They played like, I'll never forget this. So me and Cameron were joking. The first time I was going to see him, he was like, wouldn't it be funny? Like he was joking. He's like, wouldn't it be funny if he like changes guitars every song? I'm like, oh, it would be funny. He did, dude. He didn't play a single song that had the same tuning back to back once. They played like 20 plus songs, and he switched guitars every time. I was in shock. I couldn't believe the meme that me and Cameron were joking about was happening. I'm just like, dude, I'm like, how do you remember to play in these different tunings? Like, I don't know, dude. It's just weird. To me, it's crazy. To him, he does it because it's easier. I guess he plays it in these open tunings because it's just easier than like chording out like a full bar chord or what have you it be. But man, I don't know. I just think he's an underrated musician. I mean, I know everyone's heard Iris a million times, and maybe that's not your thing, but they have so many other banger songs than that. But yeah, that's a guilty pleasure of mine that I'll take to the grave. You put me on an island, I'm definitely taking Gutter Flower with me.
Hell yeah, dude.
That's sure.
Awesome. So what music have you been vibing on lately? Like whether it's just the last, last
dude,
week.
that New In Flames, dude. Oh.
New In Flames is great.
New In Flames is so good. I love it. It just really feels like they're back. I know maybe some people don't agree with that. Maybe they just didn't listen to it enough, but I feel like it really kind of has like a little bit of elements of like all these different decades of In Flames. And it's like, it's like their 14th, 15th album. Like, I mean, dude, that's like as many as Metallica's dropped. I mean, they haven't been around as long, but I mean, they have dropped content for forever. And yeah, I really love their stuff. I'm always fucking listening to Alice in Chains, always jamming on Incubus. I've actually been listening to a lot of Live lately because I did that 90s stream. Live's Throwing
Live?
Copper. Oh yeah, dude. So good.
Yeah, I remember.
Are they from Seattle? Or are they from Washington?
I don't remember. They might be.
I can't remember where they're from.
In the
actually,
chat know the band Live, where they're from? I can't.
I don't think they're Canadian. I don't think they're that far north, but
I don't recall.
I don't remember. But yeah, I don't. Man, I'm
Anything
kind of.
non-metal or rock you've been vibing on lately?
So I will say, like, um, I do listen to, like. Has anyone heard of Tycho? Oh, they're from Pennsylvania.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Has
Pennsylvania.
anybody
Thank
heard
you.
of Tycho?
I have not heard of that.
So it's
What is
kind of.
that?
I don't even know how to describe Tycho. So I've loved Tycho for years. But I, it's, dude, I don't know how to describe this. It's, I don't even know what the genre is called, but it's, have you heard of Emancipator? No, none of this rings any. Okay, that's fine. It's just like, it's like, I don't want to say it's like yoga music, but it's like,
Chill.
it's like chill, very chill, like music. And
What
it always,
instruments?
just instrumental, like straight
Oh,
instrumental,
so it's
like
got a little bit of
it's
everything: guitars, drums,
almost kind of,
piano,
yeah, but
some
it's like
strings, some
it's
horns.
very laid back. It's almost like lo-fi, but before lo-fi kind of became a thing. Like this is a little bit older than that. Like Tycho's been around for a while. Um, like Black Mill, like I just love listening to like some. There's like a lot of chill like kind of music that I always have to have music like in the background, like when I'm sleeping. Like I cannot have silence. Like and I'm all like Tycho's just like one, like always he always ends up being like my, you know, the Spotify Wrapped always ends up being my top because I fucking sleep for,
So what do you have,
you
like a
know,
little player by your bed that plays music when you sleep?
yeah, like my like a Bluetooth speaker, or I just use my, or I just let the speaker of my phone play.
And your wife doesn't mind?
Oh, she likes it too. Like that's, it's either there's the, how many times you get in the bed like you got the music tonight or I got the
Dude, that's
like,
awesome.
yeah.
That's awesome. That's really cool. I don't find that a regular thing. I find either, you know, either if you're single or a couple, when you go to bed, it's either no noise or
Yeah.
maybe a TV, you know, for
Mhm.
either the white noise or the, you know, programming noise, or
Yeah.
the I've experienced this for a while where they have those noise makers where it's
Yeah.
like it like recreates like a white noise or something. It kind of helps you or it's like recreates like a fan noise. Like if a lot of people sleep with a fan, they need to have the air on their face, so there's a fan. So I've never heard of. I mean, yeah, I've slept to music for a while before, you know, lightly.
I'll have to check that out. So
I used to sleep to metal at one point, you know, like I wouldn't care, but yeah, that's really cool that you guys sleep to music. And so it's generally more so all chill things, you know.
yeah, like I don't know if you like listen to lo-fi at all. Like I really like lo-fi, but the problem like with lo-fi for sleeping, there's always some snare that's so clicky. Literally sounds like a wood block snare half
It
the
will
time.
wake
So
you
it's
up a
like,
little bit.
oh bro, I can't sleep. Yeah, I can't. When the snare, when it's like that obvious, like it's like Saint Anger, you know? You
It's
can't.
got to be those snares that they cover with like a towel, and they have like tuned different where it's a real
Yeah.
light snare. It doesn't really.
That's, I mean,
pop in
I'd
your
say
face.
that's like the main thing. Like that's like really I probably listen to the most consistently. Like honestly, dude, like when I wake up in the morning, like if I'm not, you know, I'll kind of get on, grab my coffee, see if anyone's on Twitch. If no one's on Twitch, or like when I was working and I couldn't be on Twitch, like dude, like a Tycho playlist or like something similar to that, like Emancipator or a couple others. Like that would just be what I would put on in the background for music because like I couldn't you know, like I had jobs where I couldn't have like you know, music with vocals in it because it would just be too much interference. And like even if it was instrumental metal, it was like I'd be on the phone or something like that. I'd be talking to people at times where I wouldn't, just like the more like more like an ambience kind of like vibe, just like, but also I am very hot-headed. Like I am very hot-headed. Like so my stream thinks, you know, there's a bad side to me, guys. I'm just letting you guys know. You guys may think that I'm like all fucking sunshine and roses. You can ask Cameron. If Cameron's still here, he knows all about it. If my wife's in here, she knows all about it, obviously. But that's another part of the reason why like I listen to that music. Like it when I'm working like a job like that, I need something calming in the background to just not push me over the edge. Like almost like that scene in fucking, what is it? Anger Man, Goose Fraba. Like Goose Fraba. I need music that does that. So, but yeah.
I was gonna ask when you mostly listen to music, but I mean, it sounds like pretty much all the time. Whether it's if you're working, or obviously when you're driving in the car, you definitely got
Yeah.
music going. So yeah, it sounds like all the time. You know.
Yeah, I really am listening to music all the time. I hate doing stuff in silence. Like whether I'm watching a show or, listening to music, I'm like, I don't know if it's like the need to always have to multitask, or if it's like a form of like ADHD that like I just need something else where I can just, I don't know. I honestly, well, like I said, like I'm like, I used to, get in trouble for being twitchy and stuff. And that's why I wanted to play drums and stuff. And I'm sure, like, honestly, in today's standards, I would probably get diagnosed with ADHD. But like, I think I've always kind of been able to find a way to channel that and like put that towards something else to where it's not like a distraction and it doesn't become like an issue. I used to get in trouble in school maybe, but like, I wasn't doing dumb shit. And like my mom was super, like I said earlier, my mom was super helpful because, with my mom and my dad being split, her being just a single mom, like she wanted to support what I was into to avoid me like doing worse shit. I could have been doing something dumb that got me in trouble or something. And she was, if it was music, she was like, yes, as long as he's not fucking doing something he ain't supposed to be doing, I'm gonna be supporting this. So I'm so lucky to have had the support that I had from my mom and be able to like do what she did for like the band, not even just me, but for the band. Like she would drive us around the shows and practices and all that kind of shit. It's just like that people don't have that luxury, and it's like I'm lucky to have had that because if you don't have that if you don't have something that gets you to stay involved like that, like a support system, and you really are finding doubt with like an instrument, it can be hard to get going on that instrument. And I think I have to say, like, to these people that are trying an instrument for the first time, like, use the tools that are at your disposal. Like, I mean, back when I was younger, there wasn't a YouTube. There was no YouTube. There wasn't, there was some tabs on the internet, but there wasn't as many tabs on the internet. Obviously, I'm speaking in a guitarist perspective, but, like, you just use all these tools to help you get better, because there definitely are things, if you put in the effort and the time for it, that you can use to improve, whether it's people on YouTube teaching technique or whether scale. And like, I'm a victim of this myself. I really want to learn more scales on lead. I want to become a better lead player. Silverchord is, all those solos you hear are me. None of it is written by anybody else. And I love those solos, but I do want to get better at lead and know other scales and different things. I just kind of know like the basic, just your basic scales. But yeah, I mean, use these tools to your advantage, because technology is there now, and it's like even easier to do things as a musician now on your own, of all things too. So anyways, that's my order now and you'll get 2 for the price of 1. $19.95.
Oh man, dude, I love it.
Did
That's
I ever wear eyeliner? Oh my god, Cameron coming in with the hard facts.
Dude,
no. Do you want to hear a story about this?
Bro, I straight thought that you wore eyeliner for a long time. I'm sure
I'm surprised I don't get that question more, to be honest, on Twitch.
I think someone was arguing with me. They're like, "Oh, he's wearing eyeliner." I'm like, "I think he's just got the Derek Carr going on. I think he just looks he's got the dark lashes. Probably they're thick and dark. So it just looks like you're wearing eyeliner."
I got fucking teased my whole life, dude. Dude,
hey,
get
it's
this.
Good for the rock star look, bro. You can join.
I know, dude. My daughter's got them, so she's fucking pumped. She's gonna love that later.
Oh, she's set.
Yeah. But my dumbass in like 6th grade cut them, not thinking they would grow back.
You cut your eyelashes? Why?
I was tired of getting teased, dude. I was so tired of it, dude. I used to get teased a lot. I'm not kidding, dude.
Oh my god.
I fucking, dude, my grandma caught me. She's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I think my sister would pull her eyelashes out at a young age.
That sounds painful too.
So she had none. I think it was like a nervous thing. It was like, so yeah,
it was always that, or it was always like mascara boy. That was always the number one. It was like mascara boy, eyeliner boy, or it was my ears, because my ears were always like this size when I was like younger. So I was always, Dumbo was another one.
You had to grow into your ears?
Oh, 100%. My ears were fucking huge when I was a kid, dude. I had the Matt Heafy ears. I'm not even kidding, dude. Like I know he made like a post about how he had like, dude, I was exactly the same way, man. I hated it. Drove me nuts, but it's so funny though. It's just like, you just kind of like, I don't know. Kids are ruthless. Yeah, I agree. It wasn't too like, I mean, I don't know. It's just like, I feel like it's different now, right? Like bullying has just gotten to another level because of social media. Like there's just different ways of bullying, which kind of is scary.
I honestly don't understand bullying, because
I don't either.
Never
was one to do that.
Any of the bullying I was around, it was either like very, very light or like honestly warranted. Like as in like bullying like, mean people. So like I don't get the whole, like, you hear these stories of like serious, severe bullying, and I don't understand that because I've never really been around it, So yeah, that's just wild. But I mean, that's why it's good we have things like music and sports and all that.
I remember some bully was like this one kid was like messing with me, and then he wanted to fight, and then I kicked his ass in the fight, and like the whole thing like swapped afterwards. It was just like, okay.
You were the bully now because you beat him up.
Yeah. No, he played that card after I kicked his ass, dude. He tried to play a victim like after the fight.
Been there, done that.
He was like, I can't hear out of my ear. I remember. I'll never forget that, dude.
Well,
I don't remember the guy's name, dude. Nuts to fist style. How you like it?
Oh, man.
Is anyone else losing volume on mic? Oh, are we talking over each other?
Oh, that might be it. That could be it. Yeah, he got softer. That's what she said.
Oh.
Nice. I can't do that. I could just do. Oh yeah.
Echoes. Nothing but echoes in the house. Reverb. Max reverb.
I've been quieter most of the time. Check. Why is this quiet? This does seem quieter than normal. Check. That's probably it. It's the drum brain. Dude, this has been fucking awesome.
This has been so fun.
This has been awesome to get to know you, and chat's been able to get to know you. Holy shit, I missed a few things. Okay, first of all, I never saw that Blast raided. Big shout out to Blast for the raid.
Oh, hell yeah.
26 minutes ago. Thank you, Blast, for bringing in the friends. Meals on Wheels, thank you for the Prime. I really appreciate it. Ketchup Head, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Oh, yeah.
I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
The Kool-Aid guy.
Stop saying, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
You guys remember that Dane Cook skit? My father's going to be here soon. You better clean this up. What does he call him? You giant glass bitch. Is that what he calls it? I will kick you and you will fall over. You are very top heavy. You giant glass bitch. I want to call people that more, actually. That's a great insult. It doesn't even make sense.
Okay. God, I think I've covered most of the questions that I have.
Do you want to talk nerd stuff?
Nerd stuff?
Yeah.
Like what kind of
We're
nerd
both
stuff?
nerds.
I mean,
I don't know.
I'm a weird category, man. Like as nerdy as I am, I'm also like I'm a little bit of everything, man. Like I can roll with the jocks, I can roll with the nerds, I can roll with this group, I can roll with that. Like so it's like I can only go so far into nerd talk, nerddom, because like I like.
It's one of your favorite video games of all time.
Banjo-Kazooie. That's why I got.
Dude,
we got all
so
we
good.
got all the Pokemon stuff around here, but then we got right there. We got Banjo-Kazooie sitting right there.
I love that.
There's a few cosplays.
Me and my other guitarist used to be up till like 4 a.m. playing that game, dude.
Dude, it's the best.
Blake, it's so good.
It's the best.
Your drum playthrough on that was so fire.
I have a playlist of that album saved on my YouTube, and I've played like a lot of it. Like there's a lot
That's awesome.
There's a lot of good jams. I will eventually do a lot more covers for shorts or YouTube or whatever the hell, That we need to find, that's what I need help from like streamers like you and other people with is like figuring out. I want to collab with, with you. Dude, there's been so many people that have come into chat tonight. Like I saw Scott in here a little bit ago. Like Scott's been here. Grant, like, dude, thank you everyone that's been coming through. Like
that is really fucking awesome. I did see that. Like
I apologize to anyone I haven't been paying attention to. It's because I'm trying to be a good host and pay attention to our guest right here. Our guest who's right underneath me. This handsome son of a bitch.
Because I caught my hair. Oh, is it? I don't know.
Yeah, but seriously, thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for the support. Really, really appreciate it.
Dude, do you remember Metal Slug?
Metal Slug? I know the name.
It's the arcade game. Dude, Cam, we had that on the 90s stream. We had that on the 90s. Dude, I grew up in like arcades. So get this, my parents met bowling in Hawaii. And so
bowling?
Bowling is like bowling is like a huge part of like my childhood, honestly.
Really?
Are you a
good bowler?
Yeah. I just haven't
What's
bowled
your
in a long
average?
time. Oh, I haven't bowled in a long time. I don't know what my
when I was a kid, I averaged a 140, 150. Now as an adult, I average a 190.
Nice. Yeah, I would say I think I was around that when we did league last, was around 190. I mean, you'd hit the occasional over like 220 and whatnot.
You get games in between 170 and 220, right?
Yeah. Yes.
You're like, oh, you'll bowl a 200, then you'll bowl this. Dude, Big Roach with the 20 bomb, dude.
Jesus, he said ignore.
No, how do I ignore that? Dude, go back to bowling.
I want to go back to bowling. That was my bowling balls are still in California. Actually, my dad has them.
You left your balls in California? Oh no, dude. Oh no, that's not good.
Oh God, do you want to hear about the horrible move to Tennessee?
What happened in the move?
So we hired movers to like move everything over. We had a budget and like we gave them the dimensions of every piece of furniture in the house, everything. And they estimated us out. We put a down payment down, all this stuff. They get there and they're like, oh, we need like double what we said we need. And we're like, what are you talking about? Like, we told you everything that we have in our house. Well, they must not have done it. I don't know, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, it's going to be like this much. And we're like, we fucking paying you that. And dude, they told us this like after they loaded like half the shit on their stuff. Dude, it was, yeah, we literally, what they wanted to charge us was not affordable. Like we could not pay what they were trying to charge us. Like they literally went from like, I think we were like at like 6,000 ish for the move, and they wanted to bump it to like 10, 11. to move us to Tennessee. It was just like, there's no fucking way. Yeah, of course they were. We knew exactly what they were doing in Denmark, and of course we fucking lost the deposit. And we tried to put something in about that, but we never heard anything back.
Sheesh.
Yeah, dude. So we had to last minute our stuff in a we got one of the last like U-Hauls out because dude, U-Haul, I don't know if you guys have seen posts, but like U-Hauls one way out of California are like hard to get because they're happening like left and right. So they're running out of U-Hauls that are one ways. They're like, no, we only have U-Hauls that you have to bring back. Like, and so we got like one of the last ones of, I don't remember what the size was, but we literally had to leave some stuff because we couldn't fit anything else in our U-Haul. And my bowling balls were like a select thing that I had to like just leave behind. I'm like, I gave them to my dad. I'm like, here, you take these. I'll come back for these.
At least you left your balls with your dad. Man.
Yeah.
That's, oh man. You'll get them back.
Yeah, I know. I miss bowling. Bowling's so fun. But yeah, my parents used to bowl like 3 nights a week. I'd be in the arcade all the time, dude. Cruising the world, cruising USA, fucking early Mortal Kombat 2, a bunch of pinball, obviously. Does anybody remember the Aerosmith game where like you had to shoot and save Aerosmith? They were like held ransom. There was a Die Hard game.
I remember
dude,
that
all
game
the
now.
dude, there's so many games, dude. Oh my god, dude.
Okay, so your parents, were they bowling at a young age? Like you were at a young age and going to the bowling alley and going to the arcade? Is that something that maybe got you into a lot of like the nerddom that you're into? At least some of it?
Yeah, I'd say it contributed to that. You know what was really weird? It was almost like, so my parents were weird. They kind of never caved into a console. I tried to get a console like so many times. It never happened. I never got.
What was your first console then?
My first console was on my own. Was an Xbox 360. Is that crazy or what?
That is crazy. You never owned a Nintendo or a Sega or a PlayStation 1.
Nope.
Like,
I spent all those hours at friends' houses every time. Every time. You know how many I spent a lot of hours at friends' houses. Dude, it's crazy though. Like I'll never forget when like Super Nintendo at one of my buddies' houses in Idaho. We used to play so much Mega Man, so much Super Mario, and then my other friend, he had Genesis, so it was like all fucking Sonic 24/7. Dude, Sonic was like, dude, Sonic, Earthworm Jim, fucking the Lion King movie, or do you guys remember the Lion King game? Dude, that game was gnarly.
So answer me this: did you have? Of course, you had the friends.
I had handhelds though. I did have like
a Game Boy.
I had a Game Boy. I had a Super, or not. What was the second one? It wasn't a Super Game Boy.
Well, there's Game Boy Advanced.
Oh, that one. Yeah. And then I said Genesis earlier, but that's the console. I'm trying to remember the Sega handheld. It was like
Sega had a handheld.
Yeah, they did. It was really badass actually. God, Game Gear. Game Gear? Yeah, the Game Gear. Dude, so I had that and I fucking played the fuck out of Sonic on that too. But yeah, dude, even when N64s came out, dude, I tried. Dude, I remember this one, dude. I remember they promised me like if I did chores like for this entire year without any complaints type thing, I would get an N64 on Christmas. And they still didn't fucking live up to that. I was so bummed, Dan.
Oh,
but, dude, yeah, dude, Mario Kart, Mario Party, man. I used to play so much Star Fox at my friend's house. I remember, I think we literally, me and my friend, his mom, re-rented Tony Hawk's Pro Skater for like almost a year. I think Blockbuster ended up telling her that she can just keep it or whatever the fuck it was.
They're like,
at some
dude,
point.
No one else is gonna play this game. You use the shit out of it. It's just
never
yours.
returned it ever. It was just we almost played that game more than we actually skated for a period of time.
So did you have any friends that, did you have anyone that you used for like like being a kid, do you have like I just imagine being a kid and not owning a console and being like there is at least one like you probably had this kid had this Nintendo, this kid had a Sega, and so
Dude,
it's like did you have
every
any
one of my
kids
friends had one.
well, that's what I'm saying. Did you have any like so-called friends that wasn't really a friend, but you used to be like to use their?
Oh.
You're like, hey, bro, can I come over and play Nintendo? And they're like, dude, you don't even want to hang out. You just want to play my Nintendo.
I'm gonna be completely honest. No, actually, like
That's
everyone
good.
that,
That's good.
yeah,
That's
yeah,
good.
everyone that like I remember like those, dude. I remember. Oh man, dude.
I mean, kids are like that. They don't have. Not everyone has
Yeah,
all the.
no, I
like,
know. Yeah,
it's like, dude, Billy has the nice basketball. Can we invite Billy over to play basketball? He'll bring over his nice basketball.
I loved when I moved. So when I moved back to California in 4th grade, I think that was when it was really like a crossover, like because N64 had come out. I think it had come out like maybe a year or two before. I remember playing StarCraft and a couple other games, Wave Runner and some other things in Washington. Moved out. A couple other games came out, but I also remember going to my friend's house playing like Duke Nukem and a couple other games in the garage. But that was when I really discovered like PC games. He would like show me Diablo and StarCraft and Warcraft, and like they were playing Magic the Gathering, and like and then Pokemon had just come out too, like not too long after, like or like right at the same time. So like there was the Pokemon card game and whatnot.
Did you ever
And
mess around with Pokemon games yourself?
so so on the Nintendo, yes, or on the Game Boys, yes. I played all Red and Blue, and then what was the second? It was the second set.
Gen was Silver, Gold,
Yes.
and Crystal.
I played Silver and Gold. I didn't play Crystal. But then that was kind of, and I was watching the show, and I was more of like a card collector than a card player. I kind of knew how to play, but I was like still really young that I'd play someone that was like like a 6th grader. I was like 4th grade, and I wouldn't know what the fuck I was doing. They would beat me. But yeah, I remember collecting the cards as well, and I just remember loving the show. I remember always coming back home after like 4th grade and watching. It was I swear it was Dragon Ball first. It was Dragon Ball Z, and then it was a Pokemon episode. It was like the order on like I don't remember what network it was, but it was just like every fucking day after school, if I can come home and catch those. And yeah, I just got into that stuff off of that.
Wasn't it you that I talked to about Beast Wars? Didn't you? Weren't you the
Oh
one that had all
yeah,
the Beast
dude.
Wars?
I did have all the That was when I lived in Washington, because that was an older show. Yeah, Beast Wars was fucking amazing, dude. I love that show, dude. Cheetor, fucking Optimus Primal. Oh man, dude. Yeah, I'm kind of excited. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of excited for this new Transformers movie, because it's supposed to be like, yeah, Beast Wars related on this. And yeah, dude, early 90s when living in Washington, that was like cream of the crop, like shows, like Saturday morning, dude. It was like, yeah, you had Beast Wars, you had animated Spider-Man, you had Batman, you had Power Rangers. I mean, you could still list a bunch of others too, but damn, dude.
Yeah.
And the Mortal Kombat movie, live action movie came out. Like, I mean, dude, I remember cutting out like cardboard, right? You know how like the ninjas have like the like shoulder pieces and like it drapes down. I remember me and my friends cut out like cardboard pieces that we draped over ourselves and like spray painted the color of whatever ninja we were gonna be. And I was definitely Reptile, because Reptile's the best. And fucking making like these cardboard masks with rubber bands, and just like, dude, always like in the backyard pretending that we were ninjas, just fighting, being dumbasses, man.
Oh, that's awesome.
Kids, dude. It's funny as hell to see in my own son too, because it's like, but it's like such a different time. Like he's still too young to be in school, so it's like he's not at that point yet. But just like, man, it's so weird now, because it's like he's got consoles, And he's like, dude, he's gotten further in Halo 5. I mean, I'll be completely honest, I didn't really play Halo 5, but dude, that kid is like beating game campaigns that I've never even beaten. He just beat the Miles Morales game on the PS the other day. Just like,
that's
the
great.
credits are rolling up. He's like, what does this mean? I'm like, that means you beat the game. Are you serious? Like, what the fuck? Like, you're 5.
I was just gonna ask, how old are your kid? You got 2?
Yeah, 5 and 12.
Nice, right on. That's cool.
Yeah, the 12-year-old is starting to get too old too quick. That's starting to scare the fuck out of me, man.
Oh, I bet. Dude, I don't have kids, and I watch them grow like, literally, they do grow like weeds. Like, what? That kid was a baby, and now it's getting a job.
Yeah, yeah. No, I know. I literally was talking like with Abby the other day, and I'm just like, to say in a couple years you can get a job. I just felt like I couldn't believe those words were coming out of my mouth. It was like, what?
Do any of your kids are any of them into music at all?
Yeah, so Abby is
playing.
Actually, she's in band, and she's playing the flute.
Awesome.
She's actually doing really good. Yeah, she's loving it. She's speaking of nerd stuff, they're actually learning the Star Wars like theme song right now.
Yeah,
she's actually been doing
dude. That's awesome.
She's loving it, dude. She's getting a lot better. She's been practicing about half hour a day, and like she obviously practices in school too. So, but yeah, dude, she's really good at art too. She used to do Taekwondo, and then it's hard when you make a transition for a young kid, especially like a transition to state. But dude, she was a half belt away from her black belt out in California, and she just hasn't wanted to. We need to force her back into it. We're kind of going to use her brother as like an excuse to like, he's going, you need to go with him kind of thing.
Yeah.
But because dude, she's so close. It's like,
you can't let that dissipate.
We have the rack, and it's literally one. There's just one missing, and it's the black belt. It's just like,
how many belts is that then? I don't know.
Like not 9.
It's black. Is black the 10th belt or something like that? Or?
White, yellow, orange.
7.
There's green, blue. There's an army. There was a brown, and then there was like a red, yellow, black. That was her last belt. The red, yellow, black is like before black. At least in Taekwondo with her training was. There's a purple too. There is a purple belt. So yeah, I don't know. I didn't count that. I'm sorry.
There's a lot.
Yeah. But cool. She did really good. She loved it. She was doing bow staff too, because that was like pick a weapon, which the bow staff is just that. I mean, honestly, the bow staff is pretty badass. Like when she was doing some of like the crazy wielding, it like reminded me of like, I don't know if you've seen Ray Park, the guy that plays Darth Maul in Star Wars. Like outside, he's like a fucking really, really good jiu-jitsu or whatever form of martial arts he does, but he is like insanely good with a bow staff and able to just do all that lightsaber shit in real life, which is so nuts, dude. It's so crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So do you think?
I know, right, Cameron?
Do you think the boy is gonna get into music at all, or do you think he's gonna just?
Oh yeah, dude. He always comes in when I'm like practicing a song. If he can hear a song, he'll just come in and it's just like, yeah. He just always starts air guitaring and stuff. He's he doesn't really know what he's doing. Is
he right or left?
That's a weird motion you're doing there. He does do it left, but he doesn't really do it right. He kind of just neutrally throws his hands out and just goes like, he doesn't really like emulate it like very well, like that he's holding a guitar.
Yeah.
But it's funny. He thinks this means rock star no matter what. Like, so anytime you do this, like, he's like, I'm being a rock star. So ridiculous.
That's awesome. That's cute.
Yeah, he's just vibing. Exactly.
That's cool. Um, man. So do I have to get you out of here soon? Is it or
Yeah, I mean, we could end it. We've been talking. How long we been on for? Almost 5 hours. Holy shit!
yeah, I figured
4.5
I figured it'd be about in this range and all that.
Yeah, yeah. Luke Chaos is what we call him exactly.
Well, here, before we get done, how about this? I got a couple other things in here, I think. Oh, here's something. Um, what you mentioned a couple guitar players, obviously like James Hetfield and then a couple of the
Oh
Ghosts and all
yeah.
that. What drummers, since you wanted to be a drummer
Ooh.
like yourself, what drummers influence you as a musician or a guitar player, just whatever? What influence do you like or influence you?
So I know, as lame as it sounds, like I will say Lars, because like before I picked up a guitar, like I used to watch those binge and purge like live videos all the time, and like his performance, like his stage performance, and like that drum off that him and James did. I just like, there's just so many things like, and I don't remember if anyone remember, like, if you, this is how much I remember this. If you've seen the Four Horsemen on the San Diego video, like he has two drum sets, and there's a section where he runs from one drum set to another drum set. There's like stupid shit like that. Just like as a kid, I was just like, this is fucking awesome. But like, I mean, you got Vinny, dude. Vinny always had such a unique fucking drum sound. His drum sound just sounded so punchy, and just that kick was always just like in your face. And God, I never, and there was always like other drum beats. I would say there wasn't really, when I was a young age, I didn't really know maybe drummers' names a lot at the time. So like there was always beats that really got me into wanting to do drums, like Painkiller. Dude, the first time like as a kid hearing Painkiller, that intro just like what is this? Like and Trust by Megadeth, that whole like Tom like roll thing that's going on in the beginning of that, I always thought was like really cool. A band that I think their drum beats kind of get swept under the rug is like early Offspring. I think like a lot of the drum beats like on Ignition are like very good. Like they're just punky, but just like easy to like hook onto, and just I don't know. I always loved like the Ignition album, the self-titled album, Smash, like all of those old drum stuff on Offspring stuff always caught me.
It's funny you bring up Offspring because so me when I was young, um uh, the person who got my first drum set was my second cousin, rest in peace. When after I had my drums for a few years, he didn't live anywhere near me. He was like the type of like, oh, I need to feed this kid some music and some influence and all that. So after a few years of not seeing me, from like 7 to like, I don't know, it was like 10, maybe 11, around that range, he he went out and bought me a bunch of CDs. He bought me a Led Zeppelin CD.
Oh,
He
nice.
bought me I can't remember them all, but the ones that I definitely remember that he got me, like I think he got me a U2 CD just because he likes U2. I think he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. Led Zeppelin, the Police,
Oh, dude, their drum beats.
the
That's
Police.
okay. So that's another band right there that's got such unique drum beats, man. That, and you as a drummer, obviously are hearing that. Like, dude, the reggae like vibe that they brought into their stuff, I don't feel like it's talked about enough.
No, for sure. Well, and that was the other band, was the Offspring. Was or that I could remember. I know he had like a stack, but the
Cool.
ones that stuck out was like Offspring, Police, Zeppelin, things like that.
Did he get it from the Columbia Records thing where you like got 5 CDs for 99 cents
I
and
don't
then
know where he got them. I don't know if he came up here. He might have I don't know. Well, he probably got them down in California and then brought them up.
was it Columbia Music? Does anybody in the chat remember? Do you know what I'm talking about though? They had
No.
those no, they never had, dude. I remember getting in trouble from my mom because she got like this bill like of all these CDs. You're supposed to get like all these 5 CDs or something for 99 cents. And you just submit this thing, and they wouldn't take payment until after. They try to send you a bill after they sent you the CDs.
That's funny.
That is funny.
That's great. Okay, how about one last thing? We'll end the questionnaires and all that on a good note, or at least something that you could possibly give out to the Twitch, YouTube, whatever world out there. For you being a guitar player, if you could give advice to another musician, whether that's either just starting off or on an amateur level, like what advice would you give a musician at the level that you're at
Yeah, I would say try and find time if you're a musician that's just starting out, or you're just starting to try and learn an instrument. Try and find time. Like, if you can try and channel your time, your free time, or like your just energy from just not maybe a bad day at work, or like I was saying earlier, just trying to channel any negative energy into like your own hobby, or trying to progress that. If you just distract yourself and dive into something like that, you will find yourself being more interested, and just the skill will start to come naturally because you are finding yourself involved with the instrument, or whether it be music production, maybe not even an instrument, but you're just doing music production. If you're just finding yourself going down this route, the more you keep doing it and the more you keep trying to dedicate time to it, whether you're learning this a little bit each day, or maybe one day you don't learn anything and you just are still continuing on the skills that you've already learned. I just think time is really what it is. Like I say, like, if I wasn't streaming, I would not be playing guitar this much, and I know I wouldn't be at the skill level of guitar that I feel like I am right now. And like the same goes for back when I was younger. Like I felt like I was really had good chops back then. It's like the thing that helped me then was moving to like a brand new town. I knew nobody. There was nobody my age on the block. So like the whole freshman year I'd come home from school and play along with Metallica's Live Shit, Binge and Purge, or Eister's like Alive in Athens, or Iron Maiden's Rock in Rio. I'd put those 3 like DVDs on and just play along with the whole playlist day in, day out. And it just becomes repetition, and you'll find things that you want to improve on. And if you're finding things that you want to improve on, that means you're staying interested. And I think, like, don't find things that are hard as necessarily this giant mountain that you need to climb that you're not going to get over, because you can always kind of go around the mountain, and there's always other skills that you can hone in on if something is too hard. And like, if you need to hone in on a different skill set on the instrument, there's nothing wrong with taking a break from something that may seem too hard and that may need more time and patience on. And I'm sure the same goes with like technique for drums. Like, and I feel like when I watch drummers do double bass now, it's way like, I don't know what the technique is, but you guys seem to like swivel your heels. And I don't feel like I ever did that, at least that I noticed. But is that like a technique in the way that the...
Yeah, so there's a couple different techniques that drummers...
Also, Big Roach with that 20 bomb.
What the fuck, dude? Big Roach, thank you so much, dude.
Let's go.
Thank you so much for the support, my homie, my friend. Thank you. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for supporting Destro. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dude, thank you. I can't thank you enough. So the technique that drummers are doing, someone, I think it's your singer that redeemed a blast beat.
Oh, really?
So there's 2 main technique. I mean, unless you're just double bassing, just lifting your feet up and down and double bassing, whether you're fast or slow. There's 2 techniques that most metal drummers are doing these days. The one that I use is the swivel technique. And it's kind of like, do you know much about the Moeller technique with like your hand?
Mm-mm.
So there's like something there's like different forms of like the Moeller technique, where it's like, there's like a form where you use your arm, where it's like You know, like a fast thrash beat, like the Dave
Okay.
Lombardo beat.
Uh-huh.
There's a lot of drummers that do like a molar motion where it's like you
More
bring
arm
it,
than wrist
like,
kind of
well,
thing.
no, you go do back and forth.
Oh,
Like every hit is different, so it's like up, down, up, down, up, down. And
Okay.
there's things to do that. What that's doing, you're conserving energy in your muscles and all that. You're using different muscles at different points and all that. Like if you're just constantly using the same muscle and the same motion, you get tight.
that's me with
good.
downstroke. So I think
Yeah.
that should be alternate.
Yeah, well, that's like there's all these different ways that playing music is understanding how to use your body with your mind, and so it's all about muscle movements, muscle memory, and all that. And so there's the molar technique, and so the swivel technique is kind of like some type of molar motion per se, where like how I describe my swivel technique is, each swing is a hit. So right, hit, left, hit. So hit, 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 hit. And how it kind of works is like right is where my thigh lifts up and the foot presses down. And then the left, the thigh presses down and does the work for the pedal. If that makes sense.
So does that allow you to get a little bit extra speed off of that?
Well, what I'm doing, I'm using different muscles.
Or is it just easier on like the stamina of
There's like multiple reasons why like drummers like me use it. It's like it helps the muscles, and you use it. You're conserving energy and using energy all at the same time.
Did you initially know that like method, or you learned that like later on, and did that take you some time to learn?
I think I was already like kind of naturally doing it, and then seeing like YouTube drummers, like Derek Roddy, George Callias, and other mainly George Callias. He's a big swivel advocate, if you will. After watching them, I was like, oh, that makes sense. And it just kind of, I don't know, it just kind of naturally, it wasn't one of those things where I'm like, I actively worked on it. It just kind of naturally happened, And so there's the swivel technique, and then there's the technique that a lot, like, okay, Blast just rated earlier. Blast can do it, Blast beat. Blast bit metal drumming. Guys like, like bands like Cattle Decap, Lorna Shore, basically most of the extreme metal bands nowadays that have super, super fast blast beats and double bass. Shadow of Intent, drummers like Mike Caputo, and this guy, that guy, all these newer / older death metal drummers, they're doing the double strokes. It's where, you're da 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 da, and how most guys are doing it is they're tuning the kick drum skin real tight, so when you hit it, you get like extra
slap back.
You get that rebound, and so you basically, how I understand, there's two ways you can do double strokes.
That's crazy.
There's the heel toe technique where you, like I was saying, the molar technique where you first hit is your heel, then the second hit is your toes, heel toe, and so you do that motion like this, and essentially, what would sound like this is doubled. Like you literally watch drummers, it looks like they're just doing this, but it's because they're doing doubles, and
that's so crazy.
It works so well in metal because everyone's triggered up. And, those triggers pick up those hits, and, like, you can do, like, guys who do doubles naturally are guys like Thomas Lang. Thomas Lang is a freak of nature on the drum set. He is amazing, and talk about precision of hits. But, like, he can do double strokes on a kick drum, and you could actually hear them, but they're still, like, you hear an audible, like, it's not every hit is the exact same.
Yeah.
And so that's where like the triggers go, come
full
into
speed
place.
on it.
And then that's where all the haters are all like, oh, that's cheating, triggers are cheating, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, if you want to call anyone cheating, it's, you know, it's the double strokes and all that, but even then you're not cheating. It's just a different technique, you know.
Yeah.
And they're using technology to enhance it, you know.
Yeah.
So, you know, yeah, there's all these different techniques for double bassing. I do the one that not everyone's doing now, the swivel technique. Everyone's trying to learn doubles now, which as they should, because music and music as it progresses, heavy music, it gets faster and faster and faster. And so you got to figure out, how the fuck am I going to go so fast? I got to build this engine fast enough.
See, you know, y'all need to slow down. This is why Silverchord's trying to come into play. Y'all need to take a step back. All this heaviness, like, dude, some of this metal that's out today is just like too much for me. Like, I know Lorna Shore and like some other bands like that everyone is really into on the streams, and it's just not.
Well,
it's just too much for me. It's like it's like old Whitechapel. Like I love new Whitechapel, but I like old Whitechapel is just too much.
I think what's going on, and I mean, this could just be me seeing things for however I'm seeing it, but I think what's going on, and has been going on for a little bit, is that, you know, metal's not dying by any means.
No, definitely not.
But what I will say is that the typical standard, like, predictable metal could be dying because it's been done time and time again. And you take these bands like Periphery, Polyphia, or even you take Archspire. You take all these bands that are doing different things within their music, whether they're adding symphonic things or weird rhythm sections or other styles of music. It's progressing for the better. So I think it's moving in the right direction, because it's all in metal. The standard, you know, formula has been done.
Are you saying metal needs to go back in the shadows? No, I'm not saying that. I just think it needs less strings.
No, well, it needs to be the extreme. It's trying to get so extreme to where people can't comprehend it, with the amount of strings, with the amount of speed, the amount of effects. You know,
so low. Like, yeah, dude. Some stuff is just like so. It's like what younger me would not even like. If you know, you sent that shit like in a time capsule like 15 years ago, some of the shit that's out now, people's brains would explode, dude.
Yeah, but it's good. There's good, you know, as everything. There's good things and bad things about it.
Yeah,
but I mean,
absolutely.
I think it's definitely, in my eyes, I think it's moving in the right direction because of the bands. Like, there's all these gent bands now, you know, that's a big thing now. I think that's moving metal in a right direction, even though there's a lot of
I finally got past that point in my stream.
What point?
The first time, you know, I haven't had we're gonna get one tomorrow. I haven't had a first time viewer be like, play a gent riff in like a year and a half. I'm gonna knock on wood because I'm sure it's gonna happen now that I said it. But dude, that used to be the most common thing ever, man. Was like, you'd think it would be like, come in and play Fire in the Flames or something. It was like, play a gent riff.
Really?
Like, how about no?
Well, I think it's because it's been a new trend, new genre, new style, new thing, and people like new things, and so they're gonna grasp onto that. But what I'm saying is, I think genres like that and bands that are doing things like that are progressing heavy music in the right direction. You know, there's been Cannibal Corpse has been done time and time again. Let's get some more Peripheries out there, you know, because they're doing, you know, like their new song. They got a jazz part, they got heavy parts, they got poppy parts, they got it all, you know. Same with like bands like Polyphia, you know. They might not be everyone's cup of tea, but they're bringing more to the table than the typical
I'm actually seeing Polyphia at the end of the month.
That's fucking awesome. I'm jelly.
I'm going solo, but I'm super stoked. I'm gonna try and get up front if I can.
Do it.
That'd be fucking sick.
Do it and get
be right in front
footage.
of Tim.
Dude,
get a pick. Yeah. Dude, to get a pick. Oh my god, bro, that'd be sick.
He's one of the premier players right now, as he should.
Oh yeah,
you know.
He's
top notch.
I don't know how, dude. And see, like, and that's the thing. It's like watching, and I think maybe that's where I try. You know, I don't know, and I don't know if this is a bad thing. Maybe some people watch my stream and they're like, overactor. This guy's overacting. but like I try to like, I don't want to say the word disguise, but I try to use like my energy as like a positive for like when I maybe am not able to play like as technical stuff. Like there's no way I could play anything Polyphia on stream. Like dude, I tried learning the intro to Goat. I remember this in California. It took me 3.5 hours just to learn the intro, and the rest of it wasn't even tabbed. So there was like no way I was going to learn the rest by ear. And I just like, I didn't retain that, dude. You think the next day I was like, okay, let's practice this for another 3 hours. No, I was like, fuck this. And so, it's just like more power to that ability, because it's nuts, but it sometimes sucks because it's like I wish I could play that on stream, but it's like some of these bands are getting to these levels where it's like I can't even satisfy some of these viewers because I can't play any of this stuff.
Well,
But
you know what I
it's
noticed?
sick though.
Check this. Have you seen the video on YouTube? I just watched it, pulled up randomly, and I ended up watching it. It's like a 10 or 20-minute video. It's maybe 15, somewhere in that range. It's of Tim, and it's basically like his progression as a guitar player. It shows
Is that
footage.
guitar? Is that the guitar like world interview or something?
No, it wasn't an interview. It was like a
Okay.
I don't know. I can't even remember if it was on like just some random channel or on a big channel or what, but all the video was clips from young Tim. There was no like, I don't think there was any talking. I think it was literally just, there was no talking. It was just taking clips, whether it's like in the later, obviously he was taking clips from like newer music videos and all that, but like it was all just his progression as a guitar player. And what I took away from it is I've noticed that he kind of was what I was talking about, of like the typical like metalhead guitar player. He's playing like a lot of metalcore riffs, like the same, like, but he progressed from like the typical like I'm just playing metal/rock guitar into learning different styles a little bit, and then now he's where he's at now, where it's like seemingly he could play any style. Like if
It's
you think
stupid.
about it, like
Yeah, the hybrid picking that. Like, dude, if you would have told me like about what hybrid picking is when I was like in high school, I'd have been like, that's it. Like, even when I found out about it like not too long ago, like I was just like, that's a thing. But like, there's no way. Like, I kind of, I mean, I guess I wish I would have known about it like before, because I would have maybe tried it more. But like, dude, there's some stuff on guitar that I don't know how these people pull off. And like, I just got my first 7-string last year, and I still feel uncomfortable on that guitar because I've been playing.
sure.
I've been playing 6-string for, I mean, about 20 years, and I just now get my first my first 7-string. So it's like, I mean, it's super cool, but I am starting to realize too, like I watch some of these videos on some of these bands that just play 7-string, and I'm like, bro, these guys play 7-string because they're bears. These guitar players have massive hands, and they can play on these fucking fat ass neck pieces with no issue, like Unearth and Fifth for an Autopsy. Like, these guys are like, I'm a dwarf to these guys, so it's like it's only natural for them to play on these. So it's just crazy. It's just like, it's just funny how, in multi scales and like headless guitars, like guitars have changed so much. It's like, it's kind of it's kind of like drums can only do so much, I feel like, right? Like you guys got electric kits, you guys got your acoustic kits, and it's just like the way of the guitar, I feel like it's almost like different lightsabers. There's like, you got the headless version, you got the multi-scale version, there's some other new bridge that's out, and it's just like everyone's talking about all these wood types for their body and their neck type, and half the time, dude, I'm like, I don't get it. Like, dude, if the guitar looks sick, like when I was younger, it was like, if the guitar looks sick and I play it once, it feels okay, let's fucking buy it. Like, I don't care what wood it is. I don't need to know like it's jumbo scale or whatever,
Well,
but now
what
it's
you're
like,
hitting on, there's more. Seemingly, there's more guitar customization, and There's plenty of, like, you're right. There definitely is but there's plenty of drummer customization from the actual drums to the hardware to this and that. But the thing is, drums are more expensive than guitars.
Oh yeah. Oh
So
yeah.
there's way less drummers out
So
there
that makes
customizing
sense.
this and
Yeah.
that. Their drummers are just scraping by to afford cymbals to replace because cymbals are so damn expensive. Then you got guitar
Yeah.
players out there. I just bought a new guitar. It's like, how many guitars do you have? I got 15. It's like, well, I have one drum set, but I keep having to
Yeah.
replace the cymbals and skins. And
That's true. No,
that's
you're
what
totally
that is.
right.
Unless you're a rich drummer, like that's why that is definitely a thing. Why there's definitely way more of that going on.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Oh man.
But yeah, I mean, I don't like headless guitars. I feel like they'd be weird. I feel like I would feel weird headbanging with those. I feel like a weight balance would be odd, and I don't know.
Are you looking
I
into any new guitars?
I want to get a 7-string with a Floyd Rose. So I have one 7-string right now. I want to get another 7-string with a Floyd Rose. I really would like a Fender Stratocaster. I have a Fender Tele. A Fender Stratocaster would be an American made would be really awesome. I just think both those guitars, Tele and my Tele is a Mexican made, but an American made Tele would be sick too. But I love those guitars too because it's just like I think they fit more with like obviously our style. But what's funny is I actually use the Hellraiser for a lot of the tracking. Those guitars have like a single coil push pull like knob on them to where I can make it sound almost like a Stratocaster. And we use that a lot for things. And it's just that Hellraiser is just a versatile guitar. But yeah, I mean, I'm always kind of looking at what is it just sucks because there's not a lot available in left-handed other than what I've already seen. Like there's not really anything new. There's a couple new guitars that Schecter has had, but not really like I guess anything I'm really willing to like maybe throw that amount towards. Like there's a really sick purple 7-string that just came out from Schecter. I can't remember whose signature model it is, but it's like there's no Floyd Rose on it. And I kind of want one that does have a Floyd Rose. I know they're a bitch to fucking restring up and stuff, but I've done it enough that it's like if you're not changing the gauge of the string, once you find your gauge, you're really not adjusting much. And I think just to be able to kind of do some dive bombs and stuff like that would be super fun. But I really want like a green guitar. A green would be sick, or like another purple. But I got the red, I got a silver, I got a blue bass, I got a blue and purple guitar, I got an orange guitar.
Wait, so what's the guitar count at right now?
So I got the BC Rich Warlock, which is the newest guitar we got. It's kind of like a orange, yellow planet like paint finish. Right there in the screen is the guitar I got before that. That was the first 7-string. It's like a blue and purple. So we got two. Then we got the Hellraiser, which is the first Schecter I got. That's a red. And then we got the Silver Mountain, which is a couple guitars ago. It's a silver and black Schecter. I have a Fender Telecaster in a case. And then I have 3 acoustics. I have a Taylor acoustic, I have an Ovation acoustic, and I have what's the name? What's the name on that? It's a nylon string. It's a classical guitar. It's like a
Esteban guitar that they sold on.
Yeah, it's like it's Tremoni, I think is the name of it or something like that. But yeah, so
Creed.
I know. I almost said Tremonti. That's why I actually didn't say that at first.
So what's
That's why I was hesitant on
like
it.
8? That's 3 acoustics, 5 electrics.
3
right
acoustic, 5 electrics. Yeah, and then I got an electric bass.
That's a pretty good count right there.
As was it like eight guitars, and one bass?
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, I'd like to add to it. I mean, I will say the drop pedal fucking saved me a bunch.
And
Having a
what,
drop pedal.
one 7-string?
Yeah,
And
just
the
one
rest are
7-string right now.
rest are 6.
Yeah, I got 2 6-strings that I used in standard tuning, actually, which may eventually change. But yeah, I used the Hellraiser actually in drop. My Red Schecter, I use that in drop.
And the
Which
7-string
honestly,
you rock in standard like B?
So that one I use in both, and that's kind of why I want to get another 7-string
So
is
you
to
can have
have one in
one.
standard. Yeah, exactly, and have one in drop.
What is your preferred tuning? What? Okay,
Ooh, that's a good question.
This is
I
a
like
two-parter.
that. I like that. Yeah.
Two-parter. What is your preferred tuning, and then do you prefer to play in standard or a drop tuning?
Oh, okay.
You know,
What is
like,
my
so what's
preferred?
your favorite? Is it A? Is it B? Is it E? Or and then do you prefer
Okay.
to play in a standard tuning or a drop?
Damn, that's a good question. Okay. I I think out of like when I really think about all the songs that I know and whatnot, I think drop is probably my favorite. I don't know why. I play a lot of stuff in standard. We write in standard. But
Drop is the fun thing to do.
it's just, yeah,
It's
dude.
fun.
It just really is. It's like the way you can kind of variate some riffs with doing like the octave difference on like that first and that third string. I think is just kind of unique. And we used to write like, so our first metal band, like that 4-song EP we had, it was like 2 songs were standard, 2 songs were drop. And then the second band that we did, Beyond the Ashes, all drop. We never did a single standard, not a single standard song. Everything was drop.
Okay.
And then, now it's like, it's more so now more so with Silverchord, it's more so kind of going like up and down the fretboard. So it's whether or not we're going like a half step down, it's strumming, like stringing all the strings down a half step, or we're using a capo on like maybe the 4th fret or the 1st fret or something like that. Because a lot of that's, being acoustic, it's like actual full chords and stuff that are happening. Which I it's not that I don't love writing that. It's just like I guess I know where my purpose is with that. But if you really want to ask me like what my favorite and fun to play is, I would say drop. I think just drop C. As much as I love In Flames and drop A sharp, it's kind of like all I play in drop A sharp. There's not a lot of other bands like Arch Enemy, let's see, a couple other bands maybe, but pretty much everything. There's so many good bands in drop C that like that entire like 2002 to like 2008 metalcore area is just like all drop C. Like all those bands are just like in that classic tuning. It's just like it's kind of crazy
for a long time.
So good. It's kind of crazy how so many people didn't really step on each other like with certain things, and everyone, man, like there's so many bands I don't know.
Tone was a big factor in that because you
100%.
hit the nail on the head. There was a good chunk for a while. Everyone was playing in drop C, and my 2 favorite bands that I would play on guitar would be Lamb of God and Chimera, and Lamb of God's drop D, and Chimera's drop C. So like having to go back and forth was a pain, but like drop C always took the cake for me. But like thinking about it, yeah, there was a ton of bands in drop C, and that's probably what differentiated everyone was like tones.
Yeah,
Chimera had a way different tone than like a Shadows Fall or something like that.
Yeah, it's funny. I was just about to mention Shadows Fall, dude. War Within, man, that album. I remember when that album dropped. That album was so good. But yeah, what's funny is like, so yeah, our second band, we did that all in drop, but we did it in drop D actually, which was very not really at that time. But it's funny because when I went to school for music production, I tried kind of recruiting the guys back and like using my knowledge to like retrack stuff and be like, yo, look, we can retrack stuff. Let's fucking play a show or something. Nothing ever happened, but I retracked all that stuff and I dropped all of our songs into drop C and took everything down that full step, and like some of it sounded like it's just crazy to hear it in a different aspect, but it's just like it's so crazy how like just going down one whole step can completely change the vibe or like the emotion that's really trying to be hit, because certain notes just trigger certain things. Like what it's crazy to think that, but they really do.
There's three things that we got to remember that's important to like a song. That's the tuning of it, like tuning slash tone fits in the same category. The rhythm and slash tempo.
Yeah.
And then,
tempo
of course,
is huge.
the context of slash the lyrics slash note choice, the melody. You know,
Yeah.
those are the three things. You could take any melody and throw a different rhythm and a different tempo on it, and it changes the song completely.
Yep. And it could be complete trash in one tempo and absolute gold in one. And yeah, you know, it's funny. Like I do remember like being younger, like not really paying attention or knowing much about the tempo, but like this time around, I do remember like we did have a Silverchord song that was played slower. I think it was slower, and we sped it up. I remember just telling Cameron, I'm like this needs to be slightly faster, and I think I upped the tempo by maybe, it was minimal. It was like 2 or 3 or 4. It was like barely anything.
Couple BPMs.
And yeah, exactly. And we literally had like, I remember the demo mode was like the song title, and then it was like in whatever the new BPM was. And you know, like it ended up working, and like it worked better that way. And like there's some songs where like, you know, maybe sometimes you like look back at something and you're like, maybe this should have been a little bit faster, but at the same time, you know, there's always like creative processes that happen and whatnot. But yeah, it's very, it's kind of funny how much tempo, just something as simple as a tempo, can completely change the way a riff feels or sounds, or just is even interpreted. Like honestly, like all three of those things I think can be completely separate categories in which you would analyze like a riff or a song or something like that.
I'm huge on tempo when it comes to like setting a tempo, you know, because like I've jammed with guitar players that don't have great rhythm, to be honest, like at all. And I try to like, it's like, all right, hey, this is the rhythm you're trying to write for the riff you're writing. Here's the rhythm, you know, and then we try to feel out the exact BPM, you know.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to find, you know. Sometimes you want to go faster, sometimes you want to go slower, but like once you find it, you know.
Yeah.
And
It's always
like,
good to vibe on that when you do hit it too.
well, dude, I don't know. Do you know of Suffocation, death metal band Suffocation?
Yeah, I've heard of some of their songs in some other streams. I wouldn't say I checked them out, but
well, they're like a band that like they're a great example of someone that's able to use their melodies to their advantage. Of like, I don't think any band can do this, but they're a band that I've seen live. I've opened up for them actually.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, I've had the opportunity. I've been in a lot of bands, you know, a lot of bands that have done nothing other than open up for a lot of cool ass bands. That's about it. Never been on tour or anything like that, but I've opened up for a lot of like cool Exodus, Suffocation, this band, that band. Like I've opened up for a lot.
That's so badass,
but
dude.
One of the things that I've taken away from seeing Suffocation live is that they're a band that they can take a riff, and you listen to it on the album, and it's a fast riff. You see them play it, and they change it up, and they play it slow. And it's fucking cool. It's like they will take fast parts and slow them down, and then slow parts and speed them up live, and it gives it a new energy. Like they're purposely doing it, you know. Like
I feel like Pantera kind of did the same thing, like also a lot live, like back in the day.
Yeah, and not everyone can do it, but when a band can do it, it's pretty magical. Like
it really is.
Thoroughly impressed.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I know we've had some of those moments too with like so that, and that's like the thing, like, dude, jamming with Austin was like, dude, the first time I jammed with Austin, we did some rehearsals like a couple years back where we were fucking rehearsing for months. And dude, the first time we did that, I was like super into, dude. Like, I mean, bro, he's toured around the world a couple times, played Ozfest, done ball. Like, how am I supposed to like? I'm supposed to act like I'm prepared with whatever like we're about to do, and like we did jam on some covers and stuff. But he's always, dude, he's always like he's very hip hop like influenced, like super like old school. So that he's always loving to throw some weird ass beat in there. And I remember we just like would jam on some stuff. And man, dude, it's just so fun just to fucking jam on things sometimes. And like I always love doing like drummer to guitarist jams because it's just like it's just a different atmosphere sometimes when you get something going really, really good.
Oh yeah, I feel
But
it. I've done
yeah,
that.
fuck,
A lot.
I
It's
miss
fun.
that vibe, dude. It's been a minute. Cameron, can you get Austin to come out here, please, for the love of God? Just make him come out next month.
Yeah,
Let's call him tomorrow. That ain't gonna happen. There's no way.
you guys will get back to it. I know it.
Yeah.
I know it. I feel it. Well, do we need to start wrapping this up? Do we need to get you to Betty by? I know you work tomorrow, don't you?
My schedule's whatever, but yeah, I work tomorrow. But my I don't have a set schedule, so I work whenever I work, which is kind of cool. It's kind of like what I love about my job right now. I get to work with a bunch of cool shit that's signed by a bunch of celebrities and do it whenever I want. So
That's really cool.
yeah.
I mean, you seem to have put yourself in a pretty good position right now. You're working hard on both your job and your stream. You got your family. Seems to be all going pretty well, and you got things planned with the band coming up. Like so. It seems like you got planned streams coming up. Like it seems like things are really, really on the up and the going.
Yeah, man, I'm having a blast staying busy, and that's like I think like I kind of like am stepping. I kind of stepped back like earlier this week and was like, are we doing like too much? But at the same time, I'm just like, no, we're fine. Like we're not in an overwhelming spot, and I think having interesting. I think we've been lucky to have like some interesting sub goals like this last couple months. Like the next one, like the one we're currently in is like to do an all bass stream, which I think would be super fun. It's just like, and that's the thing. Like I hate to say like, yeah, I could add a bunch of songs to my list that maybe I don't like, but the one thing you will notice about like my stream is like I make sure that like I'm also enjoying what I'm playing. And like if it's not a song I'm really vibing on, like I won't really seek to add it to the list just cuz. And maybe that's a bad thing. I'm sure that maybe turns away some people at times, but at the same time, I do know there's a lot of viewers that have been like, "Yo, I've never heard of this band until like getting into this stream, and now I love this band." And like, I it makes me feel like I can't physically, deal out the CDs in my trench coat anymore because everybody can download it on Spotify or whatever the fuck they want to do now. So, if I can get people into new music, I'm all about that too. But we will definitely do some Google Dolls without a doubt. Oh, I see Cameron's saying we're gonna do some Google Dolls when he's out here.
Good, good,
I'd be down for that. I said I
good.
tune my guitar in 8 million different tunings.
Big time.
But yeah, I mean, I think I'm just trying to like, keep Twitch consistent. And I think the new territory for me is really the other socials is doing like the YouTube shorts and the Instagram reels. And like I said, now I guess TikTok. I feel stupid on TikTok because I just made it. So I'm uploading older videos that I already uploaded on the YouTube and Instagram like weeks ago because
Yeah. Yeah.
right? I figured I
So,
might as well just get the content on the platform.
yeah, gotta get it out
So
there, right? That's what everyone that's doing well for themselves in the content game is saying is just get it out there.
yeah,
Just keep going.
yep,
Just keeping it pumping it out. You got to look at it we're McDonald's. We're trying to pump out some burgers. We got to get to that point to where we've served billions.
Yeah, exactly.
We're working to get to that point.
I fucking love that. Oh my god, that's a great. That's awesome. Hell yeah. No, definitely, definitely. Let's fucking do it. Let's keep crushing it, man. You've been fucking crushing it on Twitch too, man. This last couple of years, the meeting you and meeting all these musicians on Twitch has been a fucking joy, dude. It's weird. It's like it almost feels like a giant band community where like anybody could jam like at any given time. Like unfortunately we can't because of our distance and whatnot. But it's like I really hope I really hope you can make it to TwitchCon. That'd be super awesome. Just to be able to get to hang out and for a little bit with anybody is awesome. But the fact that you guys always come and support, me and Mike and all these other streamers that are, doing what we do and doing what we love.
All the other streamers come in and support us.
Yeah, man. It's just, like I said earlier, like I never thought I'd be making some of the connections with like actual musicians that
same.
Never. Like it doesn't, it's just crazy. Crazy. It's pretty awesome.
I mean,
we're lucky, man.
You got to remember, we're actual musicians too. We just don't have the resume that some others have. We're trying to build that resume. We're trying to connect. You got your drummer that's a badass drummer that's got the badass connections. Like you gotta ride on that. You gotta ride on that homie and be like, hey, let's make some shit happen. And then if it doesn't, like fucking find someone else to keep making. That's what I've done. I've been in 20 plus bands, and some of them have failed on my end, some of them failed on others, but in the end of the day, at least we tried, and that's all what it's about, and once you find the right group of guys to make it happen, like I look at bands like Fallujah and Unleash the Archers, here on Twitch and all that are just out there just killing it, in all these different ways, it's like, hopefully we can get to that point, and if not, then let's just keep on keeping on this Twitch ride that we're on and having fun with it, that's the bottom line, is having fun, that's the only reason why I'm doing this is because I want to connect with other musicians. That's a big goal of it, and I want to get some content out there, but the main thing, it's fun. It's fun. It's fun to play music. It's fun to talk to people. It's fun to learn new music, like we've been saying. It's a great, these channels are great, like crossroads where it's like, think of it, you're like a traveler and you're traveling along these cities, and then you find this city and there's these like markets, and then there's these products and foods and things that you've never tried before, and you get to try these foods. Like, wow, if I wouldn't have come to this city, I wouldn't have ever tried this food. And that's the same for streams. Wow, if I would have never came into the stream, I would have never heard this badass song and found out this badass band. Like, it's a pretty beautiful thing.
Yeah, it really is, and it's fun too. It's just like. And it's funny. Like the only time I remember really having like a bad time or it's just like can be struggle sometimes. It's just like when I'm on myself, like I think my OCD gets in when like I mess up on a song. Like that's really the only thing that I think on my side has really been like the only negative thing is like I'm struggling to remember something that's on the list, and the fact that it's on the list is like I should be remembering it, but. My community, they seem to like not care at all when that happens. And it really makes, they really help me to realize it's all just, it's not really a thing. It's just like in my own head, it's just me doing that. And the fact that, they continue to show all the support that they do, regardless if you and I are having a bad day and like maybe we aren't feeling it that day. Like, dude, the support system between everybody and like the other streamers is just, it's unmatched, man. It's just like I've never been in a community like this, like in any games I played, any online games I played, any guilds I've been in, any of that type of stuff. It's just
music's different than playing games. Like people want to support gamers and all that, and because they work hard at what they do, but people understand the hard work that musicians put into their craft and all that, so they're definitely down and want to support that, you know, whether it's financially or just showing up to a stream or showing up to a concert or telling a friend, hey, watch this, listen to this song of my friend's band, whatever it is, you know, like the support's there for a reason because they know how much hard work we put in and know the passion we have for it. So it's really cool. It's cool. I love it.
Hell yeah. Well, dude, thanks for having me, man. This was fucking awesome.
Dude, I'm beyond stoked that you were able to do this. You know, I figured that you'd be down, and it was a blast. I got to learn a ton about you. Everyone got to learn about you. This is gonna go up on YouTube, so people will get to rewatch it and all that, and learn some more about you. So it's been beyond a pleasure.
Yeah, this was good, man. I can't wait to see what else you got, who else you're gonna have on going forward. You know, like I said, if you need me to help you out with any layout stuff, let me know, dude.
Dude, for sure, man, for sure. I mean, I think this is gonna. I think people enjoyed it. I know I enjoyed it. You enjoy it. Like, I think this is gonna become a thing. You know, regular thing. You know, there's a lot of people that want to come and talk to me on the channel and all that. There's a lot of people I want to have come on the channel and talk. So I'm really looking forward to it. This is fucking killer.
Hell yeah.
Great second episode.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so I mean, before we sign out, does anyone else have anything to say to Destro? Say your kind words to Destro. Any last questions to our friend? Love popping in and watching. Hell yeah, Stone. That's awesome. I'm glad that everyone came through. Thank you. Shout out to Big Roach with the support. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, for the new follows.
Thanks for hanging.
Thank you for anyone from Destro's community that came over and followed and watched the stream. I really, really appreciate it.
Hell yeah.
Saul likes the Spawn shirt.
Yeah, dude, this shirt is amazing, dude.
Is that from the one company, the one guy?
Dracula Bite?
Yeah. And all the streamers are rocking his shirt.
Dude, if I could get a sponsorship from Dracula Bite, I'd be all about that, dude. Oh my God.
I think he's only connected with Sunfire. Is he connected with anyone else we know?
I think so, yeah. Which is crazy to me because Chainbrain rocks their stuff so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why they haven't done anything with Chainbrain, but yeah, dude, it'd be really cool to do something with them too. That'd be fucking fire.
Yeah.
I guess that's a goal. That's a goal. Try to by December 2023. I'm just kidding. I don't know what I'm trying to do next. I'm just trying to have a good time.
That's
on Twitch. That's all that matters.
That's what you should be focused on. Just having a good time, growing. Keep working on the songs that you want to be playing, you know. Songs that you have been playing, like just keep working hard, dude. I'm doing the same thing. All musicians are doing the same thing, you know?
Yeah, definitely. All right, y'all. Guys, thank you guys so much for coming. All my shredders that came over. Cameron, I love you, bro. I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys. Well, everyone say your goodbyes to Destro. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me, man.
When's your next stream? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow. We'll be back on tomorrow.
Next stream tomorrow. Everyone go check out Destro. He will be jamming with you guys. It will take your requests. Go follow him on all the socials. He's on Twitch. He's on YouTube, Instagram. He's got the TikTok. He's on the Twitter. He's on the things. Go check out his band, Silverchord. They're going to be releasing new music eventually. Big things coming, right? Big things coming.
Big things coming. Let's go.
Big things coming. All right, dude. Fucking thank you so much, dude. I appreciate you, man. All the love to you. Man.
You too, man. Thanks for having me, dude. Have a great rest of your stream.
You too.
Much
dude.
love, y'all.
Get some rest, dude.
Peace, everybody. Take care.